Are you ready for a vacation that will make all your poker buddies jealous? Set sail with Texas Card House for 7 days of sun, fun, and poker on March 26th to April 2nd, 2023. Sailing out of Galveston, Texas, the Royal Caribbean Allure of the Seas is one of the most awarded ships in the world. As you sail for 7 days with Texas Card House with stops in Roatan, Costa Maya, and Cozumel. Sun, fun, and oh yeah, non-stop poker. Texas Card House is bringing their world-class staff on board for 7 days of cash games, tournaments, and no matter your skill level, we've got games for you. Texas Card House Poker Cruise, Royal Caribbean, Allure of the Seas. Cabins are going fast. Don't get left in port and miss the vacation of a lifetime. For full details, visit TexasCardHouse.com. Have you been naughty or nice this year? Well, don't worry, we're not checking our list twice this holiday season. Because at Texas Card House, it pays to be playing poker with us. The Naughty or Nice Bad Beat is here. Under the tree, you'll find a jackpot starting at $20,000 that rises each day, with the qualifying hand getting easier and easier to beat. No one goes home with a lump of coal. Instead, everyone gets cold, hard cash in your stocking. Everyone checked in and playing at any Texas Card House wins $100 when the Naughty or Nice Bad Beat hits. Sorry, Auntie May, your fruitcake can't compare to the Naughty or Nice Bad Beat. Spend your holiday season with us at Texas Card House and win. The Texas Card House Naughty or Nice Bad Beat is here.
Wow, good evening, everyone. Thank you for joining our 2-5 Monday game. $2,000 match this act, which really means $4,000 to $5,000 per player sometimes. I am joined by, why don't you introduce yourself?
My name's Alex. I started playing poker last year, but I play poker full-time now, so I've played on the stream here a few times. It was my first time doing commentary, so we're going to see how that goes. Yeah,
he's, Alex is I call him Alex B, because I don't know how to say his last name. We'll figure that out. But, yeah, he's a very accomplished poker player in such a short time. He plays both cash. It's kind of bigger stakes here in Austin, and he also plays some tournaments, too, and he's done quite well in the last 6 months, at least according to your social media, I can see those. So that is really impressive. I'm going to have to get some tips on tournaments as I don't play a lot of those myself. So we're going to get here into the action. We got a minute or so here. We're going to start off with a bomb pot as usual. We always start off with a bomb pot.
Texas tradition.
Yeah. And, of course, everybody knows what a bomb pot is. But if you don't know what a bomb pot is, it is basically two-board PLO game, no pre-flop action. So everybody gets to see the flop. And so you really can't put anybody on any hands. And so it's really about –
no such thing as a range. No pre-flop ranges. It's just what do you got? Yeah. What do they got?
And the only thing that's true about bomb pots is if you flop the nuts, you will not have the nuts by the end when the river hits. So, all right. We are not seeing the screen at the moment. See if we can get that worked out. I'm sure I did something wrong here. I think it's this. I don't know. Just maximize that? Oh, it's not showing. So I'm actually seeing it on the... Apologize, we're not...
You got flush on the bottom. On the top we have a jack. Queen, jack 5 boats.
All right,
perfect.
There it is. Sorry about that technical difficulty. Well, we're already done here, and we got cards thrown up. It's very smallish bomb pot.
Yeah. Someone just had to trip jacks.
Yeah. So 455. That's usually. And what I've also learned is bomb pots on the stream tend to be smaller than on the table.
Yeah.
So that was actually a very, very small pot for a bomb pot.
Right. It's what is it? It's $10 per.
Yep, it's $10, so it's $90. I imagine somebody didn't bet the flop or just bet the flop once, and like the jack would have bet. But we are off to regular Texas Hold'em here. This is $2,000 max buy-in. But it is match the stack, and we're going to get around to some of the players here. And I noticed there are several new players and several friends of the stream that we've seen many a time. And I've learned they've actually gotten mad at me. I've called them by their real name when they want to go by whatever, whatever synonym they want to go by. So I'm going to wait till that name flashes before I call them out. So
this is Mike.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
loose cannon or whatever.
So right away, Kevin is in seat 6. He's got he's going to raise it up. He's a new, as far as I know, he's new to the stream as well. I think he is new. He makes it 35. That's a good size raise.
Yep, $10 straddle.
I'd rather win 17 than lose a big pot. So he's going to take down our first hold'em pot there. So Kevin is new here on the stream. And here we go. So we have Kevin. Mike Bell has been here before. Jan in seat 3. I think he's new. Preston in seat 5. That is not the Preston that we know. So we're going to have to take a look at that. It's a different Preston. So I think it's
so you see, we got $10 straddle again off good Texas action.
Yeah, and you're going to see, for the most part, there's almost in Texas, there's almost a straddle on every hand. I mean, you don't have to straddle, but it does make it bigger action game here, and sometimes the players will even kind of agree to that,
right?
Especially towards the end of the stream.
All right, so we see
Kevin.
Another raise from Kevin here.
So Mike L, who we've seen before on the stream, is going to call. So we're going to go heads up here. Mike with this slight lead.
All right.
Well, the good news for Mike is he's going to be able to get away from this. Kevin, if he's a little sneaky here, he's going to check his top pair. Now, I know these two have not played together before. Well, I'm pretty certain because I saw Kevin out there chatting. I think this is his first time on the stream. Well, it is his first time on the stream.
All right. One of the things that I like to do is really size up the individual players I'm playing against. So if these players haven't played with each other before, there's going to be a lot of discovering in these first few hands of the first orbit, basically, how they play, So Kevin, Mike L might not know if Kevin is someone who always raises early with an ace or not, so he might not put him on ace.
Exactly, and when that board did pair the jack there, that actually was a good card typically for Mike, because it's less likely his opponent will have that overcard to him.
Yep, just goes pretty much checked down there.
So
after
Kevin's
that
going to win. He's actually in the kill pot now. He's had 1-2 in a row.
Got to do the straddle. There he goes. The 10 just stayed out there. Perfect.
We have our friend Chris and our friend Cy as well, 7 and 8. Been on the stream. I've seen Cy a lot on the stream as of late. I actually think he's one of the best players here in the Austin area, so it'd be fun to watch him play out.
All right, so I want to see some high VPIPs. I want to see action. I want to see drama, tears, all of it.
I can tell you, Cy and Mike will probably have a lower VPIP. Mike Bell, who we've seen lots of times, will have a little bit higher VPIP. He's been known to be in that 50% range, 40, which is really high. It means you're playing 50% of your hands, which
I love it.
Is usually not winning poker.
No,
anywhere else,
poker,
but in Texas it is.
Ooh,
we have Paul, who I've not seen before. He's going to raise it to 35. I like it. He's going to use his position here. But he's going to get re-raised here with a better hand by KY. We've seen KY here in the poker rooms before and on the stream as well. So it's good that Mike just lets that go. Doesn't want to defend that.
Yep. One of those hands where you want to get frisky with it once in a while. That's fine, but you have to know when to let it go.
And KY's bet is so strong, right? Because he's basically going to be under the gun on the flop there. And,
right. So typically when you raise from the small blind, it could mean a sign of strength because that they're going to be out of position. But also you want to raise some of the hands you don't want to play out of position.
You definitely want to raise if you're going to play in the small blind, right? Because you don't want to play out of position.
Hands like ace 10, ace jack do particularly well 3-betting from those spots.
Mike's got queens. Mike's dangerous with the big hands. He's going to always be aggressive with. Oh, he just makes it only $40.
It's a min click.
Min click, basically. That almost looks stronger than than a bigger raise.
True. You're inviting the person on the $20 straddle to have a decent price to see.
Yeah, and
to at least
that's
see a
the
flop.
bad thing with the small raise, right? It's gonna Preston's gonna get in there, and it could invite some other players as well.
Especially with a hand that doesn't necessarily want to see flop, like, you know, like as much. Like, 7-8 suited, maybe just wants to see a flop. But queens, there's 2 overcards that just immediately scare you. So.
And of course, Sai is gonna call with the very cheap entry there.
Of course.
Well, that's a very safe flop for Mike.
Yep.
He's hoping a player has a jack there. Right. He's going to lead out. Very small bet here.
It's not a terrible flop with the 6s either.
No. You would expect the pre-flop raiser right there to continuation bet with almost any flop.
Right.
So 6s is good most of the time there, and that's a really good card for Preston. Actually, it's a really good card for Mike.
Both of them like that card for sure. But now if Preston sees that Mike is continuing to barrel off here, Mike is not the kind of player that's going to continue to do this with ace high often. So
yeah,
this is a good fold there for the 6s.
And I would say I'm a fan of bet pacing. And typically when you see someone bet so fast like that,
right.
They may not have the nuts, but they're very comfortable with their hand.
Absolutely.
And so that could be that could be. And I said this before about Mike. I wish he would just take 3 seconds.
It's one of the worst parts about watching European poker is that a lot of them, to have better balance, what they'll do is they'll time all of their decisions, even like the easy pre-flop ones, at the same amount of time. So they'll take 8 or 10 seconds per decision. So if they have 7-4 under the gun, they will just sit there, stare at it, think, wait 7 seconds, fold, so they don't give any timing tells.
It is harder to. I mean, it's annoying.
It's very. But
it is harder to put your opponent on a hand. And
it's. I think there's a happy medium to this, but.
Yeah. And C2 it seems like a new player as well. His name is Paul. Welcome. Okay, now I'm going to say Jan. I don't know if that's how you say his name, but he now has the jacks. He saw
he looks much like a
raised.
Jan, but.
And he's going to probably size up a little bit here.
Yep.
Not a terribly big raise. I think Mike Bell is going to just call this.
Right. Okay.
KY did have the 10-8 suited. That's not a bad hand to continue with, but I think with players behind him, it's just let it go because you don't want to get re-raised on that.
Yep.
And he's just going to take it down. So
it's a decent price to see the flop, but with ace jack, I don't even know what kind of flops you're really looking for there, especially out of position.
Well,
if an
king,
ace
queen,
comes,
10.
right.
But I like the fact that he just folded.
Yep.
And it's so funny what a suited hand would make a difference because he calls with suited.
Right. Suited because the suited hand wants to see a flop. Then it has a lot of those ace hands have a lot of playability post flop. But unsuited ace jack there facing a 3-bet out of position. Throw it away.
All right, we're still in the straddle. Mike L is going to straddle, and we will also see double straddles. Pretty common when you go down.
Absolutely.
Good. 1 fold, 2 fold.
All right, Paul's got 9-5. He's going to let that go, as he should. We're going to see a raise from Jan. I really like this. I don't like limping in with suited aces, especially when they're wheels. I like to come in for a raise and establish some dominance there, and he's just going to take it down. If he limps in, he's just in a lot of trouble there. So
he limped and never folded.
No, he raised. He raised. So. I'm a believer. Like ace 5, ace 2, ace 3 suited. Those are for raises. Ace 6 suited.
I've seen it somewhat common sometimes in tournaments, but even in cash games, sometimes people in early positions will limp in with weak aces just because they want to see a flop, and maybe they'll call one raise. But in general, it's just not a winning strategy in poker to limp in early.
All right, let's take a look at the chat. Thank you, everybody, for joining us tonight. I really appreciate it. We've got Rena. Thanks for hopping in. Good to see you here. I know we saw Poker Monkey. We saw Frank earlier. We got kicker problems. I know I've been there. Mo's in the chat. Thank you. Chuck's also here, so I appreciate everybody joining us. And we've got, I don't even know how to say, I'm going to mess this name up. Friziant? Durtant?
Close enough.
How you say it.
We'll go with that.
So I apologize for that. And we're off for some less than optimal hands here.
Classic race, 8-5 against King.
Well, everybody's got a straight draw here, up and downer. Of course, Kevin's drawn to the nuts with the queens.
Yeah, queen would be a interesting card here for sure.
Mike's got that backdoor flush working for him. No, he doesn't. I apologize. He's not suited.
Now we have a paired board and a double flush draw board. Very interesting.
Yeah, Kevin's gonna win this. He gets the showdown here. Flush did come in. You can see Mike repping that.
It's the backdoor flush though. So.
You've seen Mike here play before, and he's probably going to size up. Yeah, he does size up, it looks like. Does he make it 300?
Yeah, the board's very draw heavy, and there's a lot of hands that just can't call here. So.
Yeah, I mean, a king high doesn't even beat some of his boards there. So.
If your opponent even has ace 10, are they
Yeah.
going to feel great there? Like, there's just, he makes a big bet that's going to make it so that your opponent can't call as much.
I really like that bet, too, because that could set him up down the road, right? When he actually has it and he bets big again.
Right.
That could get him paid.
Yep. So balancing your sizings,
Yeah.
especially on rivers, is something that's, it could be a bit more advanced strategy, but in general, as long as you're playing, the ABCs well, it's going to be winning poker. Mike's someone who's definitely capable of doing that, making that bet for value or as a bluff. So.
Yeah, and we've seen him many times on the stream do that both ways. So that's why it makes it tough to call. You just.
3 fold, 4 fold, 5 fold.
All right. Best in Kevin sort of sees the marginal hands here, which means somebody's going to wake up with a hand. Sai's going to play his button.
Yep.
He does have an ace.
Raise an ace. There we go.
Mike Bell's going to. He bet that really fast at that point, so it was like he was going to already bet. He just grabbed an extra black chip.
Absolutely. Look at that. Yep.
Yeah.
Easy fold there, even though you have a button.
Yeah, I think Sai kind of picked up on that.
Yep. Additionally, your hand doesn't have a lot of playability post flop.
No.
You don't have a lot of flops that you can just continue on, even in position, especially against a solid player who's probably not 3-betting you light. But yeah, I find that there are certain hands that I will, call 3 bets with, or 3-bet myself differently depending on the person I'm playing against. Very much deviating from a traditional play, just because
some exploitive play there. I think
Right.
it's very much so. That's might be the one of the most important skills in poker is kind of identifying player types. And,
right. Like for instance, hands that sometimes have kicker issues, I will play more often against people that I have better reads on in how they play. So if somebody, I know that they bet when they're strong or check when they're weak, whatever it is, I'm less concerned about having a hand that gets out kicked because I'll know when they hit that top pair.
Yep. Yeah. Exactly.
Because they're going to show me through their betting. All right, pretty quiet table so far. We haven't seen too many fireworks. Just getting started though.
Yeah, we are only on hand 10. We typically get around 90 hands.
Okay.
We'd like to get to 100, but that is kind of rare. King Queen's going to take it. Now, we haven't seen any big hands crash into each other yet. So.
Right, but once you see, once the blood starts flowing in the streets, it continues,
Like you're getting large pieces of it and then you're putting it together. They're not building.
I'm sorry, Mo, I absolutely agree with you. Ace-2 is always a fold for me. I was speaking more, maybe I said ace-2 earlier, but I was speaking more for ace-3, ace-4, ace-5. Suited is always a raise if I'm coming into a pot for myself. Ace-6, ace-7, ace-8, I can just lay those down.
You even suited?
Yeah, and it really also depends on the magic.
Speaking of, here's a7 suited. Right
It also depends on my position, right? If I'm early position, yeah, I can just lay those down. Or if I'm facing a little bit of aggression. Ooh, Mike, speaking of aggression, Mike is picking up Cowboys here.
Yep.
It's going to make it hard for Preston to call this, of course.
Both sides raised.
It really is, right? So.
Yep, good fold for sure. Not just because it's kings, but just in general. See, I don't mind raising early position with ace-8, ace-7 suited, but I will be folding to those 3 bets.
Yeah.
I will be. Additionally, less on the live streams, it's more in the smaller stake games. A lot of times there's a lot of callers. So for instance, if you raise from early position with ace-7 suited, you'll get 2 or 3 or 4 callers. And it's not that the hand that plays great post-flop, but you have a lot of protection. There's less people that are going to be 3-betting into 4 opponents. So
Exactly.
if you're never getting 3-bet with ace-7 suited when you raise with it, it actually becomes a solid raise.
And it makes it a little easier if you do get re-raise there or 4-bet.
Right.
No one's ever doing that lightly.
No one's ever
It's
doing it.
rare. I mean, I shouldn't say no.
So they're
You
not
do
doing it with
see
something
it.
that's usually beating. That's not beating
We
your
do
ace-7.
we do have our maniacs here in
Right.
Texas that doesn't care about what hands they have. So
Exactly.
That kind of goes back to your point of identifying player types.
Right,
Is that player
exactly.
capable of doing X, Y, Z, and you can make your decisions based on that information. And we have Mike Bell. Speaking of
Chalk-Paw
aggressive
nuts.
play.
There we go.
Mike Bell's electing this opportunity
Yep.
to play against Paul. Now Paul just calls the ace-3.
Interesting to see Queen Jack offsuit folded in the small lines. But yeah.
So Mike is. That's going to be an unfortunate flop. He does have some showdown value now. He's going to check it over. I think Paul's just going to see where he's at right now.
Yep. He's gonna find out real quick if
Well, he's
Mike
going to
has
get
an
a
ace or
call.
not.
He's going to get a call. Now, if Mike elects to check raise, that would be an interesting spot there for him.
Yeah, that's a weird play to check raise though. Out
It
of
is,
position
and I
like
don't
that,
think
right?
Paul's. I mean, we don't know, but he doesn't seem to be the aggressive bluffing type
No.
in this
right.
in this spot here. He does have position. He is weary of his opponent having an ace, and there he goes. Mike is going to river him. I'm looking for some small.
This play obviously looks very strong
Yeah.
too. So from Paul now he loses to a better ace.
Yeah, I mean he doesn't
That's
beat
better
much,
than a 10.
right?
Right. No.
I mean the flush missed.
Yep.
That would
Mike
be the only
is capable
thing.
of doing this with a bluff
Yeah.
as well. But yeah, this is tough.
It's almost a full pot size too, so. But it's hard to get away with just top pair
Yeah,
here.
absolutely. Especially because you no longer lose to ace-8, ace-9. You know, you're chopping with those hands. Yeah, pays him off there. That's pretty standard there because that hand kind of played like a jack, but like I said, Mike is also capable of doing that with not a jack there. You know, so I could have seen gone either way. It's very easy for us with the hand. with seeing
It
the
really
hands, you
is,
know.
right?
It's very easy for
And
us.
I think for Paul being in position against his opponent, pre-flop, I like to see him just do a
three bet.
bet there,
Yeah,
right?
having
With
a
a
suited ace on the button like that
If
against
he gets 4-bet, he
right.
actually saves himself money. He could just fold. And in
course.
that instance, as we know, Mike would not have called a
That was a fun
re-raise there. So.
Right.
All right, so we've got Mark is saying what fold a suited ace. I think that ace-7 suited, I think that was the right fold in most instances.
Oh, pre-flop? Yeah, like I
yeah.
said, I don't mind raising those hands even from early position. I will get out of the way to 3-bets.
Yeah,
from most players. You're not
losing
ahead.
to- yeah, you're losing to every ace, and yeah, you could flop a flush draw, but
You're not getting the right price if all you have is a
20%, yeah.
flush. You're not getting the right price even. Now you get min clicked or something like that. That's the dangerous part about min clicking is like, you know, even if you have a better hand and you're trying to get action.
we have Paul now feeling frisky here. He's got the 9-5 suited. I like it. I think Preston just calls here, and we don't know what Mike has, but if Mike is in the hand, I'm thinking Queen Jack, Ace Jack.
He did
He's got
limp in, I believe.
Yeah,
to
but
begin with,
he tends to limp in with some bigger hands. And Paul's going to flop the world, as
Yep.
we like to say it. Backdoor straight, flush draw, and middle pair.
Yep. It's a great flop. Okay, so he does bet. Okay, so we have, there's the fours. The fours are in trouble here. Oh, okay.
Preston picks up more equity here.
Yep.
Got the up and downer. I like a big bet here. The board just got really connected a little bit here. So
Right.
something close to full pot size. I don't think it's going to work. And he's goes small here. So he's looking for value. He's thinking his opponent. It's tough to put him on a hand, right? Because you block the flush. If he's got top pair, you're in trouble. Anyway,
Right.
so it's tough to put him on an opponent. But we're going to. And if I'm Preston, I don't like just calling here.
It's one of those where Paul's probably figuring out, well, I'm not going to fold in this situation, so let me put more money in here to see how my opponent's doing, kind of thing.
And Preston's only got 745, so I like him to raise. He does raise. It's like
Right. This is the scary part about leading off with the 9-5.
the only thing is, yeah, your SPR for Preston is doesn't even matter at this point, right? It's like
yes.
1-3, something like that. And so this is an all-in situation
Yep.
for Paul if he elects to.
Yep.
And so yeah, so
Preston, he has Ooh, wow. There it is. The straight comes in. Whew. Wow, what a hand.
So I do like Preston's play here, re-raising, because if he hits his straight, he's not getting paid, right? So, so he's going to get almost a double up here.
Wow.
I wonder.
Oh, I see. It seems. Oh, I see here. Looks like Paul had a set.
Had a set, yeah.
Oh, okay.
I apologize, everybody. Hand 13 did have.
A hand.
We misread it, so we had a set of 5.
Funny enough, is actually
9-5
similar,
plays the
right?
same. Yeah, I think he plays the same way too. So
It was funny because I was saying like it's weird to lead out there with the 5-8, even though you don't have a lot of. You can't fold the hand because you have the pair, the flush draw.
yeah, a lot of equity. You got a lot of equity there.
Right, but
so.
still you want to see how your hand improves, you know. But that makes more sense that he was betting, you know.
Yeah, typically with that hit 9-5 suited, typically you would check that turn and just call, kind of control the pot here a little bit. But it was a misread, so I apologize for that. And I knew it was a misread because I just got handed a note. I just forgot to. I forgot where we
there wasn't much that we could do, though, since we didn't know how the hand was misread. We would have just had to be silent the whole time.
Yeah.
Like, okay, guys, disregard everything because this hand is completely unknown. We would have had to know exactly what the misread was.
All right, we are off to our next hand. Hand 14 feels like it's going pretty fast.
350 on the turn.
We might get to 100 hands, although we just haven't had we haven't had a lot of like tanking and thinking big hands running into each other outside of that last hand. Yeah, that set of 5s. Preston came way back to
Yeah, 4s beating
win
5s
that,
there
yeah.
with the straight
With
to the 6. That's a weird one.
Yeah, he's got a set of 5 and he just got 4s.
Wow, that's the dirty way for 4s to be 5s.
Sai waking up with King Queen. He's probably going to. Was it raise? He's probably going to raise this.
Says he's
When he
+1,
gets-
so.
Person at 1720.
Yep.
Oh, he's a +1. Okay, yeah, he is.
8 races 29 fold.
Okay, so this is an unstraddled pot. So let's see. 4x raise.
That's actually kind of small here for Texas. You typically see 5 or 6x almost every hand here.
I'm typically a fan of smaller raises from under the gun and +1, and then larger as you get closer to the button.
Yeah.
Sizing up a little bit.
Okay, so we have KY is going to bump this up. He's going to 3-bet Sai.
Get the middling hands out.
Really
Narrow
like
down
this
the
one.
field. You don't want to play 6s out of position.
We talked about Ace-Jack earlier. Ace-Jack suited is a whole different hand. It really is, right?
Yes.
Your equity improves so much more.
Right.
Or it can.
So you can
Yeah.
wow, yeah, you can play this
I like,
two
yeah.
different ways
Yeah,
there,
so I believe it's a 4-bet, right?
that is a 4-bet.
It's a 4-bet. That usually is about 3% of your range at that point. Ace-Jack is a little light. Can't really put him on Ace-Jack. You're really thinking Ace-King or big pocket pairs here.
Right.
So if he can set mine this.
Oh,
Wow.
Here
This
we
is
go. Fireworks.
we do see diamonds there, although no one has it. That might force the players to be more aggressive
Right.
at this point. And he's going to make a smallish bet here.
Yep. Of course, he's going to lead out. And how do you say it? KY?
KY is
Yeah.
going to raise this, right?
So KY is very
Yeah.
safely figures that Kevin has an ace there if
Yeah.
he's leading out on this flop. He probably doesn't
and
suspect
if
kings
he
or
has an
queens.
ace, he doesn't have the flush draw, right?
Right. That's right.
So-
If he has the ace, exactly right.
So he could just call this
He could. He's in
comfortably.
position. There are not a lot of scare cards. Maybe one diamond, but he also has a diamond himself in his hand. So there aren't a lot of very scary cards that don't get him paid further.
And if he raises, Kevin could put him on a bigger, like Ace Queen or something, right? So
Right. Yes, because
Yeah.
Ace Queen can easily be in
Ace King maybe
KY's
not,
hand.
but Ace Queen definitely. So I like
Absolutely.
just the call. Well, was well played there.
Yep.
And it's tough just to call when you have almost the nuts
Exactly.
in that spot, but
Now, in a 4-bet pot, this 5 is not terribly scary because
No.
you're not suspecting a lot of 7s and 9s
Yeah.
in people's ranges here because of that.
Check.
It's a good check for Kevin here. He's figuring that he's getting called here.
by an ace.
Yeah.
Or what exactly what KY
right, what is
has.
he putting? Right, exactly.
Now,
Kevin doesn't have any diamonds in his
Yeah.
hand.
KY could have a weaker ace or even 2 pair, some weird 2 pair. They could have called off on the button there.
In 4-bet pots, it's less likely somebody has a suited hand because there's more often pairs in people's hands. It's funny how this one worked because the 6s aren't usually in 4-bet pots. But in general, flushes are less relevant in 4-bet pots because there's a lot more.
Yeah, I think KY is going to bet big on this.
Yep, he should. He's trying to get value out of an ace.
Yeah.
625.
And he's not very worried about these as much about these combination draws here because
his opponent's never carrying those cards. Yeah.
Right. His opponent's not doing
most of the time.
Right. His opponent's not doing it with, Yeah, exactly. Even 2 pair, there aren't even like
I mean, ace 5 would be the only 2 pair, and that's not really calling a 4-bet.
Well, that's from Kevin's perspective here.
Yeah.
It's like Kevin shouldn't be as worried about hands like ace 8, ace 6, ace 5, but he could be up against ace queen, maybe a set. Somebody getting frisky, calling a 4-bet with a weak pair here. He's out of position, and with the SPR the way it is here, he has a decision now for pretty much his whole stack. He has to decide.
Yeah, I mean, he can't just call. He'd have to go all in here,
That's
right?
right,
So,
yes.
and does he do that? He does go all in?
All in on a call.
Yeah, he's drawing dead, I believe, yeah. So, boat's up there.
2 pair. 6 is full.
Yep. Yeah, so basically on that turn there, facing that turn bet, he has to come to the decision there and then on whether his hand is good because of the SPR there. He can't just call. He can either fold or rip it like he did. So.
Right.
Maybe figuring that KY doesn't have ace king or ace queen based on how it's played.
Probably never has ace king. I mean, he
Right.
could flat a 4-bet with ace king. It's not a bad move. But either scenario, Kevin's behind, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
He doesn't have a lot of fold equity there, so when Kevin is jamming there, he has to figure that he's ahead. Like he has to figure he's not doing it to get a fold. He's doing it because he's doing it for value. But he has to ask himself, what is he beating? Is his opponent playing? Is his opponent betting there with ace 10? Is his opponent betting there with kings? Probably not.
No.
It's a very hard spot.
Yeah, and just for I mean, Kevin could never just call in that spot. It's a fold or an all in.
Right, and from Kevin's point of view, it was a 4-bet pot. He has an ace. He flop top pair, good kicker, and it's not even the easiest call in the world for ace queen. Like if KY has ace queen on the button there, is he feeling great with ace queen?
Yeah.
But he's probably not firing off on that turn. So from that, I could probably safely say that he probably doesn't have that hand. He probably has better. Very hard to get away from it, though.
That was our second all-in.
Yeah, that was
in
a big pot
14
there.
hands. So we had 2 nice pots there.
Mm-hmm. That was a full buy-in right there. Boom.
Yeah.
Again, it's just hard to get away from that hand there.
Checks on last stream, please.
I'm ready for mine.
But at the end of the day, he did have 1 pair, so it's that's just how how it works. 4-bet pot, SPR is small.
How much did you say? It's going to be 34.
It's Kevin.
He probably came to the conclusion that the guy didn't have 2 pair.
But but it's almost impossible. I mean,
Right.
I shouldn't say impossible,
But very, very unlikely.
Very unlikely
right,
that
it
he
was
would
no
be
2 pair.
playing.
And that's what you have to worry about sometimes when you have like those on those boards, but not in that particular instance. His opponent had better.
It was
probably-
a good 4-bet. It did narrow the ranges that would have been.
Right, and a lot of
beforehand,
people are going
yeah.
to fold 6s to a 4-bet. Like it's not a very common thing for people to just call those 4-bets. I don't remember what the size of the 4-bet was. I know it was 550 going on to the flop.
I don't remember either. I thought
maybe
it was 200.
What was the 3-bet?
180. It was small.
So small 3-bet. So the
small,
okay.
yeah. So, and I do like KY's call there. I know a lot of people are like, I fold those middling pairs, but a lot of times when you raise, and if you're always folding to aggression, it really leaves you exploitable at times. So, I like the fact that he kind of stood his ground, knowing that he was behind almost Kevin's entire range at that point.
Right.
But yeah, well done for KY taking down that pot. This is our biggest pot of the night, almost 4K. It was 4K.
It was 4K.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was a big pot.
So, well
That
done.
is
And for forgot his name already. Yeah, for Kevin, it's early on, right? It's only in the first hour, not even an hour, 35 minutes.
True.
He can get this back, and we've seen it time in. Time
It was
again,
just
so.
800 big blinds.
Yeah,
That's all.
it's 800.
a little bit less. Like that was I think that was an unstraddled pot. I don't remember if that was the unstraddled pot or if it was the one before
Or one
that.
before that. I think it was one before that. All right, so well, nobody has anything. We've got Paul, who was the victim of one felting. Is that a word, felting? Yeah, that's a word.
Felting. Yep, there we go.
He was currently behind side, but we have some chop opportunities here with the jack, and Paul's going to win this with aggression. Can't blame Cy for folding. There was nothing there, and he didn't really have any money in the pot to begin with. So.
Right.
Good to see the Christmas tree behind Paul. Very festive.
Yes, I did see that. I walked over to the table. I was like, ah, that, you know, it really makes a difference for like the feeling like a Christmas spirit, you know, just a little tree there. It says Kevin is down.
He's down 2K.
But Kevin was Kevin one. Well, Kevin was the person with the ace jack.
Yeah, he was.
Oh, he wasn't.
Yeah.
Pulling around. Wow. Okay. Chop, chop.
Oh,
Oh, even worse. They can't chop because there's the small blinds money was in there.
I'm getting new information.
Okay.
I was confused too. I was like, all right, but
Let's get down to the next one. Boy, look at that. You don't see walks very often here, but
yeah, you could play all night and not see a walk. Actually,
yes.
you could play
I
all
have
week
many
and not
times.
see. Yeah, you could
I've
play all
got-
week and not see a walk.
Those are straddle too. Yeah, that's crazy. Everybody's shying up for the holidays, huh? Everyone's getting those V-pips lower. Maybe too much Christmas food.
Well, those two players are never going to get out of line. A lot of times you'll see players,
Yeah.
if it gets all the way down to the big blind, they'll just raise it. The straddle. Probably not in this case,
They're
though.
like, yeah, there's not enough
Fight
money
for
in there for me to get
$10.
frisky. Right, yep, yep.
Live 10. 2 4.
Sure, everybody saw when we started the stream, we do have our poker cruise starting at the end, I think the last week of March. So that'll be a lot of fun. I can't think of two better things. And it's going to be on the Allure of the Seas, which is one of their big ships out of Galveston. So two of my favorite things, poker and cruising.
Oh,
Plenty of fish.
Yeah. All right, good example of your ace-3 suited, the wheel variety here. And he's just going to...
I'll show you a wheel.
Yeah.
Says the 5 deuce.
Well, they all share each other's cards, so this
Yep.
could get fun, but we're going to have this flop instead. Some backdoor stuff, maybe. I mean, it looks like the backdoor flush, but whatever Mike bets,
Mike-
it's a fold here, right? So
Yes.
30.
5 deuce of hearts cannot continue on this board.
I would have liked to see the 3 of diamonds instead.
3 of diamonds would have been a fun. Very quiet. No table chatter going on.
Well, I think a lot of these players, again, haven't played with. There's some new players here, like 4 of them. They haven't played here before, so.
We haven't found a table captain yet. There always needs to be a table captain.
There is. Well, Cy doesn't usually, unless he knows you, doesn't usually talk a lot. Chris it does talk a lot. I expect him to be the table captain, instigating a lot of the conversation. Like, he knows Cy pretty well. But everybody else is more on the quieter side. KY doesn't really talk a lot. I played with him many a time.
Right.
No straddle. Yeah, no straddle. 5 raised to 30. Okay, so 2 fold.
I feel like Kevin's still stinging from that all.
Yeah, yeah, that one's tough. It's a tough hand. I mean,
6 fold, 7 fold, 8 fold, 9 fold. 1 raised to 125.
you had to make that decision then and there. You know, it's a hard game. All right, so here we have 3 bet with jack. Lots of jacks tonight.
It's a third pair of jacks. I like the call there, though. He is in position, I believe, so. Well, this could be action.
Not the
although I don't
greatest flop in
think
the
so.
world for
Yeah.
jacks.
I mean, Mike does have now his jacks are relatively third pair.
Yep, but you don't bet your hand, you have to bet your range.
Yeah,
so we're going to see. He certainly has a lot of strong aces in his range. But King Queen is too strong of a flop to just fold to a single.
It is, and there's no
continuation.
flush draw to really worry about until probably the turn. But
This has got to concern Mike though when he gets a call there on that board with his jacks.
what's he calling with the 10? Probably not.
Probably not a 10.
We do see a turn, but we don't see it on the screen yet, so I apologize for that. I can't.
Looks like a 5 of some sort.
6.
Okay.
So it doesn't really help anybody.
Yep, that is as bricky as it gets. Although if you're a certain someone, maybe you have a set of 6s now.
Yeah, and he's going to let this one down.
Yep.
You like that call, or like that fold, actually?
Yeah, it was a second bet, right?
Yeah, it was a second bet.
It's a second bet, yes. You can fold there again because out of position, he's leading out there.
And he was the pre-flop aggressor, so.
Right, again, he's betting his range. And from King Queen's perspective there, you got 3-bet. You're not blocking any of the aces of any sort, so your opponent could just have a strong ace there. You just flatted their 3-bet, so you probably don't have the ace kings and stuff like that.
Yeah, I think Jacks is the lowest part of his range, too.
Right. Yep.
Being a pre-flop aggressor, so.
Yeah, that was somebody showing maybe a correct way to play jacks. So
just aggressive.
Barreling off twice into 2 overcards.
And like you said, really, you're playing your range versus
Absolutely.
what you have.
Yep.
7 raised to 28.
If we didn't see the jacks were in his hand, would you have thought he had jacks?
I thought he had a big ace.
Yeah.
You could even, with that board,
Absolutely.
it looks like he has 2 pair.
Good.
Right.
He could even, right? Exactly.
Ace 10, ace king, something like that,
Yep.
right?
How good would you have
'Cause,
felt with King
yeah.
Queen offsuit there? Would you have?
He's not raising it with ace 7 there pre-flop, so.
Yep. I think the King Queen there played pretty standard. You called 1-bet, and and that's the interesting part with being balanced like that, because Mike is capable of doing that with a good ace, and he's capable of doing that with 2 jacks. So it's a good example of how balanced play there can throw your opponent off guard. Whoa! Look at this one.
I think when you flop trips with an ace and the weak kicker, that's the only trips that you flop that you're not loving, because everybody plays an ace, right?
Right.
And so you've got the worst ace here.
Yeah, but
now you got
when you
the flush.
when you flop trips with an ace, it's still very unlikely
is,
that your
yeah.
opponent has one. Now they have only one. It's like super duper blocker.
And now Chris has the better heart here.
Yep.
As we know, Jan's not going anywhere.
Nope. And he's checking to see.
And
if
he has
there's
a heart of himself, so.
Yep. A flush is a very strong hand, even on a paired board, even when there's 4 on the board, even when you have a middling flush. It beats every unflushed hand. So a lot of players, you get a little shy when they have a small flush. Now, 8s are, good enough showdown value here. You're not going to.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's going to get checked over to Chris, right?
Yeah.
So.
If Chris makes a bet here, this will be interesting. I mean,
Yeah, there's no way. I didn't think he'd bet there.
can't. Yeah, that was
I mean, he was hoping that his opponent just had the queen of hearts or something goofy like that.
right. Small pot. There we go. Very relatively passive play there.
Jan will take it. Now he's in the positive now, so we've seen in the past Chris be active at times, so.
Went to showdown percentage.
I
It's still
just
pretty early.
See the V-pips here. I guess might come up.
Sai went to showdown. 0 times.
I hate going to showdown with side.
Yeah.
There's a live 10, 5-fold, 6-fold, 7-fold, 8-fold.
We're seeing some raggy hands. All right. Here comes a nice limp with ace jack in the cutoff. Standard play.
I mean, you probably saw it get felted earlier, so.
Yeah.
KOI is definitely going to.
Raised to 16.
He's going to bump this. Yeah, I mean, this is a really good play here. He's kind of out of position here a little bit, so he wants to take that lead, but he's going to get called, of course, by Mike.
Yep. And I don't suspect he suspects ace jack to be in that limp calling range.
He's
See
going to outflop him.
Queen Jack outflopping him. Yep. It's gonna be pretty easy for Mike to get away from.
I think these two have played a lot together. I'm not sure, but they play a lot here.
Okay.
And with Mike, you're never going to get money out of him unless he's got something, right?
Right. He's one of the players you have to have.
He
has to
yeah,
have
he
something,
does,
You
yeah.
have to something a little better.
Now Mike feels like his ace high is good here, so now he picks up a straight draw,
Interesting.
possibly. I
Ooh,
mean,
with a check there. Okay. So he's going to take his showdown value. I could suspect KY firing again here. Yeah.
yeah, he's got to feel
Feeling
safe
pretty
about
safe,
it, right?
Yeah. There aren't a lot of hands. That
Showdown. Queen.
Good call.
He did call him. He thought his ace was good there. And I think a lot of times it is good there, right? So
Right.
KY he's going to c-battle all those flops. There was only one scary card, really, and that was the queen. He just happened to hit
The
KY
check, the
there.
check on the turn there by KY got him paid
Felt
over
him.
there. Definitely.
Quad eights. Quad eights were better.
That's why we saw
Straight flush.
check back so quickly with the ace jack. He figured his ace jack was good in that river. Didn't change anything, which is true.
He's lucky he didn't get a jack.
Right.
Okay, so in the chat, I think Poker Monkey, are you going on the cruise? I think that's somebody we know that won a cruise there. So, is anybody else going on that poker cruise?
Quad eights. So quad eight, you have to have a pocket pair of eights. Both cards have to play for the straight play. Quad eights are better, so like not exactly quad eights.
Bad beat.
Yeah, and that's the bad beat is quad eights or better.
Play 2 cards in your hand.
Yeah, but I can't remember the last time I had
You
quads.
play through 9
Oh, actually, I can't. It's been a while. It's been,
I came here last month. I got quads.
Oh, you did?
I had quad 4s, and the promotion for it had just expired like a few hours earlier, and I was like, ah.
I had quad 9s. I don't know. It was like 6 or 7 months ago. I had pocket 9s versus pocket aces, and the flop was ace 9-9.
Wow.
Needless to say, I got paid. And I think if you're logged in as well, if you're on a table here, you get $100 if that bad beat is happening. So, I'm a huge fan of the 9-7 suited, by the way.
It's a fun game.
It really is because it's very deceiving, and so is the 5-4 of diamonds. We're going to see some suited connectors and one gapper here going to battle. Well, that flop's not going to help anybody. I mean, Chris does pick up yeah.
It's a great flop when you have 5-4 diamonds. Honestly, it's just, especially when it goes check.
Yeah, Chris is going to have to bet out on this. Yeah.
That's how it always goes.
Right.
Looks like Kevin's going to lead out. Oddly enough, he is the best hand.
Right. Interesting. Now that, what does Chris figure he might have?
Well, he's just going to want the flush draw, and he's going to hit the flush. And
Yep.
I was hoping that would make Kevin the straight, but it didn't. I was trying to make it. Yeah, this is just going to be bet fold here. So
5 high, turning into the best hand. Beating it 9 high.
Breakdown on there. Bad beat.
Would have been funny to see a brick that somehow it goes give up, you win. No, sir. You win.
Winner.
oh, he mucks him. We've seen that before.
Oh, man.
But I'll take one.
And then $100 to everybody that's clocked.
I did win with 6 high once.
I tried to change my
And it was just hold up to 6 high.
showed up on my phone as prestige.
I was like, you win. And the guy's like, no.
I've seen Jack 4 win.
What, Jack high? Yeah.
Oh, well,
Like, really? Where? Ah.
No way.
I didn't suit.
The classic. The hand's now been renamed the Robbie.
Oh, I know. Yeah.
No more
There's
flat
a lot
tire.
of prop bets going on. Every game
yeah.
I play. All right, if you win with this hand, you get
Much better than the 7 deuce.
$25. Yeah.
7 deuce is real bad. Jack, you make a pair of jacks sometimes, you're good. You beat 10s. I'd much rather play the Jack 4 game than the 7 deuce game.
Yeah.
Think about the blocker effects with Jack 4. You're blocking jacks. Blocking ace
I
jacks.
mean, yeah, so it's.
All right, here we go. We have open.
All right, Kevin's going to get some redemption here. Although KY does have hit one of his kings, but he's going to bump this up. I suspect it to be pretty big, too.
So he has what? He's 3.5.
Yeah, it's going to be around that 350
400.
mark. Yeah, 350, 400, somewhere around there. And he's got a determined look on his
Good.
face. Yeah.
Yeah, KY is out of position here.
I would fold this, right?
Yep.
You're,
You're getting
worth
four
it.
betted.
It's gonna call though.
You could wonder if he's steaming. If it's a steam raise, you know. Context does matter. You're not playing online here against robots. You are playing against real live human players, and this person just lost their entire buy-in.
Oh, I was about to
wow.
say I want to see a king.
Yep.
This is going to be.
It's a great flop for both of
I
them.
mean, KY does have backdoor flush here, I guess.
Of course, if you call.
That does play a little bit into it, but there's no way KY is going anywhere.
Nope.
Now.
These players are deeper now. They each have
And
over 3K.
Kevin's going to down bet this a little bit, right?
Yep. In a four bet
Yeah,
pot,
I like it.
you want to make a small continuation bet. You don't want to use half pot or 3/4 pot sizings on 3 and 4 bet pots. That's just not how.
Now, last time when KY had the nuts, he just smooth called this bet.
Yep.
And that's kind of what he does here again.
Revenge from the last time.
Yeah.
Wow.
6 of hearts would have been better, but
Here's the 6 of all things.
yeah. and not a real scare card. Obviously, one hand doesn't, last hand doesn't affect this
Nope,
hand,
it
but
doesn't.
that's always in your mind, right?
Correct. This is as safe as humanly possible
really
right off
is,
raise
right?
game.
So-
You have to wonder what your opponent is calling with now. If your opponent has a king, you obviously want to get the maximum value. So
I like a smaller bet again. Right? It looks like you don't have a king.
yeah,
Sometimes it does
it
look
looks
that,
somewhat
yeah.
milky though. You are
That's
like if you're KY here at this point, you must figure he probably has a king, but you also you have a king yourself. It's less likely. So it's
I know
one of those tough
KY is
guessing
probably
games.
going through the SPRs here for the next. It's not this bet; it's the river bet, right?
Right.
What,
Here they are a
potentially.
little deeper, so he can still find call folds here.
Yeah. So he's looking at it's more than 1-to-1 here for the SPR on the river,
Yep.
but you just can't fold top pair here.
Correct. Right. He has to figure though that if Kevin does have a king, it is not a worse king. So
And Kevin is in a better spot here than last time. He has position, so if KY checks, Kevin knows he's got the best hand 99% of the time, right?
Absolutely.
So
and now we're
now you're
approaching
valuing. What can
SPR,
value? Yeah.
SPR1. Okay, 4 is an interesting card on the river. Does pair the board. It should still be relatively safe because, again, you are in a 4-bet pot situation. Again,
I like the fact that Kevin's taking some time here. I would probably. It's tough, right? I can see a jam here. Totally reasonable.
Absolutely.
Or I can see
the SPR of 1.
I could see a $900 bet too, right? I think both are
Absolutely.
fine plays.
Yep.
The jam looks like he's almost steaming. It could look like that.
It could. Right. Yeah. I don't hate that. If you bet $800 or $900, you are targeting specifically
Exactly what
a
he
king,
has.
whatever, right? But
1,500 is the bet. 1,500.
all right, 1,500 is like an effective all-in.
Now that's an odd size. It leaves him back so little.
Yeah, the problem with this sizing is that it's like it doesn't seem just visually it doesn't seem steamy,
Yeah.
but
It seems like I'm trying to milk as much out of you.
right. Yeah.
At this point, I think that makes him. I think KY can get away from this.
Yeah.
I know that he's like, well, I got top pair, but
If it wasn't for the fact that these players
There's
had
no
just played
missed
huge
flush
hands
draws,
previously, I
right?
think that he would have
yeah,
already thrown the cards in. But he is going through it now, wondering if Kevin is capable of making this third barrel bet here with something worse than king. Is this how he would play his queens, his jacks? There was no draws. There's no
Yeah.
missed draws on this board. So, what is my opponent doing this with? Exactly. When I call, I am beaten. I think we can see the cards obviously, but
Yeah,
from KY's
it's not really
perspective,
fair, but
even
I-
with top pair good kicker here, you have to come to that conclusion that though he might be steaming, though.
and I think KY is kind of going through it. Like, could he bluff here?
Right? Could he bluff?
Could he bet with a worse hand? I think that's the big one. He's never bluffing, I don't think. But could he bet with the worst hand?
Right. Well, at this point,
Yeah.
pocket tens, pocket jacks, pocket queens are now bluffing because your opponent has called, 4-bet pot. They've called now they've called twice. So at this point, yeah, I mean, anything other than a king at this point is a bluff.
He'll get almost all his money back. He'll still be down 500, but
if he calls or just right now.
No, right now. So if
Right.
KY folds, I think he wins 1,500 or something like that. No, I'm
Right.
sorry, no, 2,500. He wins 2,500. So 1,250. So he's only going to be down 800 or so, which would be a great, great pot, great hand.
He doesn't
for
win
him.
that much.
Well, if he's got 15, he'll have 25, 24. 12 of his money, so
Right.
1,200. So he'll get.
Oh, you're saying
1,200.
if he calls?
No, if he doesn't,
Oh, if he doesn't call.
he'll still make 1,200 off of KY,
Right.
which would be really good for KY if he can just find a fold here. Now, if he calls, he is now in the profit.
Right. It's a very difficult call to make, though. Even I know, like I said, it's
Nice
good
fold, yeah.
It's a good fold.
I mean,
yeah, I think there.
credit to KY, he lost the minimum there, and I think a lot of players would be super aggressive with top pair.
Of course, and
Yeah,
as you
I
can
mean-
be sometimes, especially against somebody who you might perceive as steaming. However, in that situation, it's very rare for someone to be able to fire 3 barrels like that on such an easy board. On such a board like that board run out was as ace king as clean as possible. It's still a good fold with king 10 because traditionally on most runouts that's solid for your king 10 too.
Yes, Matthew, that was a really nice bet. I think if he's going to make 50, I would have liked to jam or a smaller bet there myself because it looks more bluffy.
Right. The jam looks
And if he calls
tilty,
1,500, he's going to call 2,200.
Right, that's what I was
the
gonna say,
big
right?
Yeah, that's the big thing, right?
If you're going for value, I like maybe a little bit smaller.
So, but you can't knock him, right? That's
No.
just very, very nitpicky. It really means nothing, right? He won that hand. All right, JD, how are you? Thanks for hopping in, and happy holidays
He did not.
to you as well.
I asked him if he wanted to shadow. He said no.
I used to be a,
He said because I don't give him
this is a long time. I used to be a store manager for Best Buy.
Okay.
And it used to have in their ad, this is when they had paper ads, and they were mailed to newspapers.
God.
This was like 2005.
Dinosaur.
Yeah. And so they would always say Merry Christmas, right? Well, they had to stop doing that because of religious. They had to
Right.
put Happy Holidays instead of Merry Christmas. That just reminded me of that. I remember going, what, really?
Yeah, when that was a thing. I remember that when
I was like,
started.
wow, okay, well, Happy Holidays.
You just got it ingrained in you.
Yeah, I did. I just remember that. I brought that back.
See Mike Bell somehow in here with deuce.
I agree, Matthew. That an all-in bet would have been. I think it would have been easier to call an all-in bet versus the 50. I mean, I don't know. I would have folded either way, but some players would have found it.
Sizings in poker
Yeah.
are very difficult. It's a very deep concept. It's hard to, it's very not often.
And that's the
Always
biggest
correct.
difference. And I was going to ask you this question. That's the biggest difference between when you go from 1-2 to 2-5 and then to 5-10. Of course, it's a totally different game. But his bet size, I find in 1-2, people tend to bet the same with hands like they're bluffing with or with top of range hands.
Right.
Not necessarily aces, kings, or queens, but like what they perceive as being a great hand, right? They bet the same always. So that's different when you get to 2-5. Players mix that up a little bit.
Right. It's interesting because the sizings are something that when you're working with solvers and looking at stuff like that,
Yeah.
sometimes you'll see very, very, very different sizings have virtually the same result in the solver. Like it's like if you bet 2x pot here or you bet 1/4 pot, it's actually pretty much the same. You're getting the same EV. It's like what really? It's like
Yeah.
it's a bizarre game. It really is a bizarre game.
Well, speaking of bizarre game, Kevin now wakes up with kings,
Ooh.
and he's lucky he didn't leave after that first Felton, right? he's already made up most of his money, I
Absolutely.
think.
Can't come
And
with
now
only one
he's
bullet.
got kings. Unfortunately, no one has much to call with here. Ace, I take that back. You have ace jack suited.
Interesting. So this is now a 3-bet.
Yeah, and he's probably just going to smooth call this, right?
Yep, suited ace
You can
jack,
never
so-
fold ace jack. That would be very exploitive.
Yeah.
I think. And remember, this is all just our personal opinion. It really means nothing. But for me, yeah, ace jack is never a fold there, and he's got position.
Right.
But I don't think Kevin cares
Suited
much.
ace position. No, of course.
With
Right.
kings,
Kings, you got to be feeling good. That board is awesome for you as well. You have your own spade as well. Blocking.
yeah, and Kevin is almost always going to bet this flop, no matter, even if he didn't have a pocket pair, right? Being a pre-flop aggressor.
So now
And Chris knows this.
Yeah, Chris doesn't have a lot here. He has 2 overs to the board, and he has a backdoor
Such a
hard draw.
small bet, though.
It is a small bet.
It's got backdoor flush, backdoor straight.
Yeah.
I'm just really trying to help Chris here. I'm trying to help him find a call.
Yeah,
and
I mean,
Chris,
it's honestly not
yeah.
even that bad of a call, especially if
It's
he has
not.
if he figures
Yeah.
one of his things is live. Like if he figures his ace or jack are live, which we know in this case only the ace is live. If he figures that those are live,
he could be going up against a bigger ace.
Yes,
that's what
right.
he's probably thinking.
Right. But if he could like laser read his opponent's hand and saw that there was pocket 10s in his hand, he should have definitely called for ace jack for sure. It's just he figures that there's a lot of cards that don't let it continue. Perfectly reasonable fold.
Everybody's in the C3.
I think we're going for a bomb pot here. I see
Yep,
the
I see the
$10
10 balls
for
out.
And that'll be fun because we missed our first bomb pot. It's probably my fault on the technical side, but
That bomb pot looked very boring anyway. Maybe
It
we'll get some
did.
fireworks this time. So the bomb pots work. Everybody puts in $10. They're going to get 4 cards. Double board PLO. Uncapped. You could lose your whole stack with bomb pot.
yeah, and people often do.
The Texas tradition. Bomb pots aren't even legal in some parts of the country.
It was weird because last time I was in Vegas, they had a bomb pot. I asked for a bomb pot, and they had to call the
Yeah.
whatever.
Floor.
The floor over, and they said yes, but it was only single board.
Yeah, right.
And I was like, I didn't even know. I was like, what's the point?
Yep. Oh, it's a gaming commission coming knocking
Yeah.
on our door. I heard you put out 2 flops. Not us, sir.
We're going to
Two
need to see
flops,
your
no.
license. All right, so I always look for the nuts first, like most people, right? So
Yep.
we know flush draws really out there. Some weird straight draws, right? 4-5 would be interesting.
See no sets.
And now we have check, check, check all the way through. I do see 6-4, 4-2. Oh, a set of 8s. Mike's got that, but you never liked the third set.
Yeah, he turned the
Yeah,
set
he
of
turned
eights
it,
there,
so
yeah.
he's-
He did go check around. You figure if somebody has a set of aces or 10s that they're gonna at least take a stab on the flop.
And one thing that I've had a lot of experience now with bomb pots is no one slow plays anything in a bomb pot because you can't because the nuts change so much. So
Right.
there's only one straight out there. There is a flush draw. Do I see any hearts by anybody? Kevin has 2 hearts, but he can't like it.
Mike L has 2 hearts as well. He can't
Oh,
like
they
his
can't
either.
like that either. Sai's gonna call.
But Mike L has 3 pair. Mike L has 3 pair on one board, and he has a gutter on that board. Okay, so whiff.
All right, so Sai had a wrap on one board and he hits it, but
Yeah.
he doesn't have the good straight.
Mike L has 4 pair on the bottom board now.
And Mike Bill also has, so he loses the top board. So Sai's got the straight, and he's got 2 pair on the bottom. Does anybody else have 2 pair on the bottom?
On the bottom, Mike L has 4 pair.
Oh, he does. Oh, does he have a jack?
No.
Oh, so Sai wins both.
Yeah.
This is a scooper, as we say.
Oh, you said, I didn't hear you say that. I'm sorry. 380.
Well, Paul has.
What? So 8 beat 380.
Paul's a straight.
Right.
Oh, I didn't see that. Okay. Well, he's definitely calling
He
this.
turned the nut straight. Diamonds didn't get there. I'm surprised I didn't see it. That we didn't see any action because of that. But yeah, it's gonna be a chop pot here.
Sai knows he loses the king queen, but he had something on both boards. So.
Right. He has. Yeah.
Oh, Paul went all in. I apologize. I missed
Yeah,
that.
Paul
oh,
on the
okay.
river,
All
yeah.
right. Well,
but
yeah.
I'm saying that Sai here has a straight and 2 pair, so he probably can't fold because even if he's beaten by the nuts on the other board,
Yeah.
which is possible your opponent has, the action is here on the river, and the river card on that board changed a lot of stuff. Like
Paul's also blocking a straight with his paired 5, so he's got to feel comfortable.
I mean, well, Paul has the nuts on one board. It's if Sai can call here.
Yeah.
So Sai's debating on whether, if Paul does have Broadway on the top,
And a better
Is-
2 pair, even a better 2.
but that's unlikely,
like
right?
Broadway, right? So
It has to be a
king,
very
queen,
specific
yeah.
hand that scoops you here, or maybe you get 3/4. But I think with the money, the way that the current money is, it's like you can't even get quartered. You can't even lose that much getting quartered. You know what I mean? Like if you get quartered here, you lose nothing almost compared to what you're calling on the river. So he has to figure out now if his 2-pair is good in case he has Broadway. There aren't that many hands.
So king, jack. So one jack Sai has, the other jack's on the board.
Right.
On the other board. So
if he puts his opponent on Broadway, that means that, he has the jack. And then, but he has his own jack, so he has to say, does he have a
jack ace?
Jack? Yeah, like.
Which would be terrible.
Right. But, yeah, this is a very, wow. Oh, wow. Wow, he folded. Interesting.
I actually think it's because of the player type as well. I mean, it's tough, right?
It can be, but I mean, the thing is that if he's betting because he has the nuts on the one board. But the thing is that the nuts is very
board?
clear.
Yeah.
Which board is the
That's
nuts on?
the tough one. So I don't really mind Sai folding there. Only
Right.
thing is,
It's not a crazy fold there because the card that you're worried about in your opponent's hand, which is the jack,
also beats him
also
on
plays
his jack.
on the other board,
Yeah,
right?
so.
But not always though, because it has to be ace jack or jack jack. You know what I mean? It's just a very small combination of hands that actually scoop you there. And like I said, if you're worried about getting quartered, like for instance, let's say you both have the same on one board and you just get quartered, you're supposed to call there also.
And if Sai was going to fold, I'd like him just to check it down.
Right.
Make that bet, right?
Absolutely.
It's like one of those, and I know Sai's is very much so a thinking player.
Right.
Like he'll spend, he's methodical, he'll go through a lot of information that he has on him. So I know, and I'm really a big opponent on coming up with a plan for every hand.
Well, for the
it doesn't take long to do that, right?
Right.
So what am I going to do in this, this? So.
Well, I like, it's one thing if it was a hold'em hand, but just because the player type, which I agree, the player is only betting there with the nuts on the river, which is true, it's a double board bomb pot. So if your opponent has the nuts on one board, as long as that's where it's good where you have, second nut and good showdown value on the other board.
We're off. Oh, we have kings again. They're just kind of, kings and jacks are an ace jack. That's what we've seen. Preston wakes up with kings here. Mike is going to lead out here with second pair.
Not the worst board in the world for him. He has backdoor diamonds. He has.
Preston's thinking, does he have jack nine?
Backdoor straight and middle pair.
He bets so small. I think he has more of a blocker bet. Feels like.
Yeah. That should shut the hand down right now. Despite the backdoor draws, despite having middle pair, Mike.
Yeah,
I
mean.
The situation whatsoever. Wow. Okay.
Well, now we're kind of
I haven't
approaching.
seen Preston get terribly out of line here.
So he's only got. Mike's only got. Wow.
There we go. That is definitely. Oh yeah, look at that, firing away. I don't hate firing away like that either because
you were re-raised.
You were raised, yeah. So now, yeah.
The board is way too connected. Falls in Mike's range all over the place, right? So those cards really favor your.
It's a scary turn card as well. So if you check here with the 2-pair and then your opponent checks back, it's a disaster for you. So I don't hate just donk leading in there with the.
And Preston can't just call this. He's gonna have to go all in here, given the fact that Mike only has 500
right,
behind.
the SPR here dictates that this is exactly that.
It's a jam or fold.
Jam or fold.
Yeah.
Yep. Quick call. Let's put that.
So a 2 would be dirty.
Yep, 2 would be the dirty way to get there.
And Mike, congratulations.
Wow. Ooh. Got sticky on that flop. Maybe it was too small of a raise, I guess. So he bet 25. He let out for 25 into 90. Yeah, it was too small of a raise from Preston. Like it seemed like a big raise because it was 25 turned into 125, but compared to the size of the pot because the lead out was so small, that re-raise was actually too small.
Around that 175 would have made.
Right. Yep.
I don't think Mike could call that.
Right, no. But if Mike saw his hand and saw there was 2 kings in it, he might be getting close to a good enough price. Yeah. Anyway, close. Because of the 2-pair out, another 10 ball, backdoor diamonds, backdoor straight. There's a lot of. He had a lot.
And none of those 2 players haven't played with each other as well. And Mike really bet fast on a lot of those streets, right? He called fast. It just was.
Definitely something to be said for the live tells there as well. But yeah, the bet timing, the aggression, the speed at which they do it, those are all very real aspects of live poker.
Sorry to hear that, Skull. Hope she is feeling better. But thanks for hopping in. We've seen some big hands. We haven't seen aces yet or queens. But now we have tens from Paul. Paul, of course, is going to bump this up. Preston calls. That's going to bring in Kevin. He's like, oh, we have 2 callers, only $35. And you might notice the dollar bills or the dollar chips on the button. We call that the burger button. So if the button, whoever has the button, and if they happen to win, a dealer gets what's on that button. So Paul's not going to like that. 2 overs. And that's the difference. We've seen the difference of play, right? So Paul just checks that when we've seen Mike B bet that flop, right?
Well, the difference here is that there's 4 players.
Yeah, there is
you know, you are recommended to do a lot of checking in 4-way pots, just in general.
So now he makes it 1/3-ish.
In fact, that's one of the biggest differences between Texas and online or Texas and Vegas is that there's a lot of multi-way pots here. It's very difficult to navigate multi-way pots.
So I was looking for a little revenge here.
Spades get there. The backdoor spades.
This is probably check, I think.
Yeah. They have roughly the same hand. In
Yeah.
You know. Yep. It's fine. Paul pretty much lost the minimum there with his 10s. And Cy can't really get too frisky there, even though he flopped, you know. He flopped solid. It was just not a... You can't do a lot multi-way.
I see Drummer Boy in the chat. Welcome. Thanks for hopping in. Yeah, Yaskol, I was sick for a while there, a couple weeks ago. Missed last week's stream. Oh, speaking of streams, we are not going to have, next Monday, we will not be having a stream, the 2-5 stream, so day after Christmas. But we will be having a stream in Dallas for that tournament, so. Chris has been a little quiet. He had that ace-jack suited and a 4-5 suited once, but that is pretty much it. He's usually a little bit more active, just not getting the cards right now. But he's going to be a little frisky here.
I mean, the cutoff with
Yeah.
Queen 8 suited, it's great. It's good. Good open there. All out flopping there with the top pair. He did check dark. Ooh, all right.
Chris out turning him.
Yep. Definitely continue here with the 8-6.
Yeah,
for
you're
sure.
gonna, yeah. Your 8's no good though, but
Oh, okay.
as I say that,
wow, that is about.
I mean, he's only
Yeah.
beating other 8s or other 6s, right? So.
Showdown.
Oh, Chris.
Yeah,
Chris
yeah, 'cause
also
they both
had
have, I was saying that the 8 was a bingo card there.
Yeah. Okay. My bad.
Because it gave them
Too bad.
both the
Too
better
bad
two
the
pair.
2s paired. This could have
Right.
been a lot bigger.
Right. Yeah, yeah. It
Lot
could have been
bigger
bigger.
hand,
Right.
so.
That was the perfect river card to get somebody to lose $50.
Yeah, relatively little damage there.
Yep.
Paul's just been kind of unlucky on a couple of these hands here, except for the all-in he had. All right, so KY still leading the way.
Yep.
Mike Bell also. Mike Bell, I've been really impressed, not only tonight, but last couple of streams or this whole year with Mike Bell. We've seen him a lot here on the.
Yeah, he's done. He's done.
And
Very
we've seen
well.
him do really well and make really good decisions. You know, he's one of those players you can't put on a hand.
Yep.
Kind of like side, you just can't really figure it out.
Yeah. One
Not
of
that
the,
you could figure out anybody's hand, but just in
Right,
general.
but I think one of the best ways to get information on people is the way that they play. Like some people like to go for live tells, like physical tells. I believe less in physical tells, and I believe more in the play, how people play. Like people have a very hard time disguising their play and doing things balanced or in tricky situations. So, but Mike is an excellent example of somebody who does disguise their play very well. So here he has pocket queens.
He 4-bets this, it looks like. And Sai cannot catch a break.
Nope.
Every time he 3-bets, or every time he just raises here, he runs into a better hand. And The good news is Cy's making all the right decisions.
Right.
He's not losing as much as
Not
he could
losing
have.
is cool. Sometimes people do that. Sometimes people, you know, you get 3-bet one too many times, and people make a drastic adjustment. Sometimes for the better, sometimes for the worse.
So you got any plans for Christmas? Are you from Texas? I don't know a lot about you. Are you from Texas?
No, I'm from New York originally.
Oh,
Far away from home. No family here.
probably. Well,
So I'll be in the poker room.
you say New York. I mean, we go to Manhattan all the time. or we
Yeah,
have.
not that far. About
Okay,
40
so
minutes
we were there
north.
last Christmas. Right before Christmas. And,
Okay.
when I used to think Vegas had the best food in the world, but now it's New York.
New York.
Manhattan, Hell's Kitchen. You can
Beautiful.
you can find. That's the
So
best
good.
Chinese food I've ever had was in Hell's Kitchen.
Oh yeah,
That was
it's
amazing. I couldn't believe it.
The city, I saw a thing that goes, if you went to 3 restaurants a day, every single day, you couldn't go to every restaurant in New York because more open and close than you could even go to.
Yeah,
every day.
I mean, there's so.
Can you imagine that?
And there's more coffee places I've ever.
Yeah, right. There's a
But,
Chase Bank and a Starbucks everywhere. Yep. All right, we got Ace 10,
It's our
King
first
Queen.
time we've seen Ace Queen, so we got big hands running in.
Yeah, we have a lot of domination situation here.
If I know KY, he's going to raise this up.
He did. He sure did because we
Okay.
have it's a single raise pot.
Yeah.
Flat.
You don't want to go multi-way with just Ace Queen there, right? So,
No, but once again, we have KY and Kevin. You know, look at him. Give him the stare down. There it
you
is.
have
Look
Mike
at that.
Bell,
Yeah.
who's.
Caught in the crossfire.
I mean, all his cards are out.
Yep.
It's such a big raise. I think Kevin's just going to let this go. I mean, you love to play the Queen 10.
Right. It could
Now
look a little squeezy, but
Yeah.
at the very, but you're
Yeah,
still
it's just-
not feeling great about it, especially with the person
You're
who's
playing
flat behind
1-2
you.
with a $300 stack. Yeah, just jam it.
Yeah. Right.
But it's a difference, right?
Absolutely.
And of course, Kevin just got that money, so
Great play
wants
from
to stay. Yeah,
KY there.
My line did it at like 4.
Picking up all that dead money.
KY still showing a nice profit.
I think 6.5.
Very good.
Kevin's still down 740, and that is really good compared to he was.
Yes.
was
considering
felted
he
early
got
on,
felted that
so.
first bullet. Yeah. He hasn't seemed too stewy after that. You know, just judging from what little we can see from it, he seems to have his composure for it. So that's good. Because there's some players that when that happens, you can just tell. Like, you know, I've done it myself sometimes where I get stacked and I'm not mad at the other person. I'm just mad at like myself for the play or mad at whatever it is. And like, you know, I can't say that my next 5 or 6 hands after that are always played spectacularly. It's difficult, you know. But so far, Kevin seems to have adjusted perfectly fine to that.
That might be one of my pet peeves is watching somebody melt down and then berate the other player for playing whatever hand
Oh,
he had.
yeah,
it's just so it's. I mean,
Unbelievable.
I think you just want to like take a step back and, you know, did you make the right decision over a long run? You know, you want those kind of cards to be called against you and stuff like that. So, yeah, you see that time, and you see that every now and then with
Never.
people just get really upset. I can't believe you
Right.
played this hand or that. I mean,
Not a day in my life will you
Yeah.
ever see me do that.
they
say,
say
don't tap
you
the
know,
fish
just-
tank. Okay?
Yeah, just you want those plays. Just
Of course.
I think you know, one of my philosophies is don't treat. I know it's hard, and money is money, but treat money as like inventory. You know, you just
Right. It comes and goes.
you just don't try not to.
People get married to like the
upset.
individual session or
Yeah.
how you're doing in the week or the month, but overall, poker is just one long game over your life. How much-
Lifetime to master, right?
right.
You
You're
may
gonna
never
have-
do it, but
The human brain doesn't do well breaking down probability and statistics, especially in a short frame. That doesn't do well in a long frame either. But you know, if you go have pocket aces, and the last 10 times you've had pocket aces, all 10 of them have gotten cracked, it will do something in your brain incorrect. And that's why you see people folding ace king all the time because it's a drawing hand. I don't like ace king because you know they have the negative reinforcement from
Yeah.
their small sample size.
yeah, ace king's ahead 90% of the time.
That's what I'm saying, right?
So,
you know, right.
so and it
Or
flips
they'll
against
go
most
all in
other
for their whole
hands.
stack with aces just blindly. It's like, okay, well, this is the only way I know they're not getting cracked.
You hear that? I bet it's better to win $20 than losing it.
Right. And it's just that's all negatively enforced from people's perception of statistics. All
You
right.
see ace jack again.
Oh my goodness.
I apologize for missing some of this action here. We have an all-in by Preston, who's going to really outflop his opponent.
It was all in
there.
pre.
It was all in pre,
all
yeah.
in pre.
But Yeah, he's gonna out flop, and then he's gonna get the boat here, courtesy of Mike Bell. But it wasn't a lot against Mike Bell's stack, so he's still positive for the session. And Ace Jack is almost always a call given the stack that Preston had, so you don't mind that play at all. And that's one of those things, right? Ace Jack versus Queen 10. You know, 7 out of 10 times you're gonna win that, but just not this time. All right, VPIPs they're a little low tonight. Mike Bell's in there for 41, is leading the way, and then Kevin at 30, almost 35%, and then we have John. I'm screwing that name up for sure. He's only got at 17%, and Cy at 21.
These are rookie numbers. You guys got to pump up those numbers.
And Cy's, that's usually about where he plays, and Mike as well is playing 25%, which isn't bad. So, and then Chris with 20. So. KY seems like he's been much more active, but he's only at 20% VP. I feel like he's been in every hand, but he's only at 20%.
He's been winning all.
He's been winning every hand he's played except for the one.
That's what they say about tournament poker. You don't need to play a lot of hands, but you need to win them all.
Yeah, you do.
I just think you're folded.
You can never win the tournament at the
Is
beginning.
that King Queen folded there?
Just so you can say I live with bad cards.
Paul's got Ace 10. I didn't see the King Queen. Thought I saw a King, but I'm not sure. Just gonna bump this up. And I've been watching Paul a little bit, and he carefully puts his chips out every time he raises.
Right.
It's
Okay, no, there's the king.
There's the
so
okay.
it was not folded. I was say, somebody didn't open with king queen. Don't invite them back.
It's a little nitty.
A bit nitty.
Even in Vegas, they raise that.
That's what I say. Yeah.
We get that kind of flop. So
Yeah. Classic.
well, I still like to see Paul c-bet this.
Absolutely.
He does. Okay, so.
Remember, you have to play your range, not necessarily what's in your hand. Turns out ace high was also the winning hand currently.
It was. Yeah, and that's just a good fold there. I mean, it's just
But that's how it
actually it
works.
was a non-decision, right? I guess he could have floated, but he doesn't have a lot of money in that pot, so.
The fact that ace high is good on so many boards because it's hard to make a pair and hold them sometimes. You know, the fact that it's good there is one of the reasons why you can c-bet so often. Play your position.
I got you this hand. I'm gonna give you
Let us know in the chat if you can hear us okay. We can make those adjustments if we need to. Or if you want to hear more
half hand.
table chatter, let us know. We can pipe down a little bit, although we're not hearing a lot of table
I have
chatter.
not. Yeah, we have what they're saying in our ears.
Yeah, we can
There's
hear them as well.
Not a lot going on.
Cy with the pocket
Crabs.
pair.
Oh
Yeah.
man. look
Yeah,
at
I
this.
mean, he's basically set mining, and we don't see a lot of hands that don't get raised pre-flop, so he's calling like 60 bucks. So he's just says, I'm out of position. Just lay down those threes. Although I would call.
When I'm on the stream, I will be raising my pocket threes under the gun because I'm not going to follow the charts. I am going to try and play some hands.
Doesn't
of
the
poker,
charts usually
okay?
say early positions 5 and under, you fold? Mostly.
Yeah, of course. But, I mean,
All right, so we've got a race here, basically. This is just as good as ace king versus queens.
yep, it's true. Classic jack 9 against eights. Here comes the 3. Nope. Ooh.
Ooh. Well, okay, so does he have an up and downer? So a 7 gives him a straight, and so does a 10.
Yeah,
Right? No. 8. No, I'm
No,
sorry,
no.
just 7.
7.
Okay.
It's a gutty. Yep. Bet his sets.
That if I had any advice to anybody, never slow play. never
Certainly
slow
bet
play
your
a
sets.
set. Never
no
slow
set,
play.
no bet. Okay,
Yeah.
folks, remember that. No set, no bet.
Oh!
My God.
Mike is on a heater. He's got.
Yep.
That was the wrong move. I'm sorry, Mike. And I know you rewatched this, but he shows his hand to Cy, his neighbor. That's usually a sign of strength.
Can be.
Usually.
Can be.
For Mike, yeah.
It goes check, check on that turn.
Oh!
My goodness.
Suck and resuck.
This hand could have gone very
no,
differently.
No. It was the wrong time.
So we've waited till the board to pair against the tightest player to now throw our chips in.
I know right now Jan is thinking, well, what's the appropriate raise here? I expect him to go
He
big.
goes, my VPIP is 17%. What can I raise here to
I think
get
he's going
called?
to go around that $400 to $500 range. I think he's going to go big here. Yeah.
If he puts $500 in there, I'll be shocked. I think
You don't think he's going to? You don't think he's going to go big? Well, so he might go all in. Why not? I mean, you get max value. If he calls
I would
500,
raise
he's
to
calling.
like $350 or $300, small-ish. Yeah, 350. It looks like
Raise 400.
400. What? Oh my goodness. Oh right. Well, yeah. I mean, it looks like your 9 is good there. Sometimes it's just it's the wrong customer. You know. Like, yeah, the wrong customer there. There are some times where your straight here is actually just very good, and you've under-repped your hand. So the way that Mike is looking at it, he under-repped his hand by checking on the turn. So when he fires that $100 on the river, his opponent's raising into a he doesn't know how good my hand is here.
Yeah.
The
And
problem
I
is
think
that this
Mike probably put him on an overpair. Would be the only thing that I'm just trying to think here.
Right.
Mike, maybe I actually don't know if Mike put him on a hand.
that
He just said I have a straight.
Yes, that's
Yeah.
exactly. You're exactly right. And that's exactly what I think as well.
Yeah, I
is
mean-
that he didn't pause to consider how the low VPIP player was raising. You know what I mean? It's just it's
It's a tough one for Mike.
when you get raised on the river, you have to take a pause and think, no matter what. Like
And it wasn't a big raise, right? So it's never a bluff with that sizing. I mean, I guess
well,
some of the
he
better
knows it's not a bluff
players-
because he reshoved.
Yeah.
He didn't just call. You know what I mean? So, like I said, clearly he wasn't thinking putting him on a bluff, but it was more.
Yeah,
the,
to your point, he should have just took him in and put him on a hand there.
Yes.
I mean, is an overpair ever raising with that board?
No, not in 100 years. Right.
Is
so
one
that's
is an 8 ever re-raising? No.
absolutely not.
A straight.
What I believe happened, again, this is all just speculation, of course. What I believe happened was he checked, he hit his bingo card on the turn and checked, and then when the guy checked back, he put him on something weak. So then when the river quote unquote didn't change his straight, he
Yeah, it's a tough one.
it is
Mike.
very tough, right? The speed at which
Mike
it happened
it
makes
was-
me
I didn't even get a chance to talk about it. It was
Right.
already all in.
right.
Okay, so Mike wakes up with it. He's going to get rewarded here with the bigger pocket pair. KY's going to. We've seen him raise this already, but it looks like he's just going to call. It's kind of mixing up his hands here. I like it.
It's an under the gun raise, so perhaps he wants to take his positional advantage here, and there's other players in the hand as well.
Yeah, he invites
I think
him
if he
in.
knew, right, it invited other people in. Yes, that's the risk you're taking there. But I don't think it was for disguise. I think it was more just the situation was different.
Oh, we have Mr. McKenzie here in the chat. Thanks for hopping in. I appreciate it. Haven't heard you from a long time. Hope you're doing well.
Okay, let's see. So we have pair of nines.
Preston does have a 9 here. Kevin has a 3. So everybody hit their hand.
Pretty much, right.
Well, Kevin
They
has
they
a
each have a
straight
pair and a
flush draw, too.
right.
Super strong. I think the equity is going to favor him a little bit, right?
He
In
is.
this-
He
yeah, it
actually
is. Yeah.
favored.
So, yeah, this is a tough one, right? Because 4 or 5 is there. If an opponent has 4 or 5, Mike cannot call, but he does call. Oh man, and I think Kevin is favored here. Although if he just holds true here, Mike gets his money back. Just one more fade, and there it is.
There it is. Fade. Brick.
All right, we're seeing the money fly around.
Yep. See, it just takes, as I said, it just takes a little. In the beginning, it's slow, but then you just need,
Not that Mike overplayed his 9s. I thought he played it really well.
Right.
But you tend to, when you get felted, you tend to be more aggressive.
And that's what we're saying. I was saying earlier that people sometimes can lose their composure there.
Oh man, it's good to hear E. Kind of the same thing. I haven't been playing as much poker as I used to. Got some health stuff going on, but I'm feeling good today. And I'm here with Alex. So
Who is it? Oh, E.
E,
What's
yes.
up, E? How you doing?
do you know E?
Yeah. I've heard of him.
I've heard of him.
Heard of the guy.
He's also one of those players I hate playing against. I mean, I love being at the table with him. He called me out for my heart monitor once on a stream because it was beating real fast when he raised me.
Oh no, that's a tell.
Oh,
That's a tell.
Well, I had AFib, so
yeah, but still, that's the tell of all tells, man.
It was.
That means he likes you because he told you.
Yeah, he did.
Right.
Well, he said it. He told me because he was sitting next to me, and then on another when he was commenting on the stream and I was on the stream, he was saying it.
Oh, that's funny.
On the next stream, so.
He must have liked you if he told you. So
well, I mean, I like. He's fun to play with, but I actually hate playing against him as well.
He's very good. Yeah.
Although I did call him on a bluff on one stream. I had 10-7.
You had 10-7?
I had a 7 on the flop or the turn.
Nice. There you go.
But yeah, he's fun to play with. All right, let's see what we got here. We have big pot brewing. Just kidding. $17.
All right, so it was a live. It was
Yeah,
a
we
live
have a straddle.
game.
10.
Folded to
35.
Kevin. He made it 35. See, 5 fold.
No,
House on
Topo.
6.
What is it? Yeah, it's hard to tell what the action was because.
Yeah.
Pellegrino.
Okay, so KY raised
Raised to
the
105.
hijack to 35. Now we have a re-raise on the button.
Fold. And fold.
Is that a re-raise to 80? It looks like 80, right?
Yeah, it is.
It's a min, like a min click.
105. 105.
Oh, 105. Okay.
So we have Tannen Gray says E is the worst. If you mean worst by being the best player at the table most of the time, yeah, I would agree.
Look at this, frisky. It's Kevin and KY show tonight. Like, I don't know much about how Kevin plays, but he's not often 3-betting with 9-8 offsuit.
Yeah, and it's
it is
tough to
because he
put 'em.
wants KY's money tonight. He wants KY's money tonight. Look at this.
Yeah, I
You
didn't
see?
think KY
It's-
would just limp that. He either folds or re-raises, right?
Right, but I'm saying, see this.
Yeah.
This is. I tell you, there's a rivalry brewing here. Okay, they've been in a few hands tonight. This is the thing of beauty.
Yeah, you know, when I play now, I always flip my watch over so nobody can see that.
That's fucking great.
It went to like 130 something. Well, I think I had ace queen or ace king, and I ended up folding.
I saw a funny picture. It was like a bunch of dogs playing poker, and one of those tails wagging. Like he's got a strong hand.
He's
Or
got-
whatever.
that's a tail.
That's you. That's you. Yeah, that's a tail. That's you with the heart monitor. Like. All right, so we have a what is this? A 4-bet pot now? This is a 4-bet pot with ace 5 and 9-8 offsuit. So neither player has much of anything on this board. Ace high is still good.
That 175.
Kevin's got a decision here. I think he wants to go after KY. It feels
I
like
mean,
it.
I like I said, it's one of
This
those
might be
context things.
this might be a raise here, right? This might be a raise.
I mean,
we know it will
he's
work.
He's leading off into him.
Yeah.
It's just very usually a very.
Oh, he's
play.
floating for
Wow, look at
something
that.
dirty on the.
I'm telling you, you know, there's something going brewing here. You know.
Just pick up
Okay,
some
picks
outs
out a
here.
gut
Sort of. I
shot.
mean, I guess you could, you know.
Yeah, KY has the ace of spades, so he has to figure that
He had the ace of clubs. That would be
likely.
more.
Right.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
this is going to be. I mean, it feels like Kevin's going to bombs away here, right?
Yep. Oh,
Yeah,
look
I
at
feel
this
like
check.
yeah, that was just.
I mean, he started with the lead off there, and then check here. This is interesting. Kevin's probably rightfully confused as to what KY has here.
well, Kevin didn't float that flop to check.
I gotta say,
Yeah.
if this was the the Jack Link's beef jerky wild card hand, and we didn't see either of their hands right
Kevin,
now, we
and
would
Kevin
be,
does have outs. I mean, he's in better shape than he should be.
Well,
I guess. I mean,
he
I guess
doesn't-
with ace high,
he
it's the
doesn't
same
know that.
thing
He
as
doesn't know he's
queens,
playing
yeah.
against ace high. Yeah, although maybe he does with the way he's betting this. Look at this, the float, and now this bet. Yep. Wow.
Wow.
That's
Kevin,
that's
well
some poker.
played.
When KY comes back and watches this, he's gonna.
I mean, he didn't get too touched up there, right? So it's not bad. It's I mean, 500 is 500, but
I mean, I think you're getting touched up. You're getting. He's 8-9 offsuit.
I'm trying to find the silver lining.
That's
I just
definitely getting touched up.
I just think that it was well played.
Oh my goodness!
by
Yeah.
Kevin,
Wow, that was an amazing hand to watch.
Live straddle for 10.
Look at him, man.
Yes, E, that was ego poker.
That's yes, right. And that's what we were saying earlier.
That's
Is
the
that
classic,
those are context very contextually based things that you have to have a feel for at the table. You can't do that when you're playing online poker. You have to do that when you're playing real life poker. You physically see the person next to you, and you can.
And that's
that's
that's also the important thing of having position, right? I mean, you can't do that if you're in KY's spot.
Even in position, how often do you think that player is, 4-betting 9-8 offsuit or whatever?
Players are capable of that.
Right. It's like as he said, it's ego poker. It's a different thing at this point. You know what I mean? Like, he's going to play the hand differently because he's playing against that guy in that seat at this time on this day on this stream. Is why he played that hand that way. If you go through his entire hand history, he's probably never played 9-8 offsuit like that on the button. Right? That's just my guess. So it's but maybe we have our table captain. Silent and deadly now.
He is. I mean,
he gets stacked once, he's back with a vengeance, huh?
He's gone all in a couple of times, 3 times, or twice, basically 3 times. He's won 1. He's been aggressive. He's picked his spots. He's played positions. He is playing well despite the fact that he got felted early on.
Right.
I'm not even sure. I know this is the win to showdown stat here, but I typically don't look at those.
So showdown, it's an interesting number. Your win to showdown percentage, it's supposed to be like what it tells you. It's supposed to be about 25%.
Yeah.
But like it's a very there's 2 problems with that. One, the sample size is too small to make it matter. Like VPIP is it's still a small sample size, but VPIP is a better indicator of like how aggressive someone is than the win to showdown. But the win to showdown percentage is also going to vary very differently based on how your table is. So if your table is very aggressive, you should have a lower win to showdown percentage.
Exactly, yeah.
And so on and so forth. So
we got Kevin here raising again. Queen 9 suited always looks good. Jan does have the better one. I kind of like the suited variety. Call me crazy.
Right. It's a 3-bet.
It's a 3-bet. Yeah.
I don't. The hand has playability. You figure out where you are on most flops with the Queen 9. Although with this particular time, there could be kicker issues. But again, maybe he feels that he can play against someone like Jan, who might be playing more straightforward based on that.
So, yeah, I don't like just the call there.
With Ace Queen, no, you could.
I prefer.
If you have Ace Queen,
now
you
we
get
have.
3-bet. Are you gonna? If you re-raise over the top there, you're only getting called by better.
And now we have another queen. Preston's like, okay.
Yep.
I was about to say.
Ladies' night here. TCH.
Yeah, I was going to say, did a 2 hit the flop? And that's the best hand, so.
Ace high, beating up a couple of queen highs right now. But yeah, so here, how you can't even love Ace Queen right now in a 3-way pot here. Yep.
Yeah, and that's good sizing too, right? You don't need to be that big there for a C-bet, no.
You don't need
same info, right?
On paired boards, you can usually scale down your betting a little because you get the information, you get a lot of the hands out. You don't need to, commit too much of your stack or bloat the pot too much on paired boards.
Did somebody roll 100 there? Wow. Oh, there's a roll 66 by Ragnar. Well done. I think I've only won 1 roll.
Yeah, very little table talk going on. So you're just going to have to listen to
me
and Dante blabber on.
It's because we have some new players that aren't familiar with each other.
That's fair,
yeah. And some players don't talk here.
Because the alcohol's not out, that's why.
Yeah,
Yeah, but I'm saying they're not drinking.
I'm hoping Chris starts talking because, when you play poker with him, he just doesn't shut up. So
yeah, right. When I meant it's not out, it's not out in their mouths.
Yeah, he's not talking there. I think he only knows Psy for the most part.
Right.
We have Mike Bell raises.
Yep.
Paul's got a
Suited
suited king. Don't mind that call at all.
Nope.
Could flop big here.
Yep. Hands like
A7 of clubs
hands
would
like
be
King
nice.
4 also they play better heads up than they do multi-way. So.
I was going to say I saw a club in the window, and now I see a king.
Yep.
Most likely see a C-bet by Mike.
Yes.
Sure.
Yep. It's going to probably just be a call. You could consider
raise doesn't accomplish
a
lot,
it doesn't,
right?
Yeah. Exactly.
It gets maybe a jack to call, but
it's not a bad play either. Sometimes it's good to raise with your pairs here. But
I think that's exactly what he does.
Yep. This is not a bad play. Sometimes you can just raise with your pairs and take it down, especially if it's a hand you don't really want to continue with on other streets. So his hand is not going to improve very much, so he might as well just take the pot down now. there's not very many draws on this board. It's,
Yeah.
it's a rainbow flop, so it's,
Mike, you want Lego Masters?
you know, you don't always need to raise it, but it's not a crazy play to just raise sometime and take it down when you figure you're ahead.
Lego Masters is sounding pretty good.
Jan's our big winner now with that boat that he had against Mike. And Kevin is down 1.1, but that's actually not a bad showing given the fact that where he was a little bit ago. So he's picked up 1,000. He's been all over the place here. As far as earnings, not in play. Ace King has been. There's been a lot of Ace Kings
We have
tonight.
seen Ace Kings. We've seen a lot more Jacks everywhere,
Ace
though.
Kings, Ace Queens.
Yeah,
we've
Ace
seen.
Queen we've seen, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, we have a flat with Ace 10. That's fine. And then Paul, small blind with 9s. You can either 3-bet here.
He's got the button.
No. He's
Oh, I'm sorry. I was
small
thinking
blind,
Mike
yeah.
was
small
at the
blind.
nines.
Yeah, you probably want a 3-bet. Yep.
Yeah, you definitely need to. Unfortunately, his opponent has Ace King. Is going to probably. I don't see
See
Chris
the
just
stack
flatten here. I
sizes.
think he's going to re-raise.
It's going to depend on the stack
Yeah.
sizes here. So, yeah.
So he's got 1.3. They're about the same stack. So he's probably going to just do your basic 3x here. He's just going to call. That's how much I know. That might invite Mike to play, right? It's a small bet. It's 192 more to win 319. This is probably.
It's
the only
tough,
problem
it's
is
tough because it's what your hand is. You know
you're
what I mean?
losing here
right,
most of the time.
Right. You're right. It is a decent price to continue, but
Yeah.
not with Ace 10 offsuit because you are just. What happens when an ace comes? Are you happy? Are you putting your money in? No. So it's like you don't have a lot of continuability on a lot of boards.
I like Paul has slowed down just a tad here. He's not. He's still betting fast.
Right.
But
One of those spots you have to be in when you're not just consider the price you're getting to see the flop, but also consider what kind of flops you're looking for here. So if you don't have a suited hand and you don't have a hand with connectivity, Ace 10 has no connectivity, you are looking to flop an ace. So now you have to figure, if I flop this ace, how good am I going to feel against these two particular players here?
exactly. I
And
mean,
just-
you're not going to flop 10-10
Right.
too often.
Right. In which
So
case, you're
that-
right. And
you
if that's the
take
flop
that
you
out of
need,
the
you're
equation.
not getting the right price
Yeah,
anymore because you need to flop
take that out
10-10
of
or
the
ace 10.
equation.
Right.
You always want to figure out
7-8-9 or whatever it is. Yeah.
I think when you're in Mike's spots, you always think about if I flop top pair, is it good?
Right.
In that situation, it's almost never.
And sometimes it is. Sometimes
I mean, it
you are
could be,
fine.
yeah. You
Sometimes
could be up
know,
against.
right. Like
eights
there,
and
if I had
nines.
pocket deuces, I would have set mine for sure
Yeah.
with pocket deuces, even between the two players.
Well, that one, that's much easier. I would probably call with the pocket deuces
Right.
or any pocket pair.
Because you're getting a good price.
And you know if you're good, and you know if
right.
you're not.
Because your hand has visibility. You can see how your hand is playing on these boards. That's why suited hands do well. And that's why, those hands that you understand how well they're going to do on certain board textures. So no straddle on this hand, doesn't look like.
No, we're going to see a straddle. It's Kevin's
Oh,
straddle.
okay. This is straddle.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, no, he just comes in for a raise. If I'm not mistaken.
No, there was a straddle.
There was a
There
straddle.
was
Oh, I see.
$10 on top. The
Okay.
two reds were perfectly stacked. Yeah. Okay, so raise for Kevin, who's effectively under the gun.
So Jack
Eights,
10.
offsuit on the button.
Yeah, I don't like
love
the
it.
Jack 10 call.
Not a fan of it.
Um,
Jack 10's one of those hands that looks nice
It's
because
not
it's like,
suited. It's
Right.
just the playability's not.
nope.
Yeah.
Right.
So you just kind of lay those down, and you basically just threw away $35 there. Although you can play any hand you want. I'm almost always wrong in these spots.
Preston comes in for the rip with ace 7.
Short stack, I think 8's a good call there.
Yeah, I'm trying to think how short he is. I mean, he has 30, 31 big blinds. Yeah.
Where is he? So
He was
360.
using the $10 straddle,
Yeah.
so. It's not a bad play because the person you have to be most worried about there that's going to call is the original raiser, but you have two people that flatted behind him, so it's you have the blocker, you have the ace, so when you rip there, it's less likely that the other two players are going to call, and it's a large enough rip that unless the under the gun player has a very strong hand, they're just going to fold. So it's it worked out there too, but
Yeah.
you're going to get snapped off by ace king, ace queen, but you have an ace yourself, so you're blocking that. And,
I think when you have a short stack there, you're looking for a double up.
right,
You
it's
know?
a short stack.
I mean, you are
but
looking
it's
for
still
double
enough that they
yeah.
can fold. They can fold the hand, and that's what you want to do. was kind of a decent size stack to go off with there. Sometimes it doesn't work though. Sometimes you just torch the 300 bucks too.
Was I just looking at the camera? That was creepy.
But it's interesting there because you have the other players behind that under the gun raiser. So even if the under the gun raiser does have a solid hand, like eights is a solid hand. If he was last closing the action, you might have called with eights.
Yeah,
but
then he's got someone else that
action.
could get re-raised there.
Bingo, right. Or have to play eights 4 ways out of position in a bloated pot.
Well, you see, the ace jack is a popular hand.
Ace jack of
suited
spades.
here.
Yeah, that was the same hand that Kevin had. Ace jack of spades. I went down to the 6s earlier. Pretty much uncontested there. All right.
All right, we're almost at 8 o'clock, so we're almost at 2 hours. We played 42 hands, so we're getting close to that our mark of 100 hands in this stream. It's gonna be tough to get though. And sometimes you don't want to get 100 hands because you haven't played a lot of big pots. People thinking about it.
Right. I don't mind. What's the cutoff time? Is it?
It'll be 10 o'clock. So
10 o'clock?
Which is really, yeah. So we're 15 minutes behind, so 10 o'clock. We might get there. We've seen some pretty quick hands here. And Chris is going to wake up with a nice hand here. Just going to bump this up. Probably that $35 mark.
Yeah. 35, even though there was no straddle?
Yeah, I mean, just because he's.
Because I've seen that they've been doing 35 with a straddle, so it's interesting they're doing
That's
35
been,
without
yeah.
a straddle, too. Yep.
We have the same
bet.
hands crashing into each other. Mike chooses a nice sizing there. I like that sizing.
Yep. Chris is in an awkward spot there because there was a person who flatted behind him. So if he calls that, which is what you'd want to do there. If you have ace-queen there and you get 3-bet, you often do just want to continue and just call. But now if there's multiple players, now you're giving the person who flatted you first a good price to see the flop. Now you're playing ace-queen out of position 3 ways, and all of a sudden your ace-queen doesn't look so beautiful anymore.
No, and it kind
But
of
you can't fold ace-queen every time you get 3-bet. You can't. It's just that's exploitable.
Exploitable, yeah. Every time,
Though
every
I
time
will
Chris
say-
bets, I'm going to re-raise, and he's just going to fold.
Right, yeah. But no, that's perfectly fine to fold the ace-queen offsuit there. You're out of position. There was a flatter behind you. There it is. But that shows you the power position in poker right there, you know.
One raise to 50, 2 fold.
All right. We have a 5x here to the straddle. Mike's just, nothing's prettier than ace-king suited.
Yeah, but we have a person who flatted first, so the $50 makes sense.
Oh, that's true. Yeah.
You always want to size up your opens if somebody's linked ahead of you.
Pressing calls, which is perfectly fine there.
That's good.
And did you see how Mike L. I'm sorry to pick on your mic, but he already had his calling chips in his hand before Sai even folded.
You're not picking on him. If you're telling somebody a way to improve that something you picked up on them,
I
you
just
are
think
helping,
that's
you are helping him. You're not hurting him. You're helping him, in my opinion, at least.
And everybody flops everything, and
it's true. Everybody has at least
Mike's
a pair.
gonna definitely bet this out, right?
Of course, yep. Your hand.
Multi-way.
Yep. Even multi-ways, you know your hand is good here. Yeah. Again, in multi-way pots, you're going to want to play more conservatively and do more checking. But there are exceptions where you flop top.
We still don't know what Mike has.
But any ace is going to continue here, no matter how bad it is.
I just really like to see Mike slow down on every street. He checks before the card even turned over.
You need to take some time.
Yeah, just I mean, he could have 2 pair here. We don't know. I would doubt it. He's typically going to raise that or bet that.
Yep.
I can see Mike having the ace-9, ace something. He's going to more likely he has like ace-7, ace-rag that just has 1 pair here.
I think Mike Bell's putting him on an ace. That's why he's going to lead out here. He's not putting him on some kind of flush draw. And now he's just going to get paid off here. Mike Bell's going to make the crying call with ace-jack or ace-10 or whatever it is.
2 pair, we have ace of hearts, 9 of diamond.
Oh.
Yeah, so I could see him with the 2 pair, but I...
Okay, so Mike Bell did end up value owning himself there. It was a good check on the river by Mike L. Very good check on the river. Maybe that speed, that quick check play worked in his favor that time.
It did, yeah.
if I was Mike Bell, I would have just put him on a weak ace, which is true. He was on a weak ace the whole time, and he kind of sucked him out of the river. But
I'd like to see him just lead out there on the river. Or raise. I mean, 2 pair is pretty strong hand. I think that was top 2 as well.
no, there was a queen out
Oh,
there.
there
but
was
I
a
mean,
queen?
It
Okay.
was,
I mean,
effectively,
yeah,
was
the
him.
top
I was
two.
surprised he was hemming and hawing on the river there, not calling. Maybe he really just didn't understand how strong that hand was on that river. Like, that was the crying call from, like, that's why I said ace-10 or ace-jack, not 2-pair. Like, that 2-pair there had to be good. Because Mike was playing that hand as though he had top, ace-king.
It's 1 fold. It's a live 10.
Okay, we have 9s under the gun +1 pretty much. It says +2 on the screen, but keep in mind, folks, that with the straddle, it'll bump up every hand. So under the gun +2 is actually just under the gun.
7 fold.
+1.
8 fold.
All right, we have 189 people in the chat.
Nice. Pretty good number.
Good turnout. Yeah,
Yeah.
It's usually get around 200 something at the end of the night. So I know it's Christmas week.
You got some new
got a bunch
people
of
at the
stuff
table,
going
new
on.
people in the booth. There
Yeah.
you go. You got a new change it up a little bit. There you go. All right, so here we have aggression frequency. That's always a fun little number. Aggressive poker is good poker. So even if you play low VPIP, that's fine. If you have you know,
If you're a tag, that's yeah.
right, exactly. If your aggression should be one of your more important features. Okay, KY opening up King Jack suited here. Queen 7 is coming in for a call behind. See,
Yeah,
like
we've
these are the kind of hands
yeah.
that what?
We've seen Preston make a lot of these type of calls with marginal holdings.
Yeah, he just wants to
Look
see
and
some
hit the
flops.
flops. Yeah, he wants to play
see
poker.
flops, yeah.
And there's nothing wrong with that. That's
Nope.
And Mike's got the same hand. Mike's got to stop showing his cards to his neighbor there. You usually like your hand when you do that.
We have 2 King Jack suited.
You would win. You would have met. You would immediately win the game.
And it looks like Preston is going to outflop everybody here with top pair, decent kicker.
I would like to see him bet off immediately here.
Yeah,
Yep, good. There we go. Perfect.
you're not going to like a lot of
If you're going to
turn
play the
cards.
Queen 7 4 ways,
and you hit,
and you hit on that board, you have to get in there. Oh, so this has got to worry him though. A very quick call here. Wow, multiple calls. Okay.
I think Mike's going to think of something.
Mike has, he
yeah.
has 2 overs and a backdoor, so he, it's not, okay. So this is not a great card for anybody here.
Check.
Yeah, a 3 could very much be in their ranges. He could still, yeah, he doesn't have enough money to fold.
Yeah, he was definitely.
I did see only at 236. This is a great card for him then, because
Yeah, he's
yeah,
he's never folding to a bet.
Perfect.
And he's
Wow.
never
you got a double up without the showdown. Yep. Nicely done from Preston there. But yeah, he was, that's why aggressive poker is good poker. So, he flatted there with the Queen 7 most of the time. It's just torching the money. But in that situation, because other people behind him didn't raise and nobody else was playing the aggressive poker that you need to do there, he got to see a flop for cheap.
He's asking, do you still have the BDC laugh soundboard? I don't know. I don't see a soundboard. Oh, it's over there. Do you have it? Oh, it's right there. Okay. Yes. We are in, as you know, you've commented, we're in the different room here. So.
Soundboard is, when somebody missed their draw.
Yeah.
Just like
Or the coins when
Yeah.
coins. You don't have that one?
7 races, 75.
Oh, okay.
1 fold, 2 fold.
All right, so Preston opened with Queen 8 suited.
He loves that hand.
Very small 3-bet with Ace 10 of diamonds. And he should call for sure.
And
Small
we know if
3-bet.
Preston hits any of this, he's probably going to bet or jam here. Although he's got more money than he had last time.
He does, right. And this flop gives him nothing.
Doesn't
We're gonna
help
see
anybody.
Check fold immediately for Preston here. Chris should take a stab at it, betting his range. Yep, out of here. Yeah, I do not like the 3-bet sizing from Chris, but I am glad that he bet again on the flop.
We got a request to smash that board.
Request has been denied.
Kristen says no. She doesn't touch that board. I would do it, but I've been known to turn off the stream. I've been known to turn off the camera anyway, so I don't really.
No wonder you were like, "This is my fault." I don't know what happened, but it's my fault.
All I did was turn the sound up, but something.
Yeah, something.
Yeah, so.
That's a bad beat right there. All right, Chris, middle position, opens with ace-10 offsuit. Sai, more disciplined, folding suited king. All right, now we're going to get a walk here for sure. Our low VPIP cowboy is not going to come in there. Let's do that. Maybe we'll get to hand number 100.
We're moving pretty fast. You know, if we can get 2 more hands in 3 minutes.
It'll be halfway at halfway?
Yeah, it'll be halfway,
Wow.
yeah. So, do you find yourself doing a lot of, do you watch a lot of streams?
Not too much. I watch some. Like I watch the Hustler stream. I'll sometimes watch some like poker coverage of tournaments as well. Like I like watching. I like watching.
Oh, that's one
tournaments.
stream I don't like to watch is tournaments. That's the one
I like
don't
watching tournaments because I like to learn through watching. I like learning that way a lot. Like, I like watching like through observation a bit. But in cash games, the play is so variant and different. It's very much more entertaining. It's less educational. So for me, I like watching tournament poker for education purposes, like professionals, but for entertainment purposes, cash games.
Yeah, it is
all day.
Yeah, some of these streams are just.
Oh yeah, watching professionals play tournaments. There's nothing more boring as
Yeah, I
far as
agree.
like you know what I mean. But I mean, yeah, watching 9 Texans play cash game, that I'll watch that all day long. It's good entertainment. It really is.
So E, I actually don't know what the BDC laugh is. Kristen doesn't know either, and she's the producer now, so I will find out though. Wherever Dave is, I'll text him and see what that is. Preston with the king queen.
Both players missing this flop.
Nothing's more disheartening when you have king queen and you get that flop. It just because it looks so good, right? And he's going to outflop him, but it doesn't really matter because
Get him on the river.
Chris is not going to. Although ace high might be good here sometimes, but he's never calling this.
Ace-10 high. King.
Yep. Preston not taking a stab.
Man, I haven't seen Big Daddy Chaz in a long time. Now I see what BDC is. I am not very smart.
Big Daddy
I know
Chaz.
the laugh now. Yeah, y'all.
He has a good laugh. Yeah.
Yeah. And it's genuine.
It is. Yeah, he's a jolly.
Doesn't matter if he lost $10,000.
He's a jolly soul. He is a jolly soul. That's funny. We got to get like the all the classic laughs. We got to get dirty.
Yeah.
Your dirty's laugh. You just
If we can, yeah, if we can get it
get
in.
them all. Yeah.
I miss seeing E and Big Daddy Chaz and Coins here on the 510 stream. That was a lot of fun. I played a few of those streams with them, and I was by far the worst player at the table last year, and learned a lot. Everybody knew what I had. If I bet, I had something.
Right.
So.
It seems like it says here on the screen 2-5-10, so maybe it isn't a straddle.
Yeah, it's They I think they agree. Yeah. So
Okay, so so we changed it. Oh, when it's not straddle, it goes back to 2-5 on the screen. Oh, look at that. That's technology.
This is a great system. It's great
Yeah.
software. So. Wow, Preston
Wow.
flopped pretty good here. He's got a combo draw.
Yeah,
Although
and-
one of his draws is no good.
Right. Yeah, this is a very interesting board, and the jacks have to feel.
Yeah, Preston's got to think he's good here. I mean, he's got if he his draws, right?
Right. So he's looking for doing to
Yeah.
raise here.
I thought
He has
would.
a hand that's not going to fold, so he might as well charge. His hand has a lot of equity. He doesn't really.
So Chris doesn't even need to hit to win this, and I suspect Preston might jam on the turn, no matter what card it is,
Right.
given the fact what he's what we've
Just
seen
showing
so
how
far.
well now, and the SPR is going to dictate that's probably going to be a good play anyway. Yeah, Michael definitely cannot feel good with these jacks. These jacks should go. Wow, look at this.
And Mike now multi-way with 2 overs.
Multi-way, yeah.
But he's gonna make the right call. Right now, it is the right call.
That's
so
a very ambitious call.
It is.
His hand can't improve. He doesn't have a hand that can improve.
Yeah.
So he has to assume. Yeah. Oh, this is. Yeah, that's gonna be brutality.
Well, this is easy for Mike to get on now.
Chris has the second nuts. And then obviously Preston can't go anywhere because of the SPR. So we're definitely gonna get. Yeah.
Yeah,
So this should be
Preston
an easy
definitely
fold.
is going to have to.
And this is the reason why Mike should just fold it on the last street. Like peeling another card is fine with a different type of hand, not with jacks on, not with.
That's what I'm saying.
Fourth
The 2
pair,
overs.
third pair on this board, right?
I suspect.
Wow.
I suspect he's going to jam here. I mean, obviously, he's got a flush.
With the SPR, you have to. But I mean, the thing is here that the fact that he's thinking about it should show how transparent Chris is playing.
Oh,
Yeah. He has to. He doesn't have enough. But like the fact that he even thought about it there. Wow.
Yeah, that's a
Brutal.
tough one, right? And he actually hit it straight.
He already had the flush too.
Yeah, I mean, if the 5 came first, it would
Yeah.
have been more fun. But
Just the fact that he even thought about it, which should show, because like Chris is only betting there with the flush, which
Yeah.
again shows you if you're, I don't want to say playing face up, but this is what happens when you don't vary your play, and
I'm gonna straddle bump.
in a situation where it's like, yeah, you can snapshot. Like he obviously had to call there because he didn't have enough money to fold.
Players checks on live
we
stream.
have Preston in the chat. I wonder if that's the same Preston. He said, "Who is this Preston guy?" I'm assuming it's the same Preston.
It's not a common name. Is this bomb pot time? I see tens.
It is a bomb pot, and
Texas tradition.
with that, I'm going to step out for.
It's gonna be 2,000.
All right, cool. I'll do that. Could you bring me some more? Thank you. All right, I'll be handling this one solo here. Oh, I'm stepping out for a second. All right.
Give it in. Just bring it all in black. Oh, you 100.
$10 bomb pots. You don't have to worry about those pre-flop ranges. All you gotta do is look at your hand and take some educated guesses. The bomb pots here are uncapped though, so no player protection. Go wild. Players love bomb pots because the fortunes can change so fast. And on some of the tables, here the bomb pots aren't very often, but here at TCH they have bomb pots every dealer change and every orbit. So you get lots of bomb pots. It's some very entertaining stuff.
One and two. We're good.
Alright, so we're going to wait to see how all these hands get loaded up here. The bomb pots aren't the easiest thing on the graphics.
8 check, 9 check. 1 check. Two bet 60.
Alright, so let's take a look at everybody's hand here. Mike L has two pair. He has a flush. He currently has a queen high flush.
4 fold, 5. 4 call, 5 fold, sorry. 6 fold, 7 fold.
Yeah, so all the graphics. I'm seeing the same graphics as you guys do, so I have to wait for those all to load up. Okay, so we have Mike L has the queen high flush on the bottom. Paul has a set of aces. Okay, now he also picked up a straight draw as well. Sai has 2 pair straight draw. Nobody has the diamonds. Yeah, KY has jack high clubs. Yeah, so Paul has the king of clubs blocker. So he's the only one who knows that neither of them can have the nut flush. But Mike also has to feel like his queen high flush is very strong here. What does he have on the other board? He has nothing on the other board, so that might keep him. Oh, he has a pair of 4s, so that might slow him down in general. And KY has KY has Jack 8 on the other board. So KY's got to feel very good about his hand right now because even though he has the second, he has the third nuts on one board, he still has 2 pair on the other board. So it's very unlikely for one player to be able to scoop him. But it is still 4 ways here, and Paul did pot it. So you have to be careful here because though one player can't really scoop you, you can easily lose to 2 players. Jack 8 is a very good showdown value on the other board. Okay, yeah, so then Michael's going to come along here with the queen high. Clubs. Yeah. And we're definitely not going to have a split pot here. So we're definitely going to have a split. No one's going to scoop this one. We're definitely going to have it get chopped up one way or the other. Ooh, okay. So the 8 on the river for KY, he might think he could be scooping. Probably not because when it goes pot and call, you have to figure that... yeah, but he's actually just going to get scooped. That's crazy. Can you imagine? He has second nut flush and a full house. So KY definitely thinks that he has like a scooping hand here, and he actually just has the worst on both boards. Wow, that's a sick bomb pot, honestly. Yeah. Wow, he checked. Okay. Michael bets. Yeah, Paul's all in, and now KY is... I do not know how he can fold here. I don't know how you can fold. He has the third nut flush and he has a full house. It's not possible to fold. Yeah, yeah, that's brutal. Yeah.
Ace is full of 8s and the nut queen high flush on bottom.
Yep. Yeah, KY's sick. KY's got to be sick to his stomach. Yeah, he's gonna show it. Yeah, dude, it's insane. Yeah, he had third nut.
Hello.
He had third nut and Jack 8. So Jack 8 boat, third nut flush.
Who had
dead?
Someone got pocket aces or something?
Yeah, pocket aces.
Wow,
Yeah, those are nuts. Yeah, that was a
okay.
crazy one. Yeah.
Does Mike have
And second
Like,
nut.
Yeah, KY could have on sometimes KY can scoop this pot or at least get half. Like the fact that he got scooped there is actually crazy.
You would think, yeah. And what did Mike call with?
Mike had second nut. And then Paul had top boat. Well, Paul had top boat, and he had the nut flush blocker as well, which is just funny enough,
Paul probably knew he was just getting half there.
Yeah, Paul knew he was getting half, but the thing is that he's the only one who was unsure about what they could have had on the other boards because remember he rivered this boat.
Oh, I see now. I see what's going on.
Do you see what I'm saying? So Paul, because this is on the river, so when Paul bets here, or Paul bet on the turn. Because he also knew that they couldn't have nut clubs. And Michael had second nut clubs, and KY had third nut clubs. So, but he had third nut clubs and a boat. King Jack 8. Yeah, it's honestly a crazy hand.
Well, they win more than 895, right? Because he had 3,000.
Paul had the smallest stack, and
Okay.
Mike L only called.
I see.
He didn't rip it further because Mike L had to be kind of worried. Mike L did not know he was even getting half this pot. He had to call. It was just too small of a bet. But Mike L could not reship it. I think it was about another $800 more. So Mike L could have won $800 more if he reshipped it on the river. But he wasn't sure he was winning because he didn't have nut clubs. He had second nut clubs.
Wow. Okay.
And nothing on the other board. So yeah, that's a cool one. Wow. Yeah, KY probably shaking his head that he could have possibly gotten scooped there. I would have lost it too.
Yeah, I think anybody would have. Especially knowing that you have something on both. That's the big thing, right?
Right. He has more than something. He has a full house. He's only losing to jacks and aces. Nobody can have quads because he has names. He literally only loses to jacks and aces.
And he blocks the jacks a little bit, but yeah, I mean,
right. He has a jack.
You don't. I mean, that's just a. I think
So he had third nut on both boards, which seems not that good, but
was there betting on the flop?
Yeah, there was a bet on the flop, and then there was a pot on the turn. It was 3 ways on the turn. Very interesting hand, actually. I don't think he could have gotten away with it.
That's really good. I probably would just straddle him.
E is saying, I'm folding river as played.
SKY, really? You're folding on that river? Maybe. I don't. You just have because you have to figure your flush. Your flush is no
not
good.
Yeah, your flush isn't good.
Yeah, your flush isn't.
But I think multi-way, if Someone's got the better boat. Someone's got the better flop. I mean, I don't know. It's tough.
This is the ace 8.
Raise. 65. 2-4.
Yeah, could it have been ace 8 of clubs? Yeah,
I think heads up you call, but it's 50-50 multi-way. Especially with Mike L in there. Mike's only playing, and he's playing against 2 of the tighter players.
Right.
Although you really can't put aggression in tight players when you're dealing with a bomb pot. But still, I just
Yeah, that's fair. Maybe it is a fold. Yeah, I can't say I'm a bomb pot expert by any stretch.
No, I'm
but
definitely not.
It seems like it was.
I will defer to E on that.
Oh yeah, for sure. Okay, let's see. Here we have jacks again. Ooh. Well, that is a very strong flop for jacks.
Lots of jacks today, and he flops
Don't
top
suspect
set.
he's going to be slow playing at all because it is a very wet board.
Yeah, he's going to have to make it big just because it's so connected.
Correct.
Yeah, so
Absolutely.
he doesnn't mind getting it all in there, but
Nope.
you don't want to let your opponent draw
that
out
is-
for free.
Yeah, not only do you not want to not only do you want to charge the draws, but you also want to bet while they're like if there's a lot of scare cards on the turn that not only make your hand worse, but also ones that make it so you can't get paid for it. So for instance, if a 10 a 10 comes there a 9 comes there and it's a one-liner to the straight, even if they don't have the straight, you're not getting any money with your set anyway. So
Because your opponent's afraid you have the straight. So
right. So
try to get the money in when they're drawing.
yes, you want to get your money in there not just when you're ahead, but also when they can still call.
Well, kind of going back to that bomb pot, we got somebody saying we have Brinto box. I probably said that wrong. You say you're full, but you're not looking at the graphics. I think it's tough. I think you just go back to the, you don't have. Like I can see a fold there, and it's easy to say because we can see the cards before they call or anything. But if you don't have nut somewhere, it's tough multi-way, right? Because people aren't raising or betting unless they have on a bomb pot unless they have one board locked up.
Right.
Typically, I mean, it's been my experience.
Right, and it's possible that because you have the third nut flush, that maybe it's less likely that both of them have a flush. So that means that one of them must have a boat on the other board. And if they have a boat, is your Jack 8 boat good? Maybe not.
I would think in that situation someone has a better flush. That would be would
Right.
be the more obvious.
Yes, right.
Obvious one.
Right. Oh, I figured that my flush is dead, but it's just so weird that my boat was also no good because there's only a couple of boats that beat me, and it's aces and jacks.
I think ace 8 also.
Ace
yeah,
8.
I'm sorry, ace 8 also was there, I think.
Ace 8.
So you've got effectively the third nuts on both boards.
Right. So
if
then
you
maybe
can break it down with like I got the third nuts on both boards, and maybe you could find a fold, but
right.
it's tough.
Yeah. No, it's possible. If he
I don't
says he
know,
would have folded, I think he would have folded. I just think that's a very
He
hard
could fold. I don't think I could.
No, I couldn't have
Because
folded.
you look for those spots, right? When you have something strong on both boards.
Right. Even if you know one of them is like, I would have figured that my flush wasn't.
Yeah,
good
the
by
flush
that
was
point,
the
but-
obvious one,
Right.
but you don't. But you know.
All right. So here we have action flop.
So we have a gutter here by Mike.
Sorry, action turn. The flop was
Yeah.
checked around. I
Mike
believe,
Bell
right?
has one. We have a couple of gutters all over the place.
Yeah.
And right
still
now
four
the
hands on the
queen
turn.
is ahead. Somehow Mike has outturned everybody.
Nobody
here.
has an ace, which I guess explains the flop action.
Yeah. So I think the best hand folded, right? King Queen.
Right.
Okay.
I mean, you have king queen. You're against three other opponents. You have on an ace high board. It is.
It's actually tough for somebody not to have an ace
Yes. Right.
in that spot. So.
Wow. Mike L with a raise.
No, and KY was the
KY
re-raise.
KY raise. Wow.
With to 400.
Yeah. With
This looks like a bluff, but he has a two-way draw, right?
Yeah, he's two-way draw. King or a 9, give him a straight. But I think he might have successfully deduced that nobody had an ace on the flop. Maybe.
Yeah.
It's hard to know.
I think Mike's gonna get away from this. I mean, he has to. He has nothing.
See, he
right?
knows. So he knows that if Mike L had an ace, because they played before enough that if Mike L had an ace, he would have bet, and because he didn't, he he might be able to figure he doesn't have an ace. If he doesn't have the ace, he can easily scare him off.
Yeah, and I hear what
whatever
you're saying.
hand he has.
We've seen Mike just check his aces, though.
Talk about how much you got left.
Yeah, right.
We've seen
What
him
I'm saying is
play
that
a little bit more passively.
This play from KY only makes sense because Mike has shown a propensity to call a lot. So it's not like you're bluffing into somebody who overfolds. I think that KY has at some point in some way picked up on the fact that Mike L does not have an ace. And if you figure your opponent doesn't have an ace, you've capped them at some whatever fucking middling hand they have.
And then KY does have outs.
Right. And maybe he thinks he could have an ace. Maybe he thinks he does, and maybe he says, well, I've capped him at one pair. You know, here's a big raise. And he raised into multiple opponents. So it's a sign
And
of
Mike
strength,
is our
you know?
big winner right now, 1.8K up, and that probably played a factor
bomb
into
pot.
it as well,
From the
right? I mean, he doesn't want to like
Yeah,
give away some of his profits. So
right. That
I don't
raise
mind.
there-
I think it's a fold all day long with his holdings. I mean, he's drawing to a gut shot.
I'm just wondering. Yeah, right. I'm wondering what the impetus is for that raise from KY. I mean, maybe he's tilting from this.
He just wanted. He wanted to. He wanted. It's big. I think it's been easy enough. That I think it's just as simple as Mike didn't. He knew that Mike didn't have a hand.
Right. That's
he could
what
call
I'm saying,
with. Right. He may have had a hand, but not.
Correct.
Not if it was just a one pair hand. It's tough to call. The board is
Exactly.
sort of
He
connect. I
capped
guess.
him on
Yeah.
some kind of marginal holding because Mike L flatted, and he said he bullied him off of it. Maybe he says, okay, Mike won that bomb pot. He has a bunch of money behind him. He's not going to want to lose all this money calling down with one pair. Whereas he would be prone to do that with $600. He's not prone to do that with $3,000.
Yeah, he's
So
because it's probably not that bet. It's the river
But
bet.
those are all very important things to pick up in poker. How likely is my opponent to fold? Are they somebody who's going to fold to 3 bullets? If I fire 3 big bets and they're afraid to lose all their money, is that going to work?
They're just going to call with the nuts.
Right.
On that.
And additionally, he did have open-ended. He did have equity in the hand, too. It wasn't a stone bluff, but I'm saying that it's...
He might have been actually ahead. That's what it was. Because, I mean, he just had... Mike just had... I mean, Mike had the best hand with the king.
He figured that Mike had... He capped Mike's... Oh, another bomb pot. Here we go.
And we have Jesse in the box. Jesse's a great dealer.
Yep.
Really fun to play with. I told you about that tournament at the lodge that I came in 6th.
Yeah.
I can't say the lodge. Anyway, just fun fact, I knocked Jesse out in that tournament.
Worth it.
Every time I see him or he deals to me, I always mention it. And I'm sure he drives me crazy.
All right, so we have a...
Nobody with an... We got
Interesting
somebody
little
with an
flop.
ace, I'm sure. Oh, we have Cy flopped a straight and an ace. He's got a big hand here.
Yeah, he did. He flopped the wheel. So he flopped the worst end of that straight.
Yeah, I mean, he's not liking it, right? 3-6 is obviously going to beat him. Everybody has a 6 here.
Okay, Mike Bell flopped nicely. Mike Bell flopped a flush draw on both boards and a set of 4s. Oh, sorry, set of deuces. So Mike Bell has a set of deuces and a flush on both. It's a baby flush on both.
He doesn't like that.
No, but he has
flush
to
though,
call
yeah.
because he still has
He flopped 2
He
flushes
flushed.
right there, yeah. He's got the nut flush on the top, too.
Mike L? I'm talking Mike Bell. not
I'm talking
L.
Mike L.
Oh,
Mike,
yeah, no.
Mike
Mike
L has
Bell flopped a set and a double
yeah.
flush draw. So yeah,
He
we
flopped, yeah.
Yeah, so this is some
And a
interesting
straight
hands.
draw.
Right. But Paul flopped the boat.
Yeah,
So-
Paul's going to. And so does Cy. They both have the same hand.
Wow, look at this double spade. double
Oh,
diamond.
Paul has the better boat.
Yeah, right.
And then Cy just turned the boat.
Side turned the boat, but yeah, this is a ridiculous one already. Look at this. It's double
Yeah.
diamond, double
Oh,
spade.
wow, yeah.
So now people have to wonder how good they're, how
Nobody
good-
with the diamonds, though.
Right.
Yeah,
but that's
but
fine because
that doesn't matter.
The diamonds came on the turn,
Yeah.
so it's like
Let's see, we've got.
the diamonds just play another role in the hand that make it so that random hands.
And
can
actually,
catch
Mike
up.
Bell flopped a straight flush draw.
Right, and Cy figures his hand is good here because not only does he turn the boat, but he also has the straight. So from Cy's point of view, it's very unlikely he gets scooped here by one person. However, just like KY, he can get beat by 2 people. So this is a very tricky spot, but Cy is not going to go anywhere, and now his SPR is too small
and
for him to fold.
Mike's got the nut flush on both boards, but he's really just playing the one board.
Right. Yeah. And we
Paul
saw
might jam here.
And we saw Mike with the amazing fold there of his deuces, because even though he had the set, and he could be drawing.
I
to
think
the
that's
board
an
pair.
easier fold, right? The straight's already there. I mean, I just, bottom set. Bottom set and Hold'em is great.
he had bottom set. He had 2 pair also, so he had
Yeah.
2-4, and he also had a flush draw. But again, he's against multiple people. So in heads up, you could maybe call there. But
We have 2 all-ins right now.
yeah, right.
And
'cause
Mike is thinking about this, right? I don't think he calls this.
No,
though.
he can't call.
Yeah, because
How much did he just put in though?
He's
just
got
called
375.
375, yeah.
I wouldn't have called the 375.
No, he can't call because not only is it 900 more to call, but it's also Paul also has 1400 behind.
So he's effectively all in.
Oh my God! Wow. Yeah, he's drawing dead on both.
I mean, no, he could get a flush on the top.
He can get a flush on the top.
King 7 of spades.
Why does it say on the graphics he's drawing dead?
I don't know, but he can get a flush.
Okay, it's weird that it says he's drawing dead now.
Oh, wow.
You're right. Yeah,
But I just think that's still not a call, right? Because
yeah, it's tough because you're drawing to just a spade.
and 2 spades are already on the bottom,
You have
so
no
you're
other
less
draws.
likely to
right,
get.
right. You have no other draws.
You guys have a side
This is the spot where even if you're drawing to the nuts with 1 card to come with all these outs going already, you're not getting those.
Yeah. See, he misses.
Dead. Yeah, but he was missing, but because he didn't have anything else. Like he didn't have 2 pair on the other board. He didn't have. Yeah, he didn't have anything. Damn.
What happened here? They both showed their hands, but Paul didn't, and now he bets. Oh, I see. Mike and Cy thought the action were done, and they showed each other's hands, but Paul didn't. So he jams here, which is, yeah, it's perfectly acceptable, right? I mean, I'm not sure what Mike.
Yeah.
That's so weird. Yeah.
You went all in. I said I went all in.
Okay, it makes much more sense that Mike L called there because he didn't know somebody else was in the hand.
Well, that 100%.
That makes much more sense to me. He didn't realize somebody else was in the hand.
Paul's now whispering to his neighbor.
That can mean anything.
Yeah.
You have to be very careful with those live tells because if you okay, so let's say Mike L looks across the table and sees him whispering. What's he whispering? Is he whispering, "Hey man, I'm bluffing this guy. Can you imagine this?" Or is he bluffing, "I have nut nut"? Like
It's tough
you don't
because
know, right?
I would think he's never bluffing. I mean, you're going to see it's going to go to showdown. So
Yeah,
I'm very confused.
I'm shocked that Mike L called that 900 because he was going to have to do this anyway. Like this isn't.
That's what I'm saying. He would just go all in, right?
Right. This isn't. The opponent is not doing this because you showed your cards. He's doing this because he has the fucking nuts.
Well, and Mike did. He turned. I mean, he rivered a straight. I mean, but still,
Who rivered the straight?
Mike L. Yeah, King Jack.
Oh, right.
Yeah. So he did have some.
Yeah, he was already dead. Yeah, these 2 players have had relatively low VPIPs.
That one. That one didn't make a lot of sense to me.
Yeah.
I mean, look, Mike was just gambling, right? I want to hit a flush. He was just gambling there and was hoping, But the percentage, I mean, it's such a low because the other board had 2 spades, so those are as outs.
That's what I'm saying,
I mean,
right?
it just
like,
did,
the way the action went on this one, he has to figure someone has a boat. So
Yeah.
he's not drawing to flush. He's drawing to if my flush is good there, I have the nuts on one board. And it's okay to be drawing to the nuts and put money in drawing to the nuts, but you're drawing thin because you don't have any redraws. You don't have any showdown value if you miss. And
yeah, and yes, Joel, it was 2 boards, so. And then for them to show cards, I guess they thought they were all in. They thought Paul was all in. As well.
in Mike L's, if Mike L goes back and watches, I mean, he should be able to tell from just how the hands went in action went. If he's thinking about that right now, he's probably obviously steaming about the hand being revealed. But him showing his hand ended up not having any effect on.
No, he had to. Paul. Had
Maybe
the
it
nuts
saved
there.
him because if he didn't show his hand, he hits the straight on that board, and the guy shoves. Maybe he calls. Who knows?
I don't think you can call.
I
it a
thought
pair
after he
board.
called 900, he was going to put in the other 1.2K, which would have been a big disaster for him. But his mistake this hand wasn't showing his hand; it was the 900.
Is calling on the turn.
On the turn, right? Which again is easy for us since we see the hands. We're not, disparaging the play or anything. We're saying that,
That was an odd bomb.
It
pot.
was an odd.
It was a big bomb pot.
It
but
was
it was
a big
just
bomb pot because the hands were huge. The guy
yeah.
and Cy's hand was insane because he had is he had a boat, but he also had the straight. But he had not the best boat and not the best straight.
Probably wasn't. Yeah, he probably no. He had the best straight. He had the best straight. 3-6, or
No, he didn't have a wheel. I thought he had a
no,
wheel.
no. Paul had the wheel, and the. No, you're right. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
he
Sai
had the,
yeah, Sai flopped just the.
He flopped. Paul popped the full house.
Right,
Okay.
right. So
Yeah,
because of
but-
the action, like that's one of the words. So yeah, so Sai had third nut, second nut, or whatever. But like
I think it's a little different than KY's spot there.
it was different than KY's spot, right? Because KY was facing river jams, whereas
When those rivers got scary.
yeah,
And Preston now 9-8. I love that hand. Just gonna raise it up. I'll give it to Preston though. He doesn't really limp in. He's coming in with aggression or he's not. So
right.
that's the way to do it there. But Sai's probably gonna he bumps this up.
Aggressive poker is good poker.
Sure, Sai's confused about that last hand. As we like,
Right.
how's Mike in there? And,
Right.
And to Mike's credit though, he could have won a massive pot. He chopped it. There,
That
but-
is true. Right, right.
I mean, he was going for the.
I'm just glad that him showing his hand face up didn't really it didn't. I don't think him flipping his hand cost him money.
Yeah, I'm glad he didn't call.
Right. If he had called, then who knows if that.
Oh!
Oh my goodness! Look at that.
All right, Preston.
Sai has the ace of
Preston's got a
clubs.
c-bet here.
Yep.
It doesn't matter. I mean, yeah, he flopped trips here. He's got a c-bet.
Yep. These boards traditionally favor Sai's range here. And yeah.
He just can't raise here.
No. You don't need to
can't-
raise
yeah.
because the board is so dry, relatively.
I mean, what are you repping if not the 9?
That's what I'm saying, right?
It's like the,
you're getting all the worst hands to fold. However, because of the way this board is, Sai has to figure out if his opponent has clubs, which is less likely since he has a club himself. But he has to figure out what he could be calling with.
Yeah.
Ace Jack is often good here. A lot.
that
of the time.
ace of clubs is actually going to help Sai, right? It's less likely his opponent has the nut flush draw. That would be the one hand that would call that.
Right,
And
but
so
but a 9 is something that could be in your opponent's range still. It's more likely your opponent has a 9
Absolutely.
than you do. However, Ace Jack is still traditionally very good here still.
he sizes up here a little bit. Well, maybe not really relative to the pot. It's like almost a 400, 380. That's a little bit bigger, so that's not value-y here. I'm trying to get this guy off his hand, whatever hand it is, right?
Right, and it's gonna, obviously gonna backfire here. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's gonna be a quick fold.
Now, Preston never not double negative. He always has a 9 here.
He always has ace high beat.
Yeah,
That's what is
yeah.
important.
He's always,
He
he's.
always has ace high beat.
And
Always.
Preston's making a nice little comeback. Although he had a rebuy. I'm not sure how much. I think he rebought it for 2.
Yeah, I don't know if he always has a 9, but he always
feels
has ace
like
high,
he always- yeah.
has ace high beat. Yeah, I mean this player profile might always have 9 there. That's true. It could.
Joseph is saying both had the wheel. Yes. This game is turning in really good. We've had 2 huge bomb pots.
Yeah.
Love to see that. I'm sure
Yeah.
some of the players don't, but
Well, I was just saying, it's funny, right before that one started, I was like, bomb pots are cool because people like them because they can shift the tide of battle. You could be losing in 4 hours and hold them and be just down
one
on your
bomb
luck.
pot.
And then in one bomb pot, you're boom, Okay, well. Okay, Mike Bell
Preston's
raises
definitely
those
going to
deuces.
call with this Jack 10. We've seen that before.
Oh, yeah, look at that. The
Oh, he's
graphic
gonna
changed
raise.
for the Nostraddle. Yeah, nice. All right, so raise
See,
the 20 this
Preston,
time for the Nostraddle.
although he's been unlucky, he's playing really well. He's coming in for raises and stuff, really setting the tempo. Preston,
Oh, Preston.
yeah.
Yeah, Mike Bell going to call it the deuces. You can't raise with deuces to always fold to a 3-bet. Deuces are tough to play, though, because post-flop the hand shrivels up very quickly.
You either hit or you don't. Now, this
Right.
kind of flop may not favor Preston, unless he had an overpair there, but yeah, you're not going to continue.
You flop in this particular spot. He's also playing the fact that he did flop top pair after 3-betting with Jack 10 offsuit. So that one's going to be less about ranges and more about I flopped the best I'm going to get with this hand. I'm going to bet and try and take it down.
Yeah, I mean,
So-
he actually improved, right? So you're
Right.
not, going to
Right.
think you're bad.
Regardless of whose range it hits, if you're flopping, if you flop Jack 10, if you flop on a 10 high board there, you just have to stab at it. You have to.
I think the problem now with poor Preston is he's got a lot of money in front of him. So he's not. We've seen him go all in several times with the $400 or $500 stack. Now he's got money. So let's see if that kind of affects his play a little bit. Doesn't look like it. He's ramping up the aggression.
He is, right.
Jan, is it Jan?
We're just going to go with Jan.
Jan. So Jan has been really quiet.
Yes, he has.
I don't know how many times we've seen jacks. It feels like a dozen
and
times.
I'm not surprised to actually see KY flat with jacks here because he's playing against early position open from Jan. So do you think KY is not always flatting with jacks?
No, never.
But here it makes, and look at that. Mike Bell with
our first aces. This is going to be fun, right? So KY, so we know he's never folding, right?
No.
Mike Bell could be squeezing here with the limp.
He very much be squeezing.
With the limp.
From KY's point of view, KY's his own hand is under-repped at this point because
he's going to raise this, I believe, right? Because it looks like a squeeze.
He could raise it. I mean, it is jacks, and it's very hard to play jacks correctly.
It is. I hate just calling.
The reason. Yeah, sure. Good call. You're right.
Yeah, it's just that it looks like a squeeze, like
you're right. It does
look
look like a squeeze, and this is a great part about how Mike Bell plays. Bell plays tricky. Okay, so Mike Bell plays so tricky that his opponent is literally flatting and then 3-betting him while Mike's holding aces.
Let's see how tricky he is.
Sorry, 4-betting him. He's 4-betting him. Yeah. So now, we have to flat always.
I love that. I mean, I don't love it for KY, but most people jam with an overpair to the jacks.
Never.
And this is the best flop for Mike that could ever.
Here's a piece of advice for you, Dante. If you're holding aces and you 3-bet with them and somebody 4-bets you, do not 5-bet.
Only if I'm on the stream. You can go back
when
to
they say don't flat with aces.
With that one.
Right. When they say don't flat with aces, it doesn't mean you always need a 5-bet with aces.
I always
in tournaments too. It's funny if you in tournament poker you're supposed to flat with aces with certain stack sizes to 3-bets. You're not supposed to 4-bet.
I
aces.
heard that.
Yeah. Kings you're supposed to 4-bet. Aces, not all of them.
And he checks with the aces.
Yep.
Oh, this is going to be all in. He just got a call here. Don't slow. Don't.
Of course.
Oh, he does call.
Of
That was
course.
instant
Look at the
call.
board.
Yeah. Well, I thought that he was slow play.
Oh my God! Oh my God!
Wow. Good.
Oh.
You would have been livid.
Did he show? Did Mike Bell have to show? I don't know if Mike Bell even showed. He showed? Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. That is brutal. And now we see KY push the stack forward, not to hand it to Mike Bell, but to get the count. That's the worst. That's the worst way to hand it over, huh? We thought he was going to hand that shit over to him, but he's handing it over for the dealer to count.
I'm a little stunned and speechless.
I
mean,
dude.
I feel bad for KY, but that's just poker. Not bad for KY. Sorry, bad for Mike Bell.
Right, but you understand. But this is the difference between a professional and somebody who's going to. So Mike Bell, I think Mike Bell played the hand extremely well. Look at him. He got his opponent to put their entire stack in with drawing to 2 cards. So the lesson here shouldn't be if I had 5-bet, he would have folded his jacks. And I wouldn't have lost $2,000.
It would be about 50-50 if he'd folded the jacks. I don't think that 5-bet is an automatic fold.
If he 5-bet, I promise you he would have folded.
You think he would have?
I think even the craziest.
Was it a 5-bet or a 4-bet? And it would have been a 4-bet or a 5-bet?
No, it would have been a
5-bet.
It would have been a 5-bet. Even the craziest maniacs in this room will fold to a 5-bet with jacks. Even when's the last time you got 5-bet?
It's been a while.
Yeah. Yes, it has. I bet it has.
It's been a while.
I've never been 5-bet in a cash game in the year that I've been playing. I've never been 5-bet.
A few times I have been, and I've made the right fold. I've actually, just a couple weeks ago, I was 5-bet when I had aces, pre-flop.
Wow.
They had ace-king. So, I mean, ace-king could be that spot, too. You can see a 5-bet with that. Not in 1-2, but in bigger games, yeah.
Yeah.
I guess
I don't play as many of these huge games.
Yeah, 1-2 is.
You
don't see people 3-betting with ace king a lot. They just
right.
They just call. They want to realize equity on the flop. So.
Well, regardless, I think the moral to this story is that is to not say that you should 5-bet the aces. The trick is that again, you got your opponent to put your money in with 2 outs. So that means that, in my opinion, that means that Mike played the hand very well.
Yeah, Mike's going to take a. He's going to take a leave. I think that's fine. He just, I rather I'd rather
he
get
leave,
up.
like,
Yeah,
entirely?
I think so.
Check
I'd rather
out, okay.
leave because sometimes you can get tilted
Right.
in that spot. And Paul makes a very small bet with his trips, and it was a little transparent. It was a little.
Yeah. Oops.
It was a little.
He's gonna take his $22 win. And yeah. Oh my goodness. That's crazy for Mike Bell. I think he played the hand great.
Yeah, it's tough, right? I mean, for me, I play aces fast almost always.
Absolutely.
I mean, I think he did. I mean,
Well, I had. I mean, especially it's just a tough one. I feel that's just tough. I mean, your opponent has to have outs.
Whatever,
poker, right?
whatever way I could play the game so that my opponent puts their entire stack in, drawing to 2 cards, I want to play that. Whatever it is.
Yeah,
However,
you're
if it means slow
you're
playing,
talking
fast playing.
4% there, right?
Yeah,
Around
right.
that? Yeah, so
Like, you might as well have mind controlled him, right? Like, if you could have mind controlled him, you would have had him put his whole stack in on the flop. And he did, and he just got lucky. So it's just, yeah, that's a sick move.
we do have a new player coming. I know we have a list out there. I'm still some big hands today.
Oh my
I mean, it
goodness.
started off a little
That
slow.
one was crazy.
Yeah, that was probably the hand of the night. I mean, we can say it was the bomb pots, but I think
Yeah.
that hand was
That
was good poker being played by
Yeah.
both. Unfortunately, there has to be a winner and a loser,
Always.
and that's what we saw there. So we have a nice little pot brewing here.
Well, I did say earlier we wanted tears, we wanted drama.
Yeah,
It's much easier to root for that when you're not at the table.
I mean, in this spot here, when Paul bets the turn and the flop, he always has a king. And I think Mike was just floating, hoping to catch up here a little bit.
Yeah, he had backdoor hearts, he had
Yeah.
backdoor straight, he had ace high.
I mean, I think a fold on the flop would have been
Perfectly acceptable.
move on to the next
Yes.
one. Yeah,
Well, he's proven to be sticky so far tonight.
it's a very small bet though, 185. I mean, it's like 40% pot. But I'm just trying to figure out a reason why.
Maybe
he would
because
call.
Paul figures that his opponent's hand is only 7%.
I know.
Yeah. Paul's like, come on in. Just a little bet. Yeah. There's nothing better you could do to the sticky player than make a small bet.
It's so milky, right? I mean, 185 to win 7 something.
Although you also kind of want to do big bets against sticky players because if they're going to call everything, get them with the big as well.
So Ed Harris, are you the actor Ed Harris? I've not seen he's referring to the cowboy hat. I've actually not. I've seen one other person wear a cowboy hat on the stream before. I don't own a cowboy hat, Mike. Do you own a cowboy hat?
I wore one the other day on.
Oh, you did?
On one of the streams.
I must have. I just don't own a cowboy hat. I'm new
You were
to
doing commentary.
Oh.
I just wore. It was a
Were
prop
you?
one. Yeah, it was a prop one.
Oh.
In my closet. Yeah.
I feel like I have. I mean, I've only lived in Texas for now 2 years. I feel like I have to buy a cowboy hat.
I feel the same way.
I
I
mean-
really want to get a nice 10-gallon hat, some cowboy boots.
I've got to sell my car, maybe get a truck.
Yeah, I'm not
I've
gonna go
never
that far.
seen. I've never seen so many trucks in my life. I mean, I'll go ahead and say it. I moved here from California,
Right.
and where everybody has a Tesla and a BMW. But here,
Everyone has a
every other car is a pickup truck. Nice ones too. Like
What is everybody carrying around in the truck? Like,
I don't
what could
know.
they possibly be carrying around?
I feel like I would like a truck because it's easier for me to get out of. All right, so Preston's going to flop top pair. Is not loving it. He does have that small flush draw.
Right. He has to love it a little bit more now that the club obviously can be a little bit concerning because you only have the 4 of clubs, but your hand is still too good to fold.
Yeah, of course.
You
And
have
then,
top pair.
and
Club, the club actually gives you an out against that's a great mover because now you're only pretty much losing to the better
the made
the
flush
flush.
there, yeah, which
The
is
better- the
almost
better
never
ace.
there.
The better ace is no longer good.
And
Yeah,
of course,
Preston correctly
yeah.
picking up on the fact that his opponent's hand is probably pretty good. If he knew his opponent had 10s, it's still a pretty small river bet. It's actually a pretty good bet, considering your opponent might
It's,
have
it's really a great bet. He's hoping now that his opponent does have an ace that he now beats.
Yeah. Nice. Nicely
I think
played.
with Chris, he's got to ask him. We said this before. You know, does my opponent ever bluff here? Is he capable? I have not seen. Maybe I'm wrong. I have not seen Preston really bluff in these spots.
Yeah, that's probably just a good sizing thing. Then,
Yeah,
he's like, I'm going to make this cheap enough for you to call with your ace. Oh, you had tens? Yikes! You know, like, yeah. He was probably, he didn't see the tens. He didn't show them, but I think he would have been shocked that he got a call out of tens there.
Chris not really getting the flops or anything right now, so you can't really get anything going.
Yeah.
He's getting out flopped every time.
He was. That was ace 4 offsuit that got him there. All right, Chris is going to try again after that ambitious call there. Okay, here we go.
I'm still thinking about those aces versus jacks.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, I thought Mike Bell played it really well, but maybe that's just me.
We do have a new player going to be here in a few minutes, so we'll stay tuned for that. I know who it is, but I want to save the drama. Paul's he should raise this, right? He didn't.
He did.
Oh, he did. Okay, I thought they were calling chips. I was like, never just call multi-way with that. He made it kind of small though. It's going to invite a few players in, right? 110 over 40. I kind of like to figure out how many people are still going to be in the pot and kind of raise it accordingly. Like 150 would have been nicer.
Preston's getting frisky here. Ace, deuce,
yeah,
suited. Like I do like to see flops with my suited aces. I don't like to do it out of position in multi-way in 3-bet pots.
So Chris is going to bet with that board. I think Paul's just going to lay this down because Chris is never betting like this unless he has top pair. But it almost feels like a blocker bet, the sizing, right? I mean,
it's
not bad. I guess 200 into.
It is a good sizing bet, but the thing is for Paul is that he has 2 overs and a
Paul's the
draw.
kind of player that's not going to speculate.
Right.
He's just going to dump this.
Yep. He looks at the board. I do not have a made hand. I'm going to fold. Yeah, that's reasonable.
Yeah. So Chris gets it going here with the Queen 10 suited. So well done. I just felt like Chris did not want to see a turn.
That sizing was good there.
Yeah.
Was decent because if he bet smaller on that flop, the ace king can come along for sure with a better price because you have actually decent equity with ace king.
So Paul and KY are our leaders. KY's been all over the board here, kind of with Kevin a little bit. It's been a great stream.
Ace king is like over 35% there still.
Yeah. Because he hits a pair or hits a 10, right?
Or a jack.
Or
10.
Yeah,
the 10.
So we're not seeing the straddle here. And that's right. The software does pick up if there's a
that's
if there's a straddle, then it'll just show the 2, 5, 10.
Yeah, I didn't know that. That's amazing. All right.
Kevin's
the moment he's been waiting for.
Oh, he's going to play a tricky. He knows that Mike, his player plays pretty close to the vest here, and he's just going to. He would blow him off that hand if he raises.
You don't always need to raise ace king. It's just recommended sometimes. A lot of the time.
I would most of the time. Yeah. But he does. He didn't need to outflop or outturn him, but.
Yeah, so the thing is, for considering when to 3-bet versus flatting with the hand like ace king is that, sometimes you want to make sure that you are getting worse hands to call you. So, for instance, against this heads up against that other player, if he 3-bets, the guy is just going to fold every hand that he has beat. And he's going to get no value. He's going to pick up $20. Right?
So Ed Harris asked, is that Aziz Ansari hat? Looks very... right. Is that little brother?
He's talking about Sai, I think.
Oh. Is that the comedian?
Yeah.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, I agree with you. He does have a sort of the vibe, that same kind of similar look.
Oh. Well, now we have Chris He's taking over for Mike here in seat 1. Now, Chris has been on the stream before. He is a very good player. He did really well the last time I commentated with him there.
Yep.
I think he won like, I don't even know, 3 or 4. I can't remember. But he's a very good player. I played with him for about 15 minutes once before he got called up to the stream. So, we traded one really good player for another one. So
It's true.
there's really no easy marks here,
I played with
especially when you get to the 2-5 game. I mean, there are some people who are not easy marks, but they're very aggressive. But typically you got to be on your A game, and this is a very good table so far. So
yeah, there have been chips flying everywhere, despite the fact that there aren't too many big maniacs. So.
I get it. Now I know who that is, Ed.
Yeah,
But I think he's a little taller. I think size a little taller and skinnier.
Yes.
Size, like, I mean,
I think it's
I don't
the
know.
face.
He's
the
6
facial
foot.
is similar.
At
Really?
least, yeah. I'm guessing. I don't know. He's taller than I am. I'm 5'9". So.
He's
All
taller
right.
than I am. He might as well be 7 feet tall.
Yeah, because I envy that.
All right, so we have a middle pair versus bottom pair here.
Wow, he just dumps the 6. I guess it's if it's Mike's betting, he's usually got something, right?
Yeah. You're saying that Mike sometimes checks when he has an ace. Sometimes, but
Sometimes, yeah.
I've observed him betting more when he has a hand and checking more when he does not have a hand.
When he had that ace-9, when he rivered, he was checking. But that was a different circumstance, right? His opponent was being very aggressive.
His opponent was likely to have an ace as
Yeah.
well. So though he had the ace, that would have been suicide for him to lead off with the ace. He wasn't the pre-flop aggressor. And his opponent was likely having an ace. All right. Queen 9 suited under the gun. Chris is going to know how to navigate a hand like this. As the under the gun raiser, you represent a lot of strength with your hand. It's harder for people.
Oh,
to bet.
aces.
Ooh.
Ace, queen, ace. Oh, wow. This is, we've been blessed with some nice,
This is
we've been a lot of big hands crashing
all right,
into
so
each other.
Jan
Here.
with his 12% VPIP.
And
has
so
3
Kevin
bet.
is definitely always raising this, and he's always going to make it big here. So let's see what he goes. What was that? I can't tell.
Kevin.
175. Kevin goes 175.
Yep. But
Chris is getting out
Chris
of here.
is out of here. Jan
Now we'll see
let's
how
Jan
plays. Yeah, I was about to say.
Yep. So this is now a 4-bet. This is currently a 4-bet. Will Jan 5-bet his aces?
I think he will.
I think so too, because he has.
And I actually
a
think he
low
should,
VPIP.
right? I mean, I think he should. There's a lot of value. There's a lot of, I guess. I mean, you could just call this.
If you think your opponent is the type that will call a 5-bet, absolutely. Yep, he is
Does
going
he?
to 5-bet. Yes, that is definitely.
I would
a
probably make
5-bet.
it to like 450.
And now-
Make it small, right?
Yep.
Oh, he makes it 4.
Yep.
Make it small enough where your
That's
opponent
fine.
has to call or re-raise you. That can just re-raise
Now,
you.
if I am Kevin, I am throwing my hand into the muck so fast.
Yeah,
that my
well,
hand-
it's you
I won't
can't-
even peel. I wouldn't even peel. I wouldn't even peel here.
Because what happens if you improve, right?
What do you think your opponent has? Do you think? What
Ace
do you
king?
think? You think that guy is 5-betting with ace
Could,
king?
yeah.
No.
Most players with ace
No.
king could.
Yeah, and if he has ace king, you're still fine.
I know, yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's either kings, ace king, or aces. It's nothing that you beat.
No, it's never jacks. It's never
Yeah.
tens that you're even flipping against. It's never those hands ever. It's a cheap flop to see. It's immediate. Yeah, I would. Yeah, that's fine. You can
Yeah,
peel.
because he does have,
you could.
he's-
It's a small raise. You
and
said
it's
a small
and
raise. But
he's
boy,
suited, right? And the old adage, he's suited. There's a queen. That's probably the worst hand he could. That's the worst flop.
good. How you
Kevin
feeling?
could.
But see, that's the thing. What I was saying earlier about
I know.
sculpting the hand out. So now here, how are you feeling against the
He
tightest?
beats one
tightest
hand. He beats ace king. That's it.
Yeah.
And that's
Yeah, ace king, which is still, which still
Has
has
equity,
30% on against you.
well, we're thankful for this hand.
Yeah, it's amazing. I mean, but that's the problem is that you make this flop now. You
Oh,
know,
and Jan checks. That is
Yeah.
tricky. He
good.
realizes that some of that.
right. He realized that he can't go for multiple streets of value because of the SPR.
So he's not calling king jack, right?
Right.
There's no way.
At any point, Jan can dunk his whole stack in because of the SPR. So there's no reason to just go for 3 streets of value. You can't even get 3 streets of value. You don't have enough money. If you were deeper, you can bet on this flop. But you know,
I think Kevin bets. Oh, he goes all in.
yeah, I mean, this is yeah. Yep.
Oh, he says twice. He seems unsure. I would love that.
Yep. Crazy. Let me tell you, I love to give action. I really do. I like to play a lot of hands. But
I
even
play with you.
even I, yeah, right. Even I with ace queen suited there, it's going into the muck. But yeah, it's understandable though because like this is one of the best flops for your hand possible, and that was a great check by Jan. A great check because
I felt like Jan was unsure because he didn't snap call, right?
he didn't snap call but he had to think because you know what's in your opponent's range. He doesn't think he has ace queen because he has
blocks
two
it,
ace double block. He double blocks ace queen.
King Jack.
No, you could think he has tens or nines. It could be a lot of hands. There's a lot of hands. Obviously, it's a call. He didn't think that quote unquote that long about it. But the thing is that he checked with the intention of calling the bet. Like, I mean, did he calculate that the guy was going to go all in there? Maybe not, but he did know to make the call in the end. So whether the check was to disguise the play, like I said earlier, it could be because he knew that he couldn't get 3 streets of value, so he can check 1 street to trap.
Well, you're going to hit a record.
Well,
My question is that if he checked behind on that turn, is Jan going to fold? Because now it's a one-liner.
it felt like it.
You felt like right. I think so too.
I don't think you could ever fold there just because you don't have a lot of money, right?
I don't think you can fold.
Yeah,
I'm saying
never
like,
to any bet really, but I mean, I guess I don't know. Your
my
point,
guess is that
set-
Jan has probably not played too many 5-bet pots before.
There's a couple hands I
And for instance, I haven't even played a 5-bet pot at a cash game before. I've played 4-bet pots, but never 5-bet pots. But yeah, that's just crazy.
Well, we've seen lots of action, lots of all-ins here tonight.
That
More
was
so than
fireworks. That
usual.
was fireworks. I can't believe it. Yeah, it's been an interesting game.
I almost felt like Jan checked it because he wanted to get to showdown. That's what I.
He
yeah.
might have just checked all 3 streets.
Yeah, that's what I thought he was. Which I don't think was. Oh, we have ace king here. Mike is blessed with ace king. Chris is going to wake up with something that's going to crack ace king for sure. Queen jack suited. We're going to go 4 ways, I think. Did Michael just called size bet? Is that right? Am I seeing that right? He didn't re-raise?
Yeah, so now the action's on Kevin.
He might come in for a raise for sure.
Pocket eights doesn't want to play 4 ways.
No. He's got it. Yeah, you're not set mining with eights here.
You don't want to set mine
No.
with eights, no.
It's be nice.
Yep. But now Michael gets to pull the trigger.
It would be a weird re-raise, right? I think he
From
just calls
Michael?
it. Yeah.
Not
Just knowing Mike.
Oh, knowing Mike, he's probably not going to. But I'm saying
he's just going to call.
This is one of those excellent spots to.
You play ace king like. Oh, you almost play ace king like aces.
Right.
A lot of people do anyway. So.
Right. Except the thing about the aces is that when you do with aces, you're all ooh. Size all in with 6-5 suited.
No, he's going to make his stand here. And you know what's so funny about this? It probably will work.
Oh my goodness.
It probably will
see,
work.
that one wasn't on my bingo card. That one was not.
I mean,
maybe he's playing the image here. Maybe Sai's playing the image because his image has been very tight tonight. He hasn't been getting out of line.
This feels like.
And now Mike L just has too much money to.
He was the razor pre. Oh, he was the razor before that. Now this is a 4-bet.
Yeah, right. I'm saying, yeah. Here's the action. Yeah. Call. Oh my God. He called. He called with the 8s. Oh my God. He called with the 8s. I'm in shock. I am in shock. Oh my God, I am in shock. Wow. Yeah, I mean that.
So I'm thinking
Kevin just snapped it off
Yeah.
with the 8s.
I'm thinking
Wow.
Kevin probably put Sai on ace king, big ace, right? He put Sai on the hand that Mike had. I mean, that's the only way, right? I don't think you're ever calling it because you're calling. You're not going all in yourself. You're calling off. I don't think you ever call off thinking you're behind.
You're calling off. What was it? He raised. What did he raise to? He raised here.
He raised 1.6, so from 300, so that's 1,300 more. So I don't think he's thinking he's ahead. He's thinking he's flipping.
Yeah.
I mean,
maybe.
I mean, you're not. Are you calling off thinking your opponent has jacks?
No, I could fold.
Well, I'm saying the reason why he called.
Oh, yeah.
He specifically put him on ace
He
king or
must
something
have.
like that.
Well, yeah, clearly he must have.
Or he had some other tell. I mean, it was a great call. I mean,
That was an amazing call.
he was
Yeah,
way ahead.
Yeah, I'm much more in shock by the call than I am about the rip. You know what I mean? Like, the 6-5 suited rip was crazy to me, but, like, the call was crazy. Like, that was, wow.
I think, is that going to be it for, is that Sai? Did he come back? I hope he did. Get his money back there. Oh, he is coming back. So Sai's coming back.
Yep.
Sai's one of those players, he could brush that off. That hand, though, might get him paid later on when he gets a big hand.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I was
Yeah.
just going to say that. I'm like,
Yeah.
you know, Sai's probably thinking to himself, like, if they'll do that with the 8s, wait till I have, have what I have, you know. But he did just see this guy get stacked with ace, or, stack it off with ace-queen against the tightest player. So it's, I wonder if that was hand number 1 of the stream, if he would have called with the 8s there.
I don't know. Chris is not Chris. Sorry, Kevin's been on a roller coaster ride.
Right.
Yeah,
so I don't think.
I don't think he
my
would've,
guess is no. I don't think he would have done hand number 1 of the night.
Paul is in the lead here. He's got the jack.
Man, that was
Chris is going to fold to any aggression. I know
6-5
it's
suited. Wow.
I like 5-6 suited.
Right, but I'm saying, like, can you? That's so crazy. That's such an interesting, like I didn't expect that to happen. I'm just still like, whoa. I would have folded the 8s.
He was just trying to get him to fold, right? I mean, he's not calling 280.
I mean,
Yeah,
I think that play would have worked in a lot of spots.
90%. 90%
That's what I'm
of
saying,
the time, yeah.
right?
Unless you have a big hand.
Yeah, like I'm not pointing to it like it's bad. I'm pointing to it. It's
Yeah,
it's uncommon. You know what I mean? It's so.
It was a good 3-bet, right? Is that what it was? 3-bet. Kevin, I mean, he made a good sizing 280. I mean, I'm just trying to figure out what size putting him on.
Right.
That he would fold. Ace king, ace queen. I mean, I'm just pocket 10s.
He just saw that he wouldn't have folded the
Pocket
ace queen to a
9s.
5-bet.
Yeah, pocket 9. So a medium-sized pocket pair. It's exactly what he had. He just didn't fold.
He didn't fold. Right. Like I said, I would have thrown those 8s very quickly away. All right. So Mike L's in a raise with jacks. Get a flat king queen.
Jacks again.
Yep.
That's
Jacks are
got to
out
be
tonight.
7 or 8 times.
We were
at
saying
least.
tonight about how the jacks were playing, and that one with against the aces is the
Yeah,
craziest.
that was definitely a highlight. I know we'll make a highlight reel out of this, and it's gonna be tough trying to figure out what hands. You typically do like 4 or 5 hands, but
Oh, this one we had some good ones tonight.
Yeah, we'll have at
for
least.
sure. All right, so yep, Mike L bets and takes it down. None of the other players with their king high like the ace high flop. That's called betting your range. There, make sure you do that, because even though you had jacks on an ace high board, and it's somewhat likely your opponents could have an ace, this means that you have. Sometimes you still have to be aggressive. Crazy hands. Yeah, the 6-5 and 8s one was crazy, and the aces and jacks one was crazy. Some of those
that bomb pot was.
Yeah.
I almost want to say awkward. It was awkward.
With the hand reveal.
Yeah, it was awkward.
I personally
hey.
just don't think that the hand reveals will cost them the money.
Yeah. All right, so Mike L against Kevin.
Oh my goodness, jacks again. Is it the second hand? Mike just had jacks last hand, right?
Yeah, he checks it. Now the straight gets there. I mean,
Yeah, but it's not.
It's not
a hard straight.
It's not. Yeah. So and he's
Gappy
going to lead
straight.
out here. That's a terrible card for Mike because now there's 2 overs for Kevin. Kevin's going to see this. A 9 would be devastating here.
Ace, Kevin can't love that. So
Yeah, that's a bad
showdown
card for
value.
Mike. Not that he's worried about the ace. It's just his opponent doesn't have
Yeah.
any of that. So.
Yeah, 9 or a 7 would have been disaster.
All right, we have Kevin and Cy down. So they're down the most here. Although Mike Bell was also lost some money here.
Yep.
Paul, Jan, and KY up. And Chris is just floating above the positive earnings. I guess that's better than losing.
Sheesh. There's some roller coaster rides with the chip stacks.
Yeah, I mean,
Which is
we've
always
seen Kevin and KY all over the place. And
Right.
so is Mike, too, right? Mike had a big stack. And then,
Yep. Yes.
yeah, so I've seen Mike play a lot. I've commentated a lot on his streams, and he
Right.
doesn't usually do that roller coaster thing. So,
He doesn't.
no, he doesn't. He's very steady. He's either climbing up or kind of going down. So,
Right. So to have the roller coaster.
yeah,
is probably-
that's a little unusual. He's one of the snuggiest players, I guess. I don't know if that's a word, but
Yeah.
felt right.
Close to the vest. Yeah.
Thank you, right now. Please, if you are watching, enjoying this great stream, please hit that like button. I would appreciate it. It doesn't cost you, but it makes a world of difference to us. I hear that all the time.
So we can come back.
So rarely do I get to use it in a sentence.
Right. The shill-y becomes the shiller.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. So the earnings have been definitely all over the place tonight. It has been, and that I think that contextually plays into how the players, how they play and how they adjust.
I appreciate that, Ed.
Are these earnings correct though?
They are. Yeah, they're pretty accurate.
KY's still up 2K.
Yeah, he won that. He's the one with the jacks versus aces.
Oh,
So he was down, he was up, he was down. He's having a roller coaster. Him and Kevin are really just.
Yeah, and Kevin is still down because
still
even though
down.
he won with the eights, he lost with the ace queen. Oh my goodness, crazy night.
Jan's been very steady, just climbing up.
Yeah,
He's not been risking a lot. He's been
Right.
getting in when he knows he's good. So he plays really well. So we got a couple of marginal hands here against non-suited king-queen. I see a queen right off the bat, and I see a gut shot and bottom pair for Chris. I mean, Preston has a gut shot.
Yeah.
Didn't you imply Chris also had a gut shot? I'm thinking Chris is just going to smooth call this. He's going to set a little trap. Yep, he's just going to.
Yeah, his
Just
hand
gonna
is
smooth call
his hand
this.
is good on this board.
He knows he's good here, but not great. Now he's got someone else in there. What do we got, a 10?
Yep, 10 of hearts.
Now Preston did improve to second pair. He doesn't know it, but he didn't like. Wouldn't have liked to see that card.
Chris is going to want to bet here.
Yeah, for sure.
For protection, he still has to figure his hand is best right now. It's very unlikely that one of his opponents has 2 pair exactly, and he wants to charge the draws. The fact that they're falling behind is probably telling him that they're pretty much on draws.
All right, we're going to see an action turn here, and we get the 2.
Trickiest of bricks. Yeah, probably just gonna see check, maybe a check behind even.
I think he's gonna go some thin value here.
He might. He might
Maybe
be
like
able to
that
sniff out getting
200,
some value.
175. I mean, oh no, he's just gonna.
Yeah, he put him on a draw the entire time. So like, I don't think if he knew his hand was 10-9, he definitely would have bet, of course. But I think that he put his opponent on some marginal, and might even had 2 pair. Like the opponent could have had 6-7, and just anything like that is like the disaster if you bet on that river. It's one of those like you can go for thin value on river. Chris has probably sized up his opponent and knows that his opponent's not really going to be the person that kind of check raises on the river. One of the important things to note before you, like some people don't like to bet for value on rivers because they don't want to get raised. They're like if I go for thin value on this river and I get raised, I'm going to be sick, right? But you have to first you have to understand is if your opponent is the kind who's capable of check raising. So have you seen them ever check raise a river before? If not, like you can.
It does go to the exploitive, like knowing your opponent, and plus,
Right.
from my experience, like, if somebody has a better hand there, they're gonna bet that.
Yes.
On the river, most of the time, the really good players can't balance that out. Yeah,
So
sure.
that's what I'm saying. So that a lot of times you can go for thin value on the river because your opponents aren't typically the type that are going to check raise your rivers. They can raise you on the river, but they're not the check raising types. You know what I mean? So, in situations like that, it's important to size up your opponents and their tendencies.
We are off to a bomb pot. Hopefully they can and typically we don't see this type of action in bomb pots.
Yeah, no,
But tonight we've had 2 just wild and crazy bomb pots. Let's see who has the nut flush, or the 4-7. So I kind of reverse engineer that.
Right, no, that's fine.
But Kevin has 3 pair on the bottom. I see Chris with the flush draw. I see top set for KY. He's going to definitely bet this because that's never going to be good by the time it gets.
Well, yeah, he also has a straight. So
KY, but he's got the dummy end of the straight.
He's got the dummy end of the straight, and he
still
has top.
He's
top
got
set.
the nuts right now so far on the top. He definitely doesn't want this to go multi-way too much. We do have a flush draw by Kevin and 3 pair.
Sai has the nut straight currently.
So he's got 4-7.
Yeah, a lot of people have action on this board. Yeah. The turns do change quite a bit, though. The turns now open up different straight being good.
Well, now KY does have 2 flush draws, but not the nut flush. It kind of goes back to. I mean, he currently still has the nuts here.
Yeah, KY can definitely feel happy putting his whole stack in with these kind of hands.
This is where you got to do it right here, right? Because you're never going to get value that you beat on the river.
Yeah, you have to worry.
Yeah,
right.
Exactly.
There's no currently he currently has the best nuts on one board, and he has the
This
dummy.
should be a good pot here.
Oh yeah.
Sai does have the best. Well, he doesn't have the best straight anymore. So 7-8 beats him.
Correct. That's what I'm saying. So the turn did change.
But he has 2 pair, right? He has 2 pair with the straight, and he has a gut shot on the top. I'm seeing that right. So right now it's a chop pot, if I'm not mistaken. Did he gut shot him?
My goodness.
Oh no, he flushed. No, he gut shot him. He
Yes.
got a straight. He
Yes.
scoops.
Scoop. Oh my God. Sai.
Took me a minute. I was like, oh, the flush got there. But wait, he didn't have the flush.
No, look at that.
Oh wow.
God, KY. He's got to be sick.
Wow. And he had a straight on the other board too.
Oh my goodness. Look at that. Just like that, the winnings get more bunched together. Wow. And he's gotta breathe a sigh of relief on that one,
I
on
see
that
what you
river.
did there.
Goodness.
I'm rooting for both these players, but it's nice to see Sai drag a pot here. He's been a
Yeah.
little unlucky and made some
Oh,
good
he
moves,
definitely got
so.
lucky on that one. Like that one.
Well, yeah, that was-
wasn't him holding.
No,
that
no.
was. I mean,
That wasn't poker skill.
but it was by the river. I mean, Sai did flop the nuts
He did. I mean,
on one board.
and KY dominated that top board, but
Right. Well, and KY picked up additional outs on the other board too,
Yeah.
like the spades and everything. Oh wow. Because he also had the that's another one where KY had the straight. He flopped straight top set.
yeah, I mean, what do you
Straight
do?
top set and lost.
That's what I'm saying. Like the nuts are never, as you know, the nuts are never the same when it gets to the river.
Right.
These
right.
bomb pots.
Bomb
right?
pots are just crazy complicated and fun. But yeah, that was a very big swing there again. Remember, the maximum buy-in tonight was 2K, and now we're seeing black and pink chips flying around.
Yeah, we have a couple of 5K stacks here.
Absolutely.
And that's usually typical
Yeah.
of almost any 2-5 game that you see here in Texas.
Just
Even
saying,
the
it plays-
1-3 game
it plays
is that
big
same
because
size.
It plays big because that's not typical of a 2-5 game in the world.
No,
So if you're tuning in
and
from
you
Texas,
throw
this
in
might
the
be
match
right.
the stack.
Right, yeah. I was
You know,
saying
you
it's-
go to, let's say, Vegas, it's $500 for 2-5.
Right.
That's,
Or this would be how the 5, 10, 25 game plays
Yeah.
sometimes. You know what I mean? Like it's
Even the 5-10 at the Bellagio is 1,500 cap.
right.
Yeah,
no
that's-
match, right?
It's no match.
Right.
And you're playing with some grinders there, so trying to get money out of those guys.
Dang, man. God bless Texas.
Yeah.
That's
So
Texas is the thing. All right. We have best flop possible, pretty much. KY, and then Sai with a big nothing burger.
it's one of those. Okay, what do you do, right? Do you bet this, knowing that your opponent doesn't have anything? The pot's so small,
Yeah.
so.
Yeah, he's just playing his range. He's supposed to do that. He's supposed to do that if he has ace king. He's supposed to do that if he has deuces. He's supposed to do that if he has 5-3 off. Whatever the hell he has.
Let's see.
Set up on 8, please.
Sometimes you get a call there. Sometimes they have worse queen. Who knows? Yeah. Yeah, now I can't not see the Aziz Ansari, I think.
Huh?
Now I can't not see the Aziz Ansari.
Oh.
All right, Paul getting a little frisky. Queen 9 offsuit. Early position raise. So now the players are opening up a little bit. See, now we have Queen 9 offsuit coming in.
We are down to 40 minutes or 50 minutes here. We have 48 likes, so we've improved by 20, so thank you for that.
There we go. Hope
But
you
if
guys
we have
are-
136, I hope we can get at least all of you to hit that like button. It would be the first time in a while.
This is my first time doing poker commentary. It's been fun today.
Yeah, you've been great. I really appreciate you hopping in here and joining us.
Thank you guys for having me. Thank you guys all for joining us and watching. I'm glad there's been some pretty good hands. Like first, yeah, and it's how it goes though. You know, like the first 20 minutes are kind of slow, and then it's just like all you need is one person. Like then the floodgates open. It's like, oh, there's our first one. All right, now we're gonna get another one. Like, oh no, now I'm down. Now I gotta get it up. You know, it's just like it's a beautiful psychological experiment.
Yeah,
You know,
and just
people talk about math. And it's psychology. Okay, this is raw human emotion and just, you know, chemicals in the brain.
I mean, this is
It's-
real money, right?
Yes,
I mean,
it is real money. It is.
Paul is sitting on almost a 5K stack here.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's a lot of money.
Yeah, you walk away from one of these games, get yourself, you know, a used car.
Yeah,
It's just like
I mean-
just another day in the office kind of thing. It's just it really is. Although the smart players know that if you walk away from one of these games up, you take that money and you put it for the next time you're down.
Yeah, you separate your poker money from your everyday money.
Which is why playing for a living is so hard, because they're now one and the same.
Didn't mean to cut you off there, but Chris, it's
Yep.
unfair with his type of talent, flopping the trips there on a relatively safe board. Chris is thinking.
Right, Chris was in the straddle.
Yeah.
So, I mean, his hand does contain all of the eights, you know. from a
Well, he
range
definitely
perspective.
flops. Yeah, and he's just going to smooth call this, and
Yeah.
he looks reluctant. Like, oh, I guess I'll play. Is that? Do we have? Yo, we
Another
no.
check
That
there.
actually doesn't. That actually
Yeah,
hurts.
Chris
yeah.
now is going to slow down because now he understands he doesn't have the range advantage anymore. Now Chris is going to lead out, and we're going to see a quick
Yeah,
fold
this
from
is going to
Chris.
be definitely. I mean, there is some showdown
Oh, sorry,
value
it's
there.
Chris and Chris. It's going to be a quick fold from the other Chris. He should be able to easily suss out that ace high is no good here against your straddle opponent's call, check, bet range.
The obvious draw got there right with the flush. I mean,
It's not even just a draw. Also,
yeah.
The draws also got
And
there,
he
but in
doesn't
addition
have-
to, like,
yeah.
you know, your opponent has the 7, your opponent has the 8, your opponent has pocket 4s. You know, they have all those kind of hands. And you have ace high. I don't think there was anything wrong with how those players played that hand. Despite all the chips going flying, you know, we're seeing a relatively constricted chip stack.
they're just kind of going back and forth.
right
tonight.
because yeah.
Except for Paul and Jan, who I think, to be honest, were the tightest,
They were.
players. Yeah,
They were. They
at
got
the
really
table.
struggled, right. The there hasn't been one player running away with it all. You know, it's been a trading of brutal blows back and forth. As soon as somebody wins a $1,000 pot, they lose a $1,200 pot. You know, it's interesting.
I do like the way Kevin. I mean, I like the way all these players play. But Kevin's, I thought he's played really well, though he's kind of run into it a little bit.
Right.
But he is aggressive, and he keeps his foot on the gas, and he's putting a lot of these players in uncomfortable spots.
Right.
Per se,
Maybe he
so-
does like 7/8.
There's 5-6 right there. We'll see if this 5-6 can win out. It does flop.
Jana's the one who folded 10-5 under the gun like a nit.
Well, it does flop. He does flop the bet. No, Paul still has pocket 8s.
Yeah.
And this is a tough spot here, right? You bet the 8s here with 5 ways.
It's very tough. I mean, look at this. It's like he can see the cards. It's a great bet. It's very tough to play 5-way pots.
so
3.
Chris is going to call with. I'm just assuming he's got some bad intentions.
Yeah, multi ways.
Well, he picks up equity.
Yeah, he picks up huge equity. Yeah,
This
I
might be a
would-
chance for him to
I
kind
wouldn't
of
be
pull.
surprised if he bets. Here.
Yeah, well, he
Wow,
should have
okay.
bet.
I would have bet. Yeah.
Yeah.
There we go.
Wow, this is probably the worst card for Mike, right?
Yes, definitely.
I mean,
He's going to bet. I mean, it depends on what happens here. I mean, Paul's going to fold, and then
No, he can't put anybody on the 3. So Paul's folding. Mike, of course, he bet. And Chris is going to raise this. He's like, what the? Did that just happen?
he has to think. He has to think. He's just going to call. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah. Yeah. And Michael should feel like he got away easy on that one.
That's
he
kind of
definitely got
that's
away
some
easy.
charity there for Chris.
I could tell as soon as it happened that he was just going to call on that river if he wasn't going to raise. That was just unfortunate.
He does lose the 3-6.
Very much.
But that was already there. He does lose the
You're
3-6.
absolutely right about that. I could see if there was if it was a flush completing ace.
Yeah.
I could definitely understand that. But
He would have gotten a lot more.
yes.
He could have made that 600
And
he
that's
would
the
have
thing,
got a
though,
call.
when he floated with the queen 3 there, clearly you said bad intentions.
Yeah, that's what I
when
thought.
when you hit, you have to bet. You can't be scared at the end. You know, like if you.
I don't think he was scared. Maybe he's just being friendly.
An ace roll out.
Well.
I'm just saying. I'm just.
Yeah, it's Yeah, that was an ambitious float with queen 3, but it was his calling range there is definitely stronger than the pre-flop raiser's continuation. So. If he had intentions to steal at any point, I think it would have worked also until that ace came in.
Until he just hit.
Whoa, no squeeze.
All right, we got side calling, suited king. He's pretty good position here. He's only got Mike to his left. He's gonna flop the king. Let's see if anybody's got. Oh, we have Mike.
Chris has a flush draw. Sai has top pair backdoor diamonds. Nobody else has anything really.
He's gonna bet small here.
We're probably gonna clear this out to 2 players on the turn. Paul, Jan, and Michael probably can't continue. It was a limped pot though, or relatively.
Did he raise?
No, he just called.
Oh, he's okay. I see.
I wonder what he's calling for.
Ace 9, some back. He's calling because he wants to have fun.
Fair enough.
So let's see a 7.
And Jan is in there too?
I feel like he's no, he's not. Yeah, Paul.
Paul has.
7.
I have to wonder if these hands are correct.
I know. It's just well, I mean, now Mike picks some equity here, but it's not much, right?
No, I mean, yeah, it's something. Now Mike can continue another street.
Oh yeah,
Chris can continue another street. Sai should be betting large now. Yeah. Is that 100?
Jedi Master Ted, how are you?
125,
Thanks for hopping in.
This is a good bet here. Over half, yep. And now Mike L did this. He has to call now because he's drawing. The Paul's gonna fold. Chris is definitely calling too. Yeah.
It's tough, right, with that flush draw.
Yeah, they're getting the correct price. And this is why Sai had to bet big.
And Sai's like, what is going on?
There are very few. Yeah, see, like there's so few river cards that Sai even wanted to see. I might even made an overbet on that flop.
Yeah, and this is where I don't think you can go for a thin value. I would just check this down.
Oh yeah, Sai would be very happy to check down. Sai is very happy to check. Every day of the week. Yeah. He's looking at all the stuff that he dodged. Yeah.
If I was Mike, I wouldn't have shown that because it showed that he called the flop with.
He's smiling over there. Look at him. He's like, this is exactly what he called.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, on the flop is one thing. The turn, he's okay to call there. He's up and down when he figures that those draws are probably good. Yeah, Sai is very happy to take that one.
Jedi, I love doing commentary. It's one of my favorite things, almost as much as playing.
So far, it's been fun. Yeah, I've enjoyed it. Definitely just a change of pace from playing.
Yeah, Poker Cruise.
It's so much money to play with other people's money. Like, no, why'd you call? No, bet.
And it's great learning for me, too, right? I often have several different types of poker players in here with me talking about poker, and I get to learn from each and every one of them. So.
Right.
No, throw it all the way into the cards.
See here, so we have Kevin, early position raise, 10s. Raised to 85. Oh, because it's 10, so $10 straddle this time.
Well, if we could throw it over.
It's a little large, but we've seen people call with.
No,
So
I
he's
mean,
trying to isolate a little
For
bit.
$10
Yeah,
straddle, yeah, that crazy. Yeah.
he really wants to get his heads up.
Get those bad hands out of there.
Mike L just snap calls. I really like this from Paul, although it's not going to work. I like the 3-bet here. The worst thing I think you can do with ace jack is just call. So I like this. He's going to get this heads up. Kevin could elect a 4-bet, although
Yeah,
given who his opponent is,
right, it depends
yeah.
it's about your opponent, pretty much, in their tendencies.
I would probably just call this. We've seen him call on all-in with ace, so that was a different situation, but
I'm sure. I think he's just going to flat here.
yeah,
With the tens,
looks
which is
like
fine.
it. And then, of course, Mike calls. He's really looking for a flush, obviously.
Like, he's in a gambling mood.
He really is. He's gambled a lot more than usually. He's usually been snug, but
I'm saying, that's the same.
Yeah.
Context is very important in poker. It's a psychological game.
so let's see. We don't have. So Paul doesn't have much here. He doesn't have anything.
No, it's a pretty
Kevin
decent
doesn't like the queen, but he can't fold. He's got a second pair effectively. See a half size pot here.
Kevin's having flashback to the aces against his ace queen hand, where he's like, well, how good is my pair on this board right now? There's only one card that beats me. So yeah.
Yeah, he's got to call once, right? You can't just always fold
No, he can
to
never fold.
unfavorable flops. And that flop is not that bad for him.
Right.
He's got some backdoor stuff going on. He does now have the flush, so he's probably not going anywhere. Paul likes that. And I think Paul just shuts it down right here. The pot is at 1,500. He's gonna have to make a pretty big bet. He knows it.
Very big pot right now.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's already got a profit, right? And I hate talking about that, but I think that's the way people play, right? People
right.
think that.
It's a contextual thing. It's,
So I think he's going to check.
It's important to talk about, honestly, in my opinion. When I'm playing, I'm always constructive. Always.
Yeah.
Not because it's nice or not nice. It's because it's how people play or not. People will play differently on the bubble in a tournament versus not, because they're human beings. So yes, if somebody has booked a profit, I'm going to calculate that into.
And of
how they
course,
play.
Kevin's going to make a small bet here. He's just going to take. He knew he was good there, and he's just going to take it. Yeah,
absolutely.
All right, let's see what we got in the chat. So,
Some very interesting hands that we played.
I would love that, Jedi, if you want to come and commentate. Yeah, I never got a chance to commentate with Mike. I think he's awesome. I know my first stream he commentated. He was the commentator when I played. I played 52 streams last year.
Wow. That's a lot.
Yeah, it is a lot. I would play sometimes twice a week, a lot of times twice a week. Play both streams here, the 2-5 and the 5-10. And then I would play at some other clubs as well. But this is definitely my favorite club to not only commentate, but to play.
Yes, next hand.
Let me know, Jedi. I would definitely welcome that. You can commentate with me.
Hand number 79. How close are we going to get? We're to like 85, 90 almost?
36 minutes, something like that.
We're in last hour?
Yeah, I think we'll do it.
What?
I think we'll hit 100.
You think we'll hit 100? No, I think we'll hit like
we will.
92 or something.
Really? Let's do it. We're going to hit 100.
We got to hit 100 likes is what we got to hit.
Well, we had 40. I did the call out for lights. I typically don't do that a lot. I need to do that more, but let's see here.
If you build it, they will come.
So we have 53. So we picked up 5 likes. So thank you for doing that if you just hit the like button now. So Chris in early position is going to raise a queen 8 suited.
He does like.
I do like that better than just limping. I'm just not a fan of limping.
We don't do that. We don't do that.
And Chris just is playing this sneaky, right?
All right.
Ace king, just going to flat here. I don't mind that at all because it's easy to get away from if you don't win it.
Yeah, now Preston has a huge hand.
Yeah, I mean, he's got
second pair,
combo draw with a pair.
combo draw, and yeah, oh my goodness. Preston's hand is amazing.
Chris also has a draw, but he's more of a gutter type. And then, of course, Chris has the nut straight draw. The jack comes, but oh, I'm sorry, the queen comes.
Preston had so many good cards, he had all of them. The
Yeah,
opponents did not
no.
continue.
We're in the last hour. What are you doing?
Man, let's see those earnings so far. Jan, the big winner with those aces. Paul right there behind him, despite losing that big $1,500 pot. Still nice, tidy little profit.
Kevin's been all over the place. Kevin and KY. So
And Mike L has been all over the place, too.
he has, yeah. Some of that's his fault, though. Mike, if you rewatch this, there's only one hand, and that would be that bomb pot. I'm still confused. I know there was a time where I would comment on Mike's stream, and then the next week when I come in, he tells me why he did it. So I thought he was going to yell at me. All right, Sai wakes up with a nice, I love those type of hands. Looks like he's just going to win that pot. So he's down 1,600, so another 100 of those pots, and he'll be all set.
That's right. It's like $1 an hour. Mike L was the only one with the hand there. He had folded king, queen suited all out away from him. So let's see here. Now he's under the gun. Oh my God.
Jedi, I'm usually never by myself. I like to ask poker players to join me in the booth so I know somebody will be here with me.
There you go.
So yeah, if you want to, whenever you're free on a Monday, you can just, or free the next Monday, just if you follow me on Instagram, Dante at Dante Poker, just DM me, and then yeah, we could set it up for sure. That would be fun.
All right.
Another pair of jacks against ace jack. This could be a decent little hand here. And I think Kevin's going to realize who his opponent is, but the raise was a little small, right? Yeah.
Here you could see a.
Yeah, he's definitely calling. I mean,
you could definitely see a flop here.
I don't think it was a mistake for the sizing by Mike. Well, I do actually. I think I'll say it. I think he should have gone a little bit heavy on that. And I say a diamond. Yeah. See. That's, wow, that's not the flop Mike was looking for.
Not the worst flop in the world.
It's not. I mean, the paired queen is actually good, but
Not the best flop.
I know this is not true, but it felt like Mike was just scared. Just shoved it in there.
Could be.
I'm sure there's more thought than that, but that's what it felt like. Unfortunately for him, Kevin missed that flop completely. And it's funny because we've all, Mike saw him call an all-in with just eights. So maybe he was thinking that he has small pair there and he would just get called again.
It's true, yeah.
Because he's not betting that way if he had a queen in his hand.
If
so,
somebody, has shown a propensity to call off light or call with, whatever hands, sometimes just bet big. Don't be afraid to just say, okay, here you go. Sometimes you can even overbet. You almost never see those happen. It's sometimes correct to overbet. KY's been pretty quiet last few orbits.
I think Preston's VPIP has gone way up here. I think he's played a lot of hands. I almost venture to say most of them. If they want some crazy 4-bet action. Yeah, and so 9-7 is not really a hand I would recommend playing with a raise or with any.
I wouldn't recommend raising it or 3-betting it
or calling or even calling the small blind.
I don't even recommend folding it.
But he does have position, and I do, for those GTO players out there, and you've made your pre-flop ranges by position. I think you're about 40% on the button, right? You play about 40% of your hand, yeah. So that.
You do make more money the closer you are to the button. That is a true statistic. Tristan's not going anywhere with his top pair.
Yeah, and this KY is a very accomplished player, but I think this when Chris calls, he knows he's yeah. It could be a flush draw. It would be, so it's got that working for him, but
Right. You can just check. You can just check back here because any hand, he's not going to get a player as good as Chris to fold any hand that is reasonably going to get the showdown here. So he could bet again, trying to represent a very strong hand, hoping, and at the end of the day, hoping that Chris's ends up being on a flush draw.
he bets kind of small, almost value-y here with the $200. So this is probably just going to be a call, obviously.
Yep, it's tough now because he doesn't know how his hand is
Yeah, I
doing
really
at this point. Like
I
he
would like a
doesn't.
bigger bet there, but so the flush miss, which is
Yeah.
not going to be good for
Now we're
yeah.
gonna have to see. He's gonna have to fire a huge bet here to get him to fold, or
He's
he can just take
got
his
showdown,
value.
right?
Yeah.
He's got showdown. The flush miss. I mean, really, what's the point of
Yeah,
betting?
he does have two over. He does have two unders on the flop, so yeah, he can just take a showdown. Yeah. We get the bad news there.
Yeah, KY's very good player. Very tricky. He check jammed on me once and he won. I remember that. That was like a long time ago. It's like a year ago, but something like that.
Very strong. The river raise is very strong play. Pause for the raise, king jack off.
And that's a hand I'm not very
Definitely.
fond of, the king jack.
Definitely.
And he comes in for a raise.
Yep. And the cutoff, solid. Traditionally against an under the gun open, you do not want to be 3-betting with Jack 8 suited. However, as the ranges open up a little bit,
Yeah, and then we have actually Chris with a nice hand too. So we got, and then Paul's gonna have to call this.
and
again,
you
we talked.
typically
Yeah,
don't want to flat a 3-bet with
It's
king
just
10, but
tough,
you
right?
Can because, yeah, right.
well, Chris has position, and for Paul, yeah, I
I
mean,
think as the ranges open up,
he's
a little
actually ahead of everybody, but
bit, yep.
he leaves
He had
himself
both
in
of
a
them
tough spot
dominated.
when he tries to raise again.
Right.
Kevin outflops him.
Yep. Chris has 2 overs in the back door.
Chris will
cards.
take the turn card, the free
Definitely
card.
take a free turn card here.
He's gonna act a little bit. He's gonna represent a little stronger than he actually is, but
There's nothing
he's
wrong
gonna
with
check.
that.
He's gonna check 100%. Well, Kevin knows if Chris had something, he would have bet. Come on, I'm surprised he didn't. Maybe he's afraid of some 9-10 or
Oh,
something
Kevin's
like that.
definitely going to call here for sure. Yep. Now Chris senses weakness, which Kevin is not really very weak, honestly. Yep. But Kevin has sort of capped his own hand here. Like now, Kevin can't bet here. So like,
Yeah,
Chris,
I mean,
Chris is just going to give up on this river, most likely. So it's an interesting way that Kevin played it. Kevin played it in a way that like minimized his risk in a way. But he did get to figure out exactly where his opponent was at.
Yeah, I thought those hands played kind of face up. Kevin with 1 pair, Chris not much. If Chris would have hit that flop in any way, he would have bet that flop for sure. And when that board pairs like that, especially a 4, usually,
Right.
yes, that's the wrong time to bet.
Wrong. Right. Wrong time to start the story.
We have a card face up, a queen. Hopefully we get to see KY with a queen. We will see. It's hard to tell which card.
Maybe we'll see Jan fold pocket queens since someone's not coming.
Yeah, I'm not going to get my set, so.
Yeah.
All right, so we didn't even see what KY had. Preston playing a lot of hands. We kind of said it before.
Early position raise, 7-4 suited, as the book tells you.
Well, I lay down 7-4 suited. So.
You can defend with that one in the big blind to a
Me-
2x raise in a tournament.
Yeah,
In the tournament.
and he's going to outflop everybody.
Yeah, he does. The bottom pair, bad kicker.
I mean,
He's
there's
so
a
far
gut
the
shot
best
by
hand.
Sai, and I think Sai's going to bet this. Yeah. I've had a chance to play a lot with Cy, especially in the past, so I know that in position he's going to tend to be aggressive here.
Absolutely, as one should be. Yep, Preston definitely making the correct call here, not just because we can see their hands, but also because if you open with 7-4 and flop a pair,
you got a straight. You got a bunch of
allowed
draws
to
out there.
Ooh, okay, so that one should definitely slow down the action from Cy.
This could go check.
Right? Yeah, it could go check. I would also like.
Although Cy does have an up and down now, right?
If Preston's aware of his range advantage, which oh yeah, look at that, beautiful. I love this play from Preston. Yep. Oh, I love it. Great play.
Yeah, he knows that ace is going to help him more than it's going to help.
Right. So
although that gave Cy the open ender.
Yep.
But with one card left, that's the right.
And there you go, a nice win there with the 7-4. Not blind luck, but because the player understood where their range advantage was. So he checked his quote-unquote ace high on a lower run-out board and then called a small bet and then led out on the turn. That's how you tell the story of having an ace.
Yeah, that was great. That was a great line, and you have an opportunity to fold any aggression after that. So
absolutely right.
Yeah. Just Preston again playing those suited cards.
Preston's invited to the home game.
Yeah, and then Chris with the suited connect. This could be fun. If they kind of have each other's outs a little bit for the straight. And Chris folds the other Chris, the 5-2 diamonds, so that didn't help. We're probably going to see high cards here on the flop.
Queen 10 folded.
We're going to see high cards for, all those little cards folded.
Jan is not invited to my home game. All right, 6-4 against 8-7. Fastest.
I see a 6 diamond, so I see diamonds here. So Chris picks up a lot. He's got a combo draw here. But Preston flopped a pair.
Yep, see the percentage is pretty close. Yeah, he's just getting out of the way. It's not easy, even though he flopped the pair there, to play that hand out of position against a person whose range.
Yeah, I mean,
particularly whose tendencies lead them to having stronger cards. Like the opponent is more likely to have an ace or 10
there. You did 3-bet him.
Yep. All right. See those earnings.
If Cy wouldn't have went all in, he would have been even. Sorry, Cy. Sorry, Cy.
He needs to get on the better side of life. We have the win to showdowns. Yep, it's all clumped together there. Yeah, again, the win to showdown percentage it's a good number. It's just too small of a sample size. Like even
it's one of those things I don't look at much.
Right.
Yeah.
It's a good number to have over the course of 10,000 hands.
Yeah,
it's a very good number
if you can.
Yes. Because it is an important number in poker. It just for a small sample size of 100 hands, even your VPIP matters. Like even on 100 hands, your VPIP is fine.
That's. Yeah, I've been.
Because even in the course of 100 hands, your VPIP is important in comparison to others. But the win to showdown is slightly harder to.
I think you get a good sample size in a 4-hour session.
On VPIP, yes. On win to showdown, no.
Wow, that's a big raise by KY with ace-10 off there. And Chris looks like he's going to make the call here. I mean, he's looking to gamble here. He's got, he knows if he hits the flop, he knows on the flop if he's good or not. That's the good thing about this. He should know.
This is an interesting part from Chris. Yeah, him flatting from the button shows off the weakness of his hand, telegraphs it. Even though it's a hand that really wants to see a flop.
There's a 10. That's trying to think. No, there's no straight. Wow. They both have a straight. One has a gutter. One has an up and down. This could get interesting. They both have a 10.
Yep.
They both don't like this flop. I think he's going to have to bet his range here, and that's what he does, right? I mean, that flop should really smash KY, right? I mean, ace king, ace queen. I mean, it's just, I don't mind Chris just folding here. And he bets small. I like the bet sizing, and we've seen this a lot, right? They downsize, and I've seen that a lot more this year. Downsize.
Yeah. Well, like traditionally in 3 and 4 bet pots.
Did he just catch up?
Yeah, he did. He definitely caught up. That's an interesting card because it is now the one-liner. rips.
Yeah, the stack to pot ratio was a little bit more 1-to-1, but I mean.
Yep, he has to peg KY here on like something like Ace King, or
King 10.
Yes.
Oh, if he had King 10, he loses. That's
not
an
King
interesting.
10, but yeah, something like that.
Like
Queen,
Ace King.
Queen
Ace
Jack.
King makes a lot of sense.
Hopefully he doesn't have Queen Jack. He has to just hope he doesn't have one of those type of hands.
That's tough because a lot of that range that KY has is there. Has him beat, right?
Right, but Chris could also be representing the queen himself. Yeah. Remember, because he's playing. When he makes it, Chris was making this bet. He's not representing 9-10. He's representing I have the queen, because you don't have the queen, and that's the risk he's taking. Because right there, if he has Ace King, how good can he feel? Hell, if he has King 10, does he feel good?
Yeah.
Even if KY had King 10, would you make that call if there were King 10? That's tough.
No, because
that's a one-liner.
I feel like that's Ace Queen all the way.
Right. Or any queen. The guy could have Queen 8, Queen 7. It should be any queen, because it's a one-liner. So, it's you even get better 2 pairs to fold there to you sometimes. So it's a somewhat risky play. Okay, so here we have a $40 straddle.
We have Throwing Fly saying also Streamlabs. Oh, they're talking about Streamlabs. Oh, wait, he's saying, hey, person running OBS, please color match your cameras. Well, I haven't noticed because I'm colorblind, so I don't know.
Are you actually colorblind?
Yeah. I mean, I think I see fine.
Joke's on me.
Yeah, joke's on you. I'm colorblind.
What's up, Throwing Flies? How you doing? So let's see. We have
a suited king
10 deuce in there somehow.
He goes for a nice size. Kind of 5x the bet here. Oh, because it was it was the triple straddle.
Yeah.
Yeah. I was like, why is it so big with him? I was like, that makes total sense.
All right, so yeah, the winding down here, last 15, 20 minutes of the stream. I don't know. I don't think we're going to get to it. I think we're going to get to like 92, or 96 or something like that. We're getting close. It's going to be close.
We got like 18, 20 minutes, so a minute and a half a hand.
There'll probably be a bomb pot in there.
We're going to end with a bomb pot.
Does the bomb pot count towards the hand number or no?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. There were some good ones tonight for the highlight stream.
More so than I've ever seen. While I've been a part of some sick ones. Okay, let's see what we got. Mike is just calling the 35. And I'm going to keep saying this, Mike, and I know you watch this. You want to come in with a raise with ace queen most of the time, not just calling somebody's raise.
we don't mean to backseat drive over here.
I know. It's really easy for me to say I'm not playing with my money. I'm playing with your money, but that might help some positive EV down the road a little bit. But
okay, so here he's going to call.
And got Kevin. See, now if Mike could have been took the lead here with the ace queen, but he's just going to call Kevin's bet. Kevin's, I think the table knows Kevin's bet 3-bet kind of light.
Yeah,
some spots.
Yep.
And
Preston is calling light, so like
Preston, Preston wants to play poker.
This is good.
Right?
Yeah, he's got some action going on over here. Ooh.
That helps no one.
Yeah. Middling flop. Let's see which one of these boys got the most chest on their hair on their chest. All right, so Kevin. Oh my goodness! Look at Mike.
It's gonna work.
Yeah, it's gonna fucking work. Oh my goodness! All right, wow. Kevin, give him the look up and down. Look at him. Kevin is currently behind to pocket deuces, and he's still giving him the
Ushka.
Yeah, Ushka, yeah.
He almost, Mike, although give him credit, he almost always has it in this spot.
All right, I think tonight he's
almost
gambling
always,
tonight.
Almost always, like I would say 100%.
Man.
He's gonna show it.
Show.
Well, he was still ahead.
He was still ahead. Yeah. Still ahead. Kevin's gonna be like, all right, I made a great fold.
I mean,
wait, no, he called.
Oh, he called.
He called.
Ace wins.
Ace wins.
I'm in shock.
Oh my goodness. Michael must have been sick to his stomach when he got called.
Get a real challenge.
Oh my goodness. Wow. That's a $3,000 pot.
I love Kevin. I'm gonna follow him on Instagram.
Yeah, Kevin's invited to my
He's
home
my,
game.
yeah, I love the way he plays.
Oh my goodness, Mike L. I can't believe that. Can you believe when he got called? He must have been sick. He's like, oh, why did I do that?
Oh man, he's got an overpair. That's what it felt like, right?
Over, he got bare
Ace
deuces,
jack.
whatever it is. You don't
Jack,
care
yeah.
about. I can't believe I couldn't get him off his threes.
But it almost feels like Kevin plays much bigger games, and he's slumming down here in the 2-5.
Oh my!
I don't know,
goodness.
but that was.
Wow.
He wanted to gamble. I mean, yeah. I mean,
that-
probably, even if Mike had a jack somehow, he had 2 overs, right? So he's 25%, 20%, something like that, maybe. I'm just trying to figure out.
Right. No. Yeah. I mean, it's because what you're saying there is right. Like he has a couple of his king and his queen are both live.
Yeah. He was actually in worse shape than having the jack. The queen was
Yes.
shared.
Right.
That's the.
But
Wow.
he did not opponent on ace queen.
No, he's high. I mean, no. I mean,
Turns out that was the best holding that his opponent could. Like that was Mike L. The best holding that he could have had was king queen. There it was ace queen. You know.
I mean, there are other players I could see calling, or maybe put him on a weak flush draw, some combo draw. I don't know. I'm just trying to work it out.
Yeah,
There were 2
literally.
spades out there.
Wow.
All right, that was crazy.
All right. Let's see here.
Kevin is my new favorite player. He was just told he's from out of town.
Oh, the worst news
That's a
we can
shame,
get.
yeah.
That's the worst news you can
He's
get.
one of those players that can win just running up.
Oh, I know. I love
Yeah,
it.
he can just.
When you watch this, Kevin, please come back anytime.
Yeah,
to
please
Texas
follow
Card
me
House.
on
We like the way
Instagram,
you play.
Dante Poker, and
Like it because it's bold.
He-
And I like how Preston's been playing too.
yeah. Well, Kevin's a scary player, man. He puts people in really tough spots as well. It's just this is a really good game tonight.
Yeah.
Well, throwing we are on Twitch as well. Although I've never seen us on Twitch. I just know
We're
are
on Twitch, but I've never seen us on
I've never
Twitch.
seen us. I don't. There's no commentary. I don't know if they played this commentary. I guess I should know that. But I don't.
I don't think they can play it simultaneously between
Yeah.
YouTube and Twitch.
Dude, I'm telling you, when you go watch it, you're going to be like, ace 10, ace 10, ace 10.
It's been a wild night. Let's see. Let's look at these stacks here. Kevin currently throwing the party. Oh, KY back to even somehow after
Well, he was up, and now
he was up and then.
And I think to be honest, I think the stack size that Mike had, it wasn't too much, right? I think he.
No.
How
it
much did
wasn't.
he have? Yeah, it wasn't a lot.
He had
So
like 1,500
I didn't think he had that much.
more.
He had I thought he had like 1,000. So, and he put 300 in already or something like that.
Are you saying how big was the pot that
The
he
bet
sold?
that, but because he let out, he c-bet that. Didn't he c-bet? Yeah, he c-bet that. And I saw 2 black chips.
Oh, are you talking about the one that he just did with the ace queen?
Yeah.
No, he didn't c-bet. It was the king.
No,
queen
he's
c-bet.
no the king queen c-bet.
Yeah,
and
and
he
then
got
he just
jammed,
shoved.
but it wasn't much more for him to call.
Oh.
Yeah, with the 2 overs.
No, it was like $800 more dollars.
Yeah, I don't think that's.
Yeah, I mean,
And we're saying that Kevin, that's not much more to call
right.
to gamble, right?
Right.
So
Assuming if your king and queen are both live, it's probably not
Yeah,
even
I mean-
too bad. Yeah, against like whatever jack or pocket sixes or something. Yeah.
our sanctuary. I was looking. It says I misread that, Rena. It says end of the night 10K down. I thought you meant you were playing poker and you're like 10K down. That's not horrible. But I just got it that you're playing the loyalty points. I was like 10K down, not horrible. I was like,
Good game over there too, huh?
Sounds horrible.
You and I have different.
Yeah, you have
definitions of
definition of horrible, but you and I have different bankrolls. King, queen, all over the place. tonight.
Yeah, king, queen.
Jacks, king, queen.
This
ace,
has not
jack.
been a night about suited connectors or, you know, ace rag. This has been a night about king, queen, jacks, just ace, jack. It's just been some weird.
Have we seen queens?
The ladies haven't done anything
Yeah,
tonight.
queens
The
are-
queens have done nothing.
Yeah,
It's
we've
been
seen kings once.
Yeah, I saw aces twice.
Yeah.
Twice aces. Bloody hands both times.
I still can't. Mike Bell's aces. I mean,
well, that's the thing. That's why you want to play in these games where there's a lot of action and there's good, there's good back and forth and dynamics and stuff like that. You just pray that the dealer gives you aces because you'll get paid. Just pray that you get the aces. Well, Preston fold the Robbie. Kevin is going to, oh, here it is, the 9-7 suited. Open from the button. I like it very much. Chris is just going to flat with his king-queen. No, he's going to raise. Okay, I like that play a bit more. The button's opening range is going to be wider, so you can 3-bet with your suited king-queen out of position more. Mike L will call the 3-bet with his suited king. It's a very small 3-bet.
is that another queen, king? I see?
King, queen, yeah.
And king 10's been
Yep.
represented as well.
Let's
This
get
not
3
bad
diamonds.
hands here.
3 diamonds.
Is he an 8 now? Okay, so.
Right. Ace high flop, and clearly in the 3-bet pot, nobody has an ace.
Yeah, and I was really hoping for a better flop.
I know.
Especially they share a lot of their
Yep. This bet's
cards.
gonna take it down. Oh no, Kevin has a 9. He's gonna be a little sticky.
Oh, Kevin's going to definitely.
Yeah, Kevin's gonna
He could
stick
even
around.
raise this.
As he should. He currently has the best hand.
You can't put your opponent always on top pair.
8 is a pretty good card for Kevin. It's unlikely that Chris has an 8 when he's 3-betting from the blind. So at this point, Kevin is just going to be asking himself the question: does Chris have an ace?
And if he
or
doesn't,
something
what do
like,
I
you
have
know-
to bet to get him off his hand?
Right.
Right. I mean, it's just.
I mean, I don't even think he's putting him on a big pair because
Yeah.
it would be very unlikely for Chris to lead out into both of the players out of position like that without an ace. Like, this is not how pocket queens would be playing here. So
And that 8 really helps Kevin, right, in his decisions.
yeah,
Yeah.
it
so-
should. It should.
I mean, yeah, although an 8, he's never playing an 8.
An 8's not bad because
yeah.
his 9 still stays second pair. It's good. So like he's better than like a jack or a 10 coming out. But the problem with it is that he has to ask himself the question: does Chris have an ace? And from the way that Chris
That's
has been
the
playing
only card,
tonight,
yeah.
in this he 3-bet in this position, I would think that Chris probably has
Almost
an ace.
100%, right?
Right.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, this is not a crazy fold here from from Kevin. I think that's a really well played hand from Chris, actually, because Chris really understood his range there. He's like, I 3-bet, I have an ace in my hand. Okay, what is that for the flop? I 3-bet, I have an ace in my hand. Here you go, here you go, here you go.
All the way to the end.
The trick is, and normally that play is strong when you get weaker aces to fold sometimes. But here we all know that certain players at the table aren't going to fold weaker aces. Like Mike L and Kevin have both shown that they are okay having the kicker issues at times. But as you notice, there haven't been too many kicker issues tonight. There hasn't been a spot where top pair has beaten top pair by a kicker, right? That hasn't happened much.
Yeah, we've seen it once with Mike L, but he ended up getting 2 pair.
Right.
That was an odd hand as well. But we're also
Yeah, the kicker issues don't count if the out-kicked hand
if
wins.
yeah.
Yeah, then it is no longer kicker issues.
KY is going to limp. I haven't seen him do a lot of limping here, but he's got pocket deuce. He's probably calling any raise.
Yes,
So,
that's usually what the intention
yeah.
of limping is.
You want to control the size of the pot.
And
here.
technically, I mean, so for just as far as disguising your range and balance, you shouldn't be limping like with deuces like that. However, in this situation, he's going to take a cheap flop because you want to see a cheap flop with those hands as cheap as possible. So there is a benefit to doing it with this particular hand, and KY probably savvy enough that not everyone at the table is going to pick up on that. Like, oh
Yeah.
wow, KY limped, he never limps, he must have deuces or threes. Like, that's not what everyone's thinking. So
And there's really no money in the pot, so you're probably not going to see. As I say that, he's going to value bet there. He's going to get called. Once he gets called, he knows that he's beat, right? Any pair beats him, so.
yeah, he knows that he lost 3 red chips, and we'll be on with our lives.
Seat open, live stream.
We could just see KY blast off here for 250.
All right, and right.
just for TV, but I think Kevin's the wrong person to bluff. We see him call.
And KY definitely not going to fire another barrel because the very important thing in poker is know your customer. So So if your opponent is somebody who's going to call, do not bluff.
Yeah. What are we at? 92? 20 minutes? 4 minutes?
I thought everybody played pretty fast.
9:40? Oh, is it?
So we have. Looks like we have 2 more hands, right? Do we have 1 more hold'em, 2 more hold'em hands, and then a bomb pot? Yep.
Nice. Okay. We almost got to 100. That was.
We almost got to 95 is a little bit more than we're usually getting the high 80s, right? I think. Oh wow. I think it's really how fast.
But you know what? It's not about the quantity; it's about the quality.
This has been a great.
There was some good quality. Let's see.
25.
Yeah, take that one down. Okay, couple of.
I think it's the first time we've heard Chris actually announce his bet. That might be a tell.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Everything's a
I
tell,
love
it's a
Chris,
tell.
but yeah. he's
He
like,
used his left hand this time.
He used his
That's a
left
tell.
hand. He scratched his nose while throwing the. That's a tell.
Yeah, this time he actually opened up the Oreo and licked out the filling inside.
80?
All right, we have a nice straddle here to end the evening.
Oh, we have 1 more hand after this.
Oh, okay.
No, this is our last hold'em, man.
This is our last hold'em hand. Okay. Kevin doing the right
I was
thing.
told there's going to be a ton of fireworks with 4 all-ins pre-flop. Is that correct? No. Oh. All right. So ace queen again.
Oh, look at this, Chris.
Yeah,
W
he's definitely
has
going
got
to bump this up.
Mikey.
Yep. And we're gonna see a few folds. You must give action to receive action. Remember.
So this is an ambitious call here, but
It is 5 big blinds.
yeah,
If you didn't call for 5 big blinds, that's how you know your image is too tight.
yeah, I don't think. Oh, he is going to make the call.
Oh, Mike L can make the call here. It's fine. He already showed his hand is a little bit stronger, and now he knows that he's one less person in the pot. Now let's see if he knows how to play pocket 5s in a 3-bet pot in position.
Probably looking for a downsize here by Chris. This is what he would do with a jack or an overpair.
Yep. This is also what you do with ace high. Good. Nice. Oh my goodness!
I thought he was going to jam there for a second.
Oh my goodness! What a beautiful play. What a beautiful play.
It's basically.
Mike L.
Yeah.
See, look at that. What a fucking play! Because he knows where he's at. He knows that this play.
Well,
But you see, the problem is that Chris W. might be savvy to this, and he might say, "Well, the raise is too small."
Yeah, he's got a king.
He needs
an
to
ace
do a bigger
king
sizing.
Yeah, so
it needs to be a bigger size.
now
That
Chris is probably
size-
not going anywhere.
That size smells like I don't want to lose that much money.
Yeah. Mike should check this, and he does. Oh, but there's 4 to a straight, right? No.
No,
Sort of. No,
no,
there's not. An 8
no,
would
this
be-
is good.
Oh, an 8. Yeah, yeah.
Oh, an 8. I didn't even see that. Oh my goodness. Here we go. Wow. And if you're Chris, you can never in 100 years with Mike L on pocket 5s ever. In
No. And I think it's just
100,000
going to be just a call. There's
Yep.
no point in raising you. Oh, I take that back.
Nice.
Sorry, getting a
hand.
good chuckle out of that.
Wow. Look at that. Mike L wins.
Mike looking
50.
around, give
Huge
me
pot.
respect for that.
Huge pot.
That was a huge pot. Not
Look at
well
him,
done,
look at him.
Mike.
Man.
He's changed his game a little bit.
He plays some of those hands like the ace queen shove. Man. The raise with the 5s there on that board. Amazing. Love it.
And the value, the check raise. It wasn't. It was a check raise. It was a check value raise.
Mike, you're allowed to come in to my private game too. Okay?
And,
but you gotta
I
play.
take
You gotta
that
play
back.
ambitious like this. Okay, you gotta bold.
Well done, Mike.
Nice.
Give him his props.
Look at
when
that,
they got
Mike L,
there.
big winner of the night.
Yeah, he
Just like
is.
that. Wow. He's got to feel good about that. That does a wonder for.
I know he
confidence.
felt good because he started looking at the other players like, what?
Yeah. Right. Yeah.
I mean,
I think it's only Chris's mistake right there, right? Is betting that, betting it on the river. You had to feel like, I mean, that was the only way he was going to win is to get him off the hand, but I just thought that was a
the check
ambitious, That was weird. That was another weird hand. It just didn't.
was weird.
It just didn't play like I thought it would. But
I think Chris
okay.
might have picked up that raise was a light raise. The problem was that
Chris knew that Mike knew that Chris was light.
yeah, right,
So
right.
That's what, I mean,
Clearly, right?
Yeah, obviously, yeah.
You can never make that raise there unless you know.
Set up live stream.
wow, we have Paul with a 5 here, and pocket 8s. You normally when you get that hand in a bomb pot, you don't think it's any good, but it's not the worst flop for him.
Every hand plays in the bomb pot.
And
Until
we
the flop
have
is. Kevin has a set of aces.
Flush for KY. Set of aces, I see, and he blocks with the queen.
He also has ace queen.
It's weird.
Set and 2 pair.
Yeah, and then Chris doesn't really have. He's got an overpair at the top. That's it. So it's probably not-
something.
And Paul's got the 5.
Oh,
like
somebody
you
else
said.
had pocket 8s too. Okay, so there's no more 8s coming. Somebody else folded 2 red 8s. So that is not going to.
As they should. And we have 2 pair by Preston. And we have Kristen cursing over here. Okay, oh, sorry.
Oh no.
Drop some cards here. All right,
a
we're
very
3 to the
expensive
flop,
deck.
and when you got the nuts, you always want to have. Is that a boat? Oh, the 5 folded. You would have had 5-4, I believe.
I don't remember what they had.
Yeah, I know Paul had a 5. I thought he had my bag in the way. All right. Yeah, that was. Yeah, I would have called with the 5 to see the turn. But
You don't remember what the 5
I thought it was 5-4 and pocket 8s.
5, 4, 8, 8? Okay.
Yeah. I guess it's not bad. You have nothing on the other board, and I get it. That was
How much was
straight.
the bet on the
That I don't remember. I think it was a pot size bet. Yeah, pot. Yeah. So I don't mind that at all. So a setup. So we got a boat. We have boat and a set. Does he have? No, he doesn't. So
Oh yeah,
King
wow, the
10
king on the
gets
river
there.
is an amazing card. Yeah, so
This is a
now-
tough one for Kevin to call off, right?
Yeah. Oh my goodness. Look at that. Oh my god.
Because the king, the king 10 is possible. Although one of the kings is out.
Wow. What a 6 spot for Kevin.
So he bets. Yeah, he bets. He just has enough.
There
for the
are a
pot.
couple hands that scoop you here. Like, obviously King,
King
10,
10.
5. King 10, 5 gets you.
And thinking back now, it was a good fold by Paul. He had 5-4, I believe.
The hearts didn't get there on the ace board. Wow. This is a good bet by Chris.
Look at Chris's demeanor. He's
It says,
very
yeah,
happy.
it says Chris bet, what was the pot? 960?
Yeah.
Okay, right. So it's not that much. Okay.
Oh, he's flexing a little bit.
Yeah.
He's like, I'm all in for 15,000. But he only bet 900. He calls.
He's showing him the kings.
Oh.
Yep.
Oh, that's the best
Yep.
cards.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, because
Yeah,
now if he
show him
has
that
a
he's
10,
dead on that board, because now he's showing him exactly. Oh, wow, this is beautiful from Chris. Showing the cards like this. This shit doesn't happen in Vegas. Okay, this doesn't happen.
Well, I've actually seen
It's
this happen
such
on
a
the table, and that usually means that they only have one board. It's
It can-
tough. It's tough.
This could mean anything,
yeah.
and that's why it's hard.
I-
It could mean anything.
if he had both boards, why show?
Oh man, you gotta get 3/4. Don't make it easy for you. How about that?
He goes, you get 3/4. Assume, yeah. Wow. Wow. I love this play. I love it.
Oh, Chris. That's what I.
Oh yeah.
I-
And
the
I've been,
only
in,
reason
I've been in
why-
that spot so many times, and oh, it hurts.
I've seen that before.
Oh, it hurts. And
They
that's the
never
problem is that
have it.
when you call and you're wrong there, it
Yeah.
hurts a little bit. When you fold and you're wrong, it hurts a lot.
And if you
Like,
call
oh
and
my
he's
God.
like, "Well, I have it, and I showed you," that's even worse.
Oh my God. Right.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Oh, it's.
Wow. All right.
Oh
well,
my God, that was a great way to end it. Oh.
thank you everybody for joining us. I appreciate it. Thank you Thank you, Alex,
Thank you
for
guys for
helping
having
me
me.
out.
Yep.
That was awesome. And, of course, our producer, Kristen, thank you very much.
very much.
It was a great stream, one of the best I've done. Again, we'll talk to you guys before Christmas, so Merry Christmas. Have a great Christmas. Lots of football this weekend, so I'm excited about that. And we will remember, we won't have a stream next Monday, but we'll see you in 2 No stream next Thursday either, so we'll see you in 2 weeks. Wait, 2 weeks? Yeah. All right. Good night,
All right, sounds
everybody.
good.
Thank
Good
you.
night, guys.